I'm going to call the meeting to order for March 27th. And roll call.
Supervisor Bennett.
Here.
Supervisor Parks. Here. Supervisor Long.
Here.
Supervisor Foy.
Here.
And Supervisor Zaragoza.
Here. And we have movement of inspiration. I'm going to have Lourdes introduce our person today. Lourdes.
Thank you, Supervisor Zaragoza. Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Lourdes, just for the record. I have the pleasure and the very honor to introduce Cheryl McJoy. Cheryl McJoy retired from the Navy after 20 years of service. She held various jobs in the Navy, from aircraft electrician to drill instructor. So, Cheryl, please come up to the podium.
Welcome, Cheryl.
Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Good morning. Wake us up.
Yes. Thank you so much for this honor to be here this morning to culminate Women's History Month. Thank you, Supervisor Zaragoza. Thank you to Supervisor Foy and to Supervisor Bennett, Supervisor Parks, Supervisor Long. I also want to give a special thanks to the Oxnard College Student Veterans and to the Vet Center. Woo! Alrighty. First of all, my name is Cheryl Denise McJoy. I've served 20 years in the greatest Navy in the world, the United States Navy. And thank you. Yes. Thank you for this opportunity to inspire you this morning. So I just thought about, what can I do in 5 minutes? Used to in 5 minutes when I was a drill sergeant, I make you drop and do push-ups and you'd be really inspired, but I don't think this is the proper format. So I just want to talk about 3 lessons that I've learned in my 20 years in the Navy. The first lesson, I got off the bus. I was so cute, 18 years old from Arkansas. And I got to boot camp, and there's no cute in boot camp. They taught me, yes, they taught me about honor, they taught me about courage, and they taught me about commitment. To be honorable in everything that I do, to be committed to my country, to my service, to the people that I work with, and they taught me to have courage to face those things that I think that are impossible. I know you look at me and you think that just because I was in the Navy and I'm 10 feet tall that I was a trained killer, but really I wasn't. I just did a very variety of jobs. And one of those jobs was to motivate and inspire. I was a trainer. And one thing that I used to always teach people is that we need to delete 4 words from our vocabulary, specifically 4-letter words. Not those 4-letter words that you're thinking about, but we're talking about the 4-letter words can't, quit, lack, and fail. The military taught me that there is nothing that I cannot do because we have the resources that are available to us. They taught me don't ever quit. Don't ever quit. Don't quit on my country. Don't quit on my fellow man. Don't quit on myself. They taught me that I did not lack anything. Those things that I thought I may lack, I could utilize my resources and find them somewhere else. They also taught me that I could not fail. Failure is not an option when you're in the United States Navy. Hoorah! All right, and the last lesson that I learned in my 20 years was to be proud. Be proud of my service. 20 years of service. Be proud that I could stand 10 feet tall, have 22-inch guns, and make a 6'3" kid from New York City cry. Oh, well, maybe not be proud of that, but be proud of the work that I've accomplished. Be proud that when you say the United States Navy, that people think. And they think about sea power, and they think about submarines, and they think about sailors. And to be proud of my country, to be proud of the United States of America. I have been all over the world, and I promise you, when I came back to America, I just wanted to kiss the ground. Not the contaminated parts, but just the really clean parts. So, and then lastly, if you see a veteran, take a minute to thank them for their service.
Thank you.
Just say thank you. You don't have to agree with what we do, but just thank a veteran for their service. And I wanted to say thanks to all of you for your service. Thank you.
Cheryl, thank you. Cheryl, can you help us with the pledge? Pledge to the flag, please, since you're so inspiring. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic from which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
That was wonderful. Thanks. All that
Absolutely.
inspiration. That's a good way to start the day.
We needed that. Okay, item number 5, minutes.
Make a motion to approve the minutes.
Okay, get a second. Let's vote to that. Okay, that's passed. Michael, agenda review.
Thank you, Chair Zaragoza. Just a few items. Item 29, request removal from the agenda. Item 30. Sure. Item 29. That's why I'm here.
That was
To
item
make sure.
29.
Item 29.
Right.
There's a request to pull that.
Yes.
Or continue, right?
Yeah, okay, got it.
Okay. Item 30, there's 3 letters submitted by Alan Sanders, Ormond Beach Observer. Item 32, a letter submitted from Citizens Alliance for Property Rights and Ventura County Coalition of Labor, Agriculture, and Business. Thank you, Brian. There's an addendum agenda, regular agenda, item 38, recommendation of Supervisor Bennett to adopt a board position and send a letter to the California Public Utilities Commission encouraging the adoption of a no-cost opt-out provision for smart meters.
And Chairman Zaragoza,
Yes, sir.
I would, since our item, our 1:30 time certain item, we've canceled and we have a 2:15, I'd like to just request that we hear this item 38 at 1:45, so that we'll catch that in the afternoon before our 2:15 hearing. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
And then lastly, on that item 38, there's a letter submitted by Nathan Boren. And that's it.
Okay, any consideration by the board? What's the pleasure of the board?
Move the agenda as adopted, as recommended.
Second.
The first and second. Go ahead and vote on that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I pushed it, sorry.
Good.
So, second, there we go.
Okay, that's approved. We have item 7, consent items 10 to 20. Any concerns?
I need to, if I could pull number 10, number 12 for discussion, number 15, and number 18.
12, 15, and 18. And
And then,
Well, let's get that, you're off there. 10, 12, 15?
10, 12, 15.
18, well, we discussed the whole consent item, agenda.
10, 12,
10,
And
12,
then, yeah, that's what
and you say 15?
15, and 18.
15 and 18, I'd like to look at, maybe we just
You'll make some comments.
vote on those separately. That'd be fine. But, okay,
So we'll vote on the others? Or
so what do you want to do?
we'll make the motion and
Well,
go ahead. What?
I'm sorry, one last addendum, if I may. Chair Zaragoza, on item 11, we request that be postponed.
Item 11 postponed.
Thank you.
Item 11 postponed. Okay.
All right, I'd move the consent minus 10, 12, 15, and 18 for discussion.
And postponing of 11.
And the action requested, yes.
Okay, is there a second on that?
And by postpone, do we mean continue item 11 into a future board meeting or postpone for today?
Continue?
You don't want to put it at the end of the calendar?
No,
Okay,
no,
so it's
to
just-
another meeting.
Postpone.
Thank you.
To another
Okay.
meeting.
Okay, let's get a,
That was my motion.
we need a second on that? I'll second that. Okay, so then we go to item 10.
10? And I know that Ms. Shirk here to talk about this, but I got it looks like we're adding a Roth plan to what we're doing, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Kelly
and
Shirk.
And with this Roth plan, the only I think that's fine. I think it's great. The only problem I have with this is in your Roth, you're able to purchase credits, time credits.
Actually, I'd like to clarify that.
Okay,
for you.
good. That'd be great.
You cannot use the Roth. You cannot use Roth funds to purchase service credits because it has to be pre-tax dollars to be able to do that through the retirement system.
So why is that in there like that?
Actually, if you look in the plan, you should have said, in addition to the clarification, it should have said not eligible.
Not eligible.
Yes, because in the plan document itself, it says specifically that it's not eligible.
Okay, that's fine. I just didn't want to be in a situation that we're trying to do, the governor's trying to make all these changes for buying time, and we're putting together a plan that does all that. So,
Right.
okay, I have no problem with that.
So do we,
We can vote on that separately if you'd like to.
let's go and vote on that.
I'll make a motion to do that.
Okay. Okay, is first and a second. Okay. Now we have,
Somebody else needs a vote?
okay, now we got item 12.
12. Now, I know that we're talking about the Fidelity program for the 401k that we
Correct.
have, right? And how big is that program now? About 400 million, 500 million?
400 and 500 million.
500 million, $500 million.
Right.
I know when I first came here, there's been talk around the county for a long time before I got here about the plan, and hasn't been out to market. It hasn't been out to get quotes or anything else. And I said something to John Nicole, and was bugging him for a while about it, as you know. And then he went and talked to Fidelity, and boom, instantly $200,000, $190,000 decrease instantly. And then we've been pushing. You guys have been, I guess, pushing them a little bit, and all of a sudden I see, how much is this reduction in fees?
It's changing from a bundle to an unbundled process.
Right.
So we're going from 9.5 basis points to 9 basis points. So overall, it ends up about $500,000 a year. Patty? Yeah.
$500,000 a year. And who pays the cost of that? Is that it paid off the investment by the employees?
Portion of, yes.
And a
Every
portion of it's
plan
paid by
participant.
by us, the county? Or is it
Well,
100% paid by
plan, yeah, the participants pay for
Participants
the plan
pay
and
the whole thing?
administration, yes. Come on up, Patty Dowdy.
Problem is that we paid millions of this thing.
It's the fees driven off of the record-keeping fees from the investment.
Yeah, from the investment. So what we're seeing now is the investments will be at least $500,000 less money will be going back into participants' accounts, right? This $500,000, because it is if we're saving the same amount of money.
Right. The $500,000 is actually for the benefit of the plan participants and administration of the plan.
Exactly.
So what we're recommending, the committee has recommended and approved based on your board's approval, is that a fee holiday occur for each of the participants.
Right. Okay. I guess what I look at that saying, if I'm sitting there examining this, and I come out of this business, as you know, and I believe going out to the market's the number one thing we should do. And this plan has been, I'll be careful what I say, taking an awful lot of money off the participants' backs that should have been going in there. When you're talking about $500,000 here, plus the couple $100,000 that was paid before. I mean, the idea is that, and it usually happens in governments and big, large organizations where, it's a lot of pain to go to market and everything else. But you look at, if this is $500,000 over 10 years.
Right. We looked at quite a few different factors when evaluating whether we should go out for RFP.
And let me just ask before you say that. When was the last time we went out to RFP on this?
When we changed in 98.
98. It's been, what,
Is that
14
correct,
years.
Yes. Okay.
14
Yes, sir.
years we've gone out to RFP. And if they're willing to drop these prices this fast, this quick on your, and I don't want to say it's fast, I know you've been spending a lot of time negotiating, is it really the right thing to do? I have no problem taking this right now and saying we're going out to market, we're going to find out what this is, because if I was your consultant, it'd be very difficult to me to come to you and say this is the best thing out there if I haven't gone to market to see what the prices are. Even though somebody can say, well, prices should be close. But when somebody out there in this market right now trying to get their fingers on a $500 million program, are you telling me that they weren't going to do whatever they can to find the best pricing? And we as the county, the taxpayers and paying the bill, it's every one of these employees who say, when my return was 8%, the gross return I could have gotten 7.89, now I'm only getting 7.5, and all that. It makes huge differences, and there's no reason that we should pay that kind of fee. So that's my struggle with this idea that we haven't done anything for 14 years. It just seems to me, well, first of all, I appreciate you willing to go after it all, because a lot of people aren't willing to do it. They just, it doesn't cost us anything, and the employees are paying for it, I don't care. But I think we have a responsibility to our employees to save as much as we possibly can. And I appreciate the hard work. I know the CEOs, you've been all together to do this, and you've come with $500,000 savings. But I would take with this kid and tell Fidelity, guess what? We're still going to market. Prove yourself. Do it. And it's going to take a little time, a little work. Hopefully you have a consultant who does all the work. I know from my standpoint, if I wanted to keep it, they would give us all the information, make sure this market's out there.
Right.
I'm just telling you, I heard about this prior to coming here, and I think we've seen in the benefit side of it too, where we've been able to drop life insurance costs, disability, all that, because nobody looked at it.
Right.
And it's just what's out there, and that's how the market's played. And you got to play one against the other to get the best pricing. And at the end of the day, Fidelity's not a bad plan,
Right.
but it doesn't have the highest rated funds, does it? I mean, when you look at that, you're going to see. I mean, I don't want to disparage them because there's some good things, but I mean, we should just be looking. That's my comments. I just, I would take what I got, but I would like to see us as a board say, go to market, do the work, come back, and let Fidelity prove, because who knows? Maybe there's another $500,000 savings out there.
But we can give them 180-day notice, right? We can, if we find something better.
And
we can look
180
at it
days
in
seems like
180.
an awful long time for notice.
But at least we have a way out. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, Mike. I didn't want to rant on that, but I just when I came here, I saw these kind of things. People had talked about this out there. The cost of our life insurance cost, our health care, and we've seen all these savings by pushing. It's just worth it to us. And even though the employees pay for it, a lot of the taxpayers aren't, but these are 8,000 employees out there that should get the best of what we can offer.
I had some concerns too, and Michael, do you want to share this 180-day?
Sure, absolutely. So what that basically means is at any time we can give notice on 6 months' notice for no cause to go out and rebid this. So this is not a long-term contract. I did want to speak to your ultimate goals, which our office certainly shares, which is get the best price and the best services for county employees. And the Deferred Compensation Committee has looked at this thoroughly. And I think all of us, including John, Nicole, and myself, and everybody on the committee, and Patty and Kelly, all thought, let's put it out to bid. We started from that proposition because of just the points that you're raising. But after they looked at it, they hired a consultant to review the rates, the available scope of services out there, because that's the ultimate goal. Is right. However you get there is to get the best prices and the best services, whether it's an RFP or whether it's through negotiation. And I think maybe Patty has been deeply enmeshed in this process and can elaborate more on the facts of it. So if you could, Patty.
Right.
Patty, if you could sort of elaborate on the process that you went through for due diligence. And
The committee started looking
Get closer to them.
Apologize. The committee started looking at this, I believe, February of last year, 2011, and we did start off with, we are going RFP, and I actually had drafted an RFP and took it to committee, and then at one point, we started thinking, well, is this the right thing for the plan? So the committee explored, we did benchmarking. I spoke to 2 outside consultants and gave them the pricing information that we had been provided by Fidelity, including our asset level, and was told point blank that we can go out to bid, but we're not going to get a better price for you with the services that you currently offer, and we also have what's referred to as a mutual fund window. I'm sure you probably have heard this. And the committee actually looked at removing that mutual fund window. It's unique to the county. Most plans are streamlining their investments and not offering such a huge investment offering. But we looked at scaling down and getting rid of that window, and there was an uprising, for lack of a better term, from the employees. They wanted this mutual fund window. Finding another vendor to support that window would be pretty much not an impossibility. Anything is possible, but it would be a struggle to find someone to support that, offer the services at the pricing level that we've been provided by Fidelity.
You're making a pretty good assumption, though, by doing that, because you don't have any hard dollars to pack that. You're just making an assumption now. And I don't want to say it's not a right assumption. The only problem I have is you can't tell us that's 100% facts unless I've gone and asked other people. That's all I'm saying. my goal is that you would take this and you would go out to the market and find that for sure, but, there's a decision that the rest of you in the here has to make. But I just can't support the idea that we haven't been to market in 14 years. I can't support that. It's just not something I can do. I appreciate the hard work you've done. I appreciate the $500,000 for the employees. And we're talking about a holiday. How long is a holiday for?
Continuous as long as there's funding to.
Okay, so let's don't call it a holiday. Let's just call it a new pricing. I think that's a better place if that's what they're doing, because I don't want to say, hey, our holiday's over at some point either.
No, it's a holiday to the employees.
Okay.
Should we run out of money at one point, then it would be
Then it will no longer be a holiday.
It will no longer be a holiday.
Anyway, I appreciate it. We can vote on. I still can't support that. I'm going to market. Just something I just don't believe in.
So what's the pleasure of the board?
I'd like to hear a little bit more from the CEO and from HR. Number one, I appreciate Supervisor Foy has some background in insurance, et cetera, so you've raised some questions about this issue. But in terms of trying to make a decision, number one, is there any problem with timing? Does this have to go today? Can we have a little bit more time to understand what staff is saying about the feasibility or not of getting anything better by going out for proposal? So from both CEO and HR, I'm just trying to hear, is there any problem with somebody's raising some points that at least make you ask some questions? Are there any problems with delay? Is there anything else you want to add in response to the contention that, you don't know for sure if there's a window, if there's somebody out there willing to do a mutual fund window unless you actually go out to market? So those two questions.
Two things. We were looking at hiring a consultant to do this, and if we delay, we won't be able to implement the Roth 457 as we have it now. But a couple of things I wanted to point out.
If we delay today, we won't be able to do the Roth 457?
Correct.
From item 10?
That's connected to that?
Yes, they're connected. And it's built into the trust document.
If we delay a week, can we delay both items a week?
With the timeline heard, is it?
Would it be 2 weeks?
It'll be 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Right.
But
there's nothing to prevent us from doing that, no.
So the Roth could be done 2 weeks from now?
At a later date, yeah. We'll have to.
Okay.
Because we have to announce it. And do
you have to what?
We have to announce it to to employees, notify them.
So some employees are ready to get started on the Roth?
Yes, there are.
We voted on 10.
We just have to do a motion to reconsider.
How do we, to get 12 and 10, or even 11, I guess, for continuance? Or
11's been pulled.
Yeah, you could reconsider 10 if it's necessary to revise it in some way, but it may not be necessary to revise it. You've just approved it sort of contingent on being implemented when the staff can do it.
Okay.
But if you want to rule on them together, you can have a motion for reconsideration on 10.
Because if it's connected to 10 and 12,
Well, let me just ask, what's the reason why you can't just implement a Roth? Are you trying to do everything at one time, or is that what you're trying?
Right. We've included the Roth information into the trust agreement, so we have to get the trust agreements approved before we can implement the Roth.
So can we continue then, or reconsider 10 and continue it for a couple of weeks?
Yes, you can do that. Have a motion to reconsider 10 and then have them brought back together
in
a couple of weeks.
I would think, that...
Well, Mr. Chair, I don't agree with that. Okay. I think that we have a committee that has vetted this. Mm-hmm. I know because I've heard from some of them. Mm-hmm. I appreciate Supervisors Foy's, certainly he has expertise and understanding in this arena, but I think what you're asking is that we, at some point, the board say, we're going to go to an RFP on this because we need to truly test the market. If this says that we have, 100, what was it?
180.
180
yes.
days. Mm-hmm. If this board says, let's move ahead today on these items and knowing that in the next cycle we want an RFP, a full RFP, does that address?
I agree. I was just saying, take what you've got here and just move forward. And you're not in a long-term contract, right? You could say, I'm doing this right now, take the holiday, as you call it, and we're going to work on an RFP. It'd take us 5-6 months to get an RFP done. You could be doing that. And then Fidelity's going to be in the same position. If they think they're competitive and they're doing a good job, nothing changes.
Right.
I mean, so there's not going to change anything. I agree taking what you're doing. I just think unless you're going to go to RFP, I'd have a hard time supporting this. If doing exactly what Supervisor Long just said, we just take what we got, get the employees their $500,000 savings, and go forward and let the department go and look for an RFP and do that. And they'll come back to us within some period of time and say, here's what we found. And hopefully Fidelity's competitive and they can prove what they've done, what they're saying to us. Or they come back and they drop their fees even more. And we're all happy. So, I mean, that can happen at the same time because it's not going to disrupt what we're already doing.
Let me ask another question.
Unless you say that's a problem, they're making you say, "I'll give you this if you don't go to RFP." No, I wouldn't think they would say that.
One of the things, too, that I'd like to add to this, have we talked to the represented employees, too, on this item?
They're on the committee.
They are on the committee? Oh, okay, well.
Some.
During
the
the
Deferred
180
Compensation Committee is made up of.
Directors and department heads, 5 of them.
Right.
Okay.
So
I want to explore that issue too while we're on this. How much employee, how much have employees been informed of this? How much have employees been invited to the table?
I think that's very important. Yeah.
The Deferred Compensation Committee is a open session, so any employee can come. We do have a few that do attend, but it's not widely attended. And so they have input on and can get information from all the deferred comp meetings.
Well, particularly with item 11 that we've now pulled.
Right.
We certainly have a lot of employees have contacted us saying that's a change and they don't feel like they were notified. Do we notify our major representatives of the employees?
We haven't in the past.
Right. It seems like, certainly for item 11, that would be, let them know when the committee is meeting and that it's getting ready to discuss something that's a significant change to employees.
And
would be.
We publish that
and invite them to that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
But I want to raise another question. I appreciate what Supervisor Long's position on this. Is there any risk that if Fidelity knows when we go out to the RFP that they're the only bidder, that then when we go out to the RFP, we end up with a less attractive package? In other words, in your professional judgment, are we getting a more attractive package because Fidelity doesn't have to go to the trouble of going to the RFP?
I don't believe so.
No, I don't.
That's another bullet point you have to look at.
I don't think it'll amount to that.
Good.
I just, is it possible that we could get as part of this motion that we take what you've got, done it, and then 180 days from now you come back, gives you 6 months. I mean, it's not a rush to do it. You come back and you've gone to the market, you've found out what's available out there. Is that possible? I mean, is there
that's
going back to
possible.
Supervisor Bennett, is there anything that we would be in detriment if we did that?
No.
No.
I just a slight tweak in terms of modification of that. Our intention is to go out to an RFP. I don't know sort of like when you can officially go out to the RFP, and you have to give the 180 days notice and all that.
Well,
so just as long as it's
the notice is to move. The notice is not. You can do RFP anytime, all the time. We could do it every single year and never move. We just give them notice of 180 days. Right? Am I correct?
Yes.
Yeah. To do that.
But make sure that you invite the represented employees.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, at least the employees would walk out of here saying, we have, I mean, first of all, the committee would, I'd hope they'd say to the committee, thank you for saving us all the money you've saved us. I think you've done the hard work to it. But at the end of the day, they could sit back, they've saved this money now, and they've also gone to the market to see if there's anything better for us. Because, besides our pension or everything else that people get, this extra, what are the investments? What are the return on the investments? Do I have the best investment opportunity for me? Am I paying the lowest fees? I mean, this is big stuff, and it makes a huge difference. And the idea that over the last 5 or 10 years, maybe we paid $250,000 a year more, $500,000, I don't know, whatever those numbers are, We just don't want to do that anymore if it's possible. So I appreciate what the committee has done and the hard work. And I think at the end, it would be great. I know people don't like change. But at some point, there's always been change. And sometimes, well, I don't like it, but wow, this isn't too bad. But at least we can go out and say we've looked. That I think, at the end of the day, would do it. And it also puts the current provider on notice that we're just not going to go along with you charging these kind of fees anymore. We want, at $500 million. Is there any fund in a 401k as big as this in this county?
In this county, not that I'm aware.
I don't think so, and it's probably one of the bigger funds in the state. So we have some advantage to take advantage of that. Anybody would love to get a hold of $500 million that they could manage to make the little teeny slice off the top. So if we could go forward, I'd make a motion that we do that and then give you the opportunity to go to the RFP within your. Is 180 days a reasonable time limit for you? Is that too much? Is it too tight? Is it too long?
I think it might be tight.
Would you like come back within a year? Does that give you some freedom?
Yes.
Okay, and I can deal with that because you are, and since you've taken the first couple $100,000 a couple years ago and got this money, I know it's been squeezed. So we're probably not, if there is any savings, it's probably not as huge as it was before.
Right.
So would that work for the supervisor?
And it wouldn't interfere with item 10, the Roth plan?
No, it helped you put the Roth plan right.
Right.
You put it all together once you got your trust agreement together.
I could support that.
And again, involve the representative, all the employees. I think it's so important that we involve all of them.
And I know that you do inform everybody. I know I see all the stuff that comes from what you do. So I think you do a good job with that. So I'll make that motion.
Okay, first and second.
And thank you for letting me make this
Thank
comment.
you for your comments.
No, thank you for letting me do it. Appreciate that.
Okay, item 15.
Thank you.
That's passed.
On 15, I just look at this as a, Jeff, what we're doing here, you want to pull up your info. It looks like to me that we're going to spend lots and lots of money trying to go through again, removing exotic plants from the creek. Some of the stuff that we've done that it's hard to say has been 100% successful. We're going to keep doing and we're trying to. I just don't see the opportunity for us right now to spend millions and millions of dollars to do this kind of stuff. I'm struggling with it. Now, it may be me and maybe other people think that's a great thing because we're going to use some district money to help with this, aren't we?
We are. Good morning, Chair, board members, Mr. Powers. For the record, Jeff Pratt with the Public Works Agency. All of this is work that we have to do anyway. The grant's just going to help offset some of the costs.
That we're going to have to do.
Have to do.
Have to by law. That we have to do. That we got to take our money out of our district funds. That we have a lot of. You've told us we have so much other things that we need to do.
Have to do by law is probably too strong.
Yeah.
Have to do by the work plan that your board's approved. For example, Matilah has approved. The ecosystem restoration plan's got to be done. We've already started the Arundel removal on San Antonio Creek. The retreatments have to be done. Pole Creek is one of those where it's kind of quasi-law. We've been struggling with Fish and Game on the fish passage in that channel for a number of years now. Fish and Game, when the developer came in next to that at, I can't remember the name of that development, but right along the river in Fillmore, had them put fish passage all the way up to the crossing at 126. So they have indicated that they're going to die on the sword on this one to get fish passage through that channel. And what we're trying to do is figure out the best way to put fish passage in it because it could add $3-4 million to that project that we're going to upsize. And we have to pull a permit when we upsize the channel. So Fish and Game will be issuing what do they call it? Memorandum of an agreement.
Yeah.
So
okay, I understand that. Now, what Fish and Game is making us? Are you saying making us do this? There's no way around that, or is just the fight? I mean, we know that it gets extreme. We keep taking our funds to do all this stuff. That we have other things you've said that you'd rather be doing. Well, I don't say you'd rather be doing. You have other things you need to be doing.
Well, Fish and Game, on the issue of Pole Creek, Fish and Game won't be the only ones at the party. It'll be National Marine Fisheries Service as well. We'll have to pull a 404 permit. And so between the two of them, all the negotiations I've done with them over the years, I don't see any way around some sort of fish passage there.
You've got to be able to put one in there.
Yes.
Even for some of these that weren't natural species originally, huh?
It's frustrating. There are no fish up there. Their point is that the channel probably prevented them from getting up there, and there were probably fish there historically. But I don't see any way around fish passage in Pole Creek if we do that project. Short of litigation, and arbitration, which could be very expensive.
Has it come to the point where these extreme requirements are getting to the point where counties and states don't have the funds to do stuff that, like I said, where we see there's no fish, there's nothing up there, and according to what I understand with fish spawning is you had to be spawned there in order to come back to there usually, and
all good points. Good part of the project. I mean, our projects now, I bet 30-40% go into CEQA or permitting requirements.
just for this kind of, just to do this. And it just amazes me that we've got so little funds and so much else to do. And I appreciate you in your department having to do what you believe is right. And that's not my issue. I think at some point we have to say something. So, okay. I don't have any other comments on it.
Okay, I would like to make some comments on this. I mean, the removal of this arundo is not a minor environmental, convenience.
Right.
And if you look at the situation that we have in the Ventura River now, significant fires are breaking out because of the campsites in there. The arundo is making it very difficult to tell whether people are camping or not, and this removal of arundo, runs the gamut from being.
And I agree with you on the arundo issue.
Good for public, from a public safety standpoint, so that you have fewer encampments in the river bottom, to the environmental benefits in terms of a lot less water being drawn up into the arundo, and therefore the water table being able to survive, the restoration in terms of the natural habitat. So no matter where you are on the spectrum, this arundo is a big deal, not a small sort of convenient. Some people might think it's a convenient sort of minor environmental issue. The second thing is we've already spent quite a bit of the state's money, and we now have an obligation. We told them we would follow up with the retreatment, and we're obligated to do that. If we don't get these grants, if we don't apply for these grants, we don't get these grants, we'll be hit even harder because we'll have to use more of our resources to follow up, because we said that we would do that. So I think there's no question this is good. This is a good government decision from that whole full spectrum, as we go forward.
And I agree with you on the arundo issue. The arundo issue, I think, is a problem. I've been up there, looked at Ventura River. It's a real problem, and it's just the other side of all these fish issues which seem are the biggest expense, aren't they?
They can be in certain projects. In Pole Creek, it's certainly a big expense to put fish passages in that channel. Yeah,
and that to me is the big expense, and it's all combined together as one. But I agree with Supervisor Bennett. The arundo issue is a major problem. It sucks up water, and it's not beneficial. But together, so okay. Well, thank you.
Well, it's far better to go after grants to try and take care of this than keep taking from the zone. So
I'd move approval of item 15.
Okay, first and second.
It's called Pole Creek.
Okay, item 18.
Caltrans on this. I'm just trying to understand this whole piece of this planning of what you're accomplishing here.
So this is a grant to do an update to the Saticoy area plan. About a year and a half ago, your board approved a screening of a general plan amendment, privately initiated general plan amendment in the Saticoy area. And a part of that was a caveat to look at the jobs housing balance in Saticoy, and then concurrently for the Planning Division to pursue grant funding to do a full area plan update for Saticoy. The area plan is very out of date, and so that would just bring it into consistency with current planning standards and with work that's recently been done in the city of Ventura.
And when you mean planning standards, what are you trying to say? What are we trying to make it look like? What are you trying to accomplish with the plan?
Well, that would really be driven to a large extent by what the community would like to see there and what the city has already done in terms of looking broadly at planning. But there are some issues with circulation in that area particularly, and that's one of the reasons we're looking at a Caltrans grant. There's some definite disconnects in terms of the circulation, pedestrian, bicycle, and even roadway circulation. So that would be one thing that we'd really like to take a look at. I think things just could use some updating in that regard.
Okay, all right. I appreciate it. I was just trying to understand what it's more of just an overview of trying to understand the issues
Sure.
and then try to come up with some type of planning. Is that the end of it? Is it more of an understanding of what the issues are and then it is the idea of redoing the plan?
We
At
would
the end?
we would redo the plan if we receive grant funding to do a community plan update. So it would be everything from kind of broad policy statements as far as what the community's goals are, and then detailed zoning work and detailed development standards within the community so that we could guide development more specifically within the community.
Okay. Okay. I think you're talking about that smart planning and all that kind of stuff. Is that what you're doing?
We would hope it would be smart, yes.
Well, you understand what I mean, don't you? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
So what's the pleasure of the board in that?
I'll move the item.
Second.
I still struggle with trying to understand it, so I'm just going to be back off it. So.
Okay, thank you. That's approved. And item 8, we have public comments. We have first speaker is Lucas Thayer. No? What is it? Oh, lady first. Okay, D. D's first. Where's D? Okay, Lucas. And then we'll get D.
Anyone else want to speak first? Okay. Human rights are very important to me. I think they should be very important to all of you and to all of you. I just watched you guys talk for about a half hour about the money of the people that work for the county of Ventura. I'd like you to spend at least a half hour on next week's agenda talking about the human rights of the people that live in Ventura. Sleep is a human right. Everyone sleeps. Some people sleep outside. It's illegal to sleep outside. That's unacceptable. It should be made legal to sleep outside. Public space is a human right. Public space should be made accessible for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for all legal activities, including sleep. Bathroom is a human right. Everyone uses the bathroom. Some people live outside. So therefore, they use the bathroom outside, which is unsanitary and degrading for them. Toilets should be made available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Shower is a human right. Everyone needs to bathe. If you don't bathe, you can't get a job, and then you can't make money. And so if you can't afford to go somewhere to bathe, then you can't afford to get a job and make money. It's perpetuating the poverty in this country. Shower should be made available for free for anyone 24 hours a day. Clean water is a human right. Everyone needs to drink water. It should be made available for any person for free at any time. Food is a human right. Everyone needs to eat. Everyone needs to eat clean, healthy food. It should be made available for free for any person at any time they need it. Grass is a waste of public space. Every square foot of grass that's owned by the county of Ventura should be used to grow food instead. Grass makes it pretty. Food feeds people. Medical care is a human right. Everyone needs medical care, and we have so good technology in this world that can help people that are sick or injured, yet some people have died because they can't afford the medical care that they need. That is murder. Reproductive health care is a human right. Any woman that needs an abortion should be able to get one free of charge. Anyone that needs birth control pills or condoms or STD testing should be able to get that free of charge. Education is a human right. The fact that good education is only available to people with money is perpetuating the poverty in this country. It needs to stop. Education needs to be given away for free to any person that seeks an education. Reading is a human right. Libraries should be open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. More libraries should be built, especially in low-income communities. Internet access is a human right. It's the best tool that we've created in this century, and that we need to share it with everyone. The more people that are able to use the Internet, the more powerful the Internet is, and the more powerful the people are. Public transportation is a human right. $5 a gallon for gas is really expensive, and it's going to go up. Public transportation is our way around our slavery to the fuel industry. We can go to work on buses, and people that want to use public transportation should be allowed to use public transportation for free. Equal access to the legal representation system is a human right. If people that have more money than other people can afford a better lawyer, then they have tipped the scales of justice unfairly to their advantage. Equal access to the political system is a human right. Abolish campaign financing. Legalize bribery. Money is not free speech. If money is free speech, then I don't have any free speech. Corporations are not people. They must not be allowed to influence our government in another election. Corporations have too many rights. They should not have any human rights. They are not people. Workers have the right to organize, unite, and withhold their labor if their rights are being violated. On May 1st, there will be a global general strike and boycott to get the rights of workers and people in this country respected and recognized. Any politician that does not take action to respect and recognize human rights and ensure that human rights are available to all people has either stated that they believe that human rights should not be made available to all people or have disagreed that any of these things are human rights. I'd like to see human rights on the agenda at next week's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. D, please.
Sorry, I didn't think this through.
Take your time.
I'm coming to you in response to the articles about Medi-Cal in the paper, and I'd like you not to be short-sighted on this and to really consider that this is an item that affects you because I guess your county policy of health care is intertwined with the Medi-Cal in many ways, the services you offer. And there is no incentive for them to behave or no oversight. I don't think there's many of your offices that I have not talked to, and there's nobody there knowledgeable about this, and you do have a lot of oversight into it. My personal story is I have multiple sclerosis, and my family's from here for a really long time, although I've lived in LA County. We're sitting on land that was eminent domain by my ancestors, from my ancestors. The Valentines and the Halls, you might, if you're an old-time historian, you'll know of these families, and yet I don't have a right to come here and die and be around my family because you won't provide medical care. And there's no oversight to Gold Coast. I have free prescriptions available to me. That system is so messed up they can't even rubber stamp, and your offices aren't overseeing it. Gonzalez or whoever the person is who oversees it isn't overseeing it. I have 3 political friends that have not got anywhere, and really the answer is for some accountability not only to the overpayment issue and the people who have profoundly disabled children, is to allow them to opt out of Gold Coast. And it's in Gold Coast's interest to allow people to opt out, and you use fee-for-service Medicare or Medi-Cal, what they call straight Medi-Cal. And what happens is, let's say you have even something like Parkinson's, you know, somebody in your family, they're going to end up down at UCLA. Why would you stick them at Gold Coast that doesn't have any appropriate urgent care, doesn't have a doctor that treats Parkinson, and can get seen for free down at UCLA? You're going to have to explain to me why it's mandatory when there's other counties all over the state that allow you to keep fee-for-service or straight Medi-Cal. I'm asking you to opt out on this by doing an affidavit, not using the other system, as that's been problematic, and as another agency and another setup. I'm also asking you to look into this by setting up some sort of a commission and not using any of the county's money other than maybe paying per diem to disabled people like myself who are much more educated than your staff, no offense, or retired people that have worked within the system. But it appears that you have dead people or figureheads on all these boards that have no idea what's going on. I've never gotten a call back since October from anybody from Gold Coast that could fix this or in the county that is overseeing it. And does it make sense for Gold Coast to keep me as a huge liability and they can't give me service and no one to care? This is all of you guys. It's really important, and so I'm asking you to put some tiny bits of resources into having commissions, because if I call the state I'm just a person. If I say I'm on an investigative commission from the County Board of Supervisors at Ventura, it's amazing. They return my phone call. And, why you're using the same emergency rooms, your kids are, and this is overwhelming your system. People with profound medical problems, there's not always a specialist no matter how much money you have here in Ventura County. Why would you make me go to a doctor that can't treat me? And then they've denied me just rubber stamping because of some county policy. They need to re-diagnose me. And this guy said, well, you're asking for drugs. And I don't use any drugs. And they think your doctors seem to be so uneducated that they thought because I was slurring and, uncoordinated, that this is drug-seeking behavior, and he wasn't even educated as to MS. I find that just really problematic. And, I think you should all be concerned about these people that have, you saw the kids at home. Do you want us all to be in nursing homes? That's going to cost the county in the long term, twice as much money. We've been talking about, I'll give you an example. We've been talking about Arundel grass since my relatives that are dead now were little kids, telling you the county, they need to be concerned. Fish wasn't a concern. Guess what? They used to catch salmon right out here. But nobody was concerned. If we're not foresighted, you're selling the future short and making huge problems. And so I'd hope that you put something into us, or at least somebody could help me oversee my case where medicine that can keep me from getting worse is not being offered to me, and it wouldn't cost Gold Coast anything.
Thank you, Dee.
And I just say, I'm sorry that you've had this, you've gone into this total quagmire. A lot of it has to do with the changing over to Gold Coast, but that is not any way as an excuse, and I will turn it over to our staff to discuss this too, but I do think you have a really good suggestion about bringing knowledgeable patients into the discussion, because you do have valuable information to provide. If you are the ones that are receiving the care, or not, in your case, not receiving it adequately.
But do you guys understand what the fee-for-service Medi-Cal is, where I don't have to go to Gold Coast?
Your input would be very valuable.
Yeah, Michael,
and so I'm going to turn it over to our CEO to address specifics.
Well, and thank you for coming and sharing this, and I too am sorry that you've had this experience. Two thoughts. One, there's actually a member advisory committee that advises Gold Coast, so I think your role on that would be very, very valuable. And I would also just let you know that Dr. Gonzalez, who's on the commission and the director of the healthcare agency, is right there, and I'm sure he'd be happy to meet with you right away to learn more about your situation and other situations who may.
But why do I have to come here to get a phone call back or to get feedback? It's not good.
Dr. Bob Gonzalez is here. He can see you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I just hope, I think it's a cost-saving measure both to Gold Coast, and I've got no feedback from Gold Coast, both for Gold Coast and for the county, to have some fee-for-service plan in effect.
Thank you, Dee. So, Dr. Bob, we'll see. The next speaker is Douglas.
Douglas Johannes.
Yep, thank you, Don.
Good morning, Chairman, CEO, and Supervisors. I'm here again to ask the Board of Supervisors to pass a resolution rejecting corporate personhood and stating that money is not the same thing as freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is a First Amendment right to people, and corporations are not people. This is to send a message to the state of California government and to the U.S. Congress that we want an amendment stating this. This is the move to amend version of the constitutional amendment, and the city of Ojai has passed such a resolution. The state of California Assembly has also passed a similar resolution, although the Senate has not, so I urge you to contact anybody you know in the California Senate to pass this resolution rejecting corporate personhood. And I urge you to be very sure to get both elements in it. The corporations are not people, and that money is not the same thing as speech, because we don't want billionaires buying our elections either. I also want to request that the county set up a designated area within the county government center where all approved state, county, and city ballot initiatives can be held, where anybody within the city or county can go in and sign them online, save a lot of man hours of people going out canvassing with these ballot initiatives. I'd like to also urge the city halls of the different cities in the county to do the same. I'd also like you to set up a system where people can sign initiatives, approved initiatives online, or at least print a form from online and send it in to vote for our initiative to be put on the ballot. I'd also like to ask the Board of Supervisors to consider having a moment of silence at the next board meeting in memory of Trayvon Martin, who was killed recently in Florida. And I think it's a tragic death that should be recognized. And I'd also like you to consider looking at all ALEC-based laws that are in effect in California, because it was an ALEC, the Stand Your Ground law, originated from ALEC, which is a lobbying group, and stands for the American Legislative Exchange Council. So I'd like California to look at all laws on the books that were originated from ALEC and reconsider them all, because this was a terrible judgment pushing this legislation through so many very different states. And thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Board comments? Supervisor Foy.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate the discussion today, and I thank you for that. Just real quick, as we continue to move and the state continues to struggle, one thing I did see that this last month we were $146 million short or so in our state budget. So things continue to be tight, and I appreciate the hard work of the county and all the employees of this county doing everything they can to try to find savings so we can continue to provide services to the citizens of this county. Appreciate the CEO's office and their hard work in making this thing happen. I had the opportunity to go to the State of the City address of Moore Park given by Janice Parvin, the mayor. And again, I think in this county we've done a pretty good job with our cities that are trying to balance their budgets, try to work within their means. I know that's going to be a struggle for all of them as we see the change in redevelopment comes. They're all going to trying to balance this. So it's something that we all have to be part of. And things don't look like they're going to change much in the future. I don't know if you saw the news today. Housing prices as a country are down to 2002 values, down to 10-year lows. So, but we still have the greatest opportunity. We live in the greatest nation in the world, and we have the greatest people to make things happen. We just got to make sure that we do the right things and don't put hindrances on allowing the people to do what they do best, which is to live and produce and make the great lives that they can. So I appreciate the opportunity. I do want to adjourn in memory of the people on this list, and to end my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Long.
Yes, good morning. Thank you. I too have a list to submit to adjourn in memory, and I call out one individual, Albert Louis Geisling, Port Hueneme. I've known he and his wife for years, wonderful people. He was very active in the community. He served in World War II. He worked at our Ventura County Jail. He was a founder of the Hueneme Mermaid Girls Softball League, and very active, was a Community Hero Award for the Ventura County Cultural Diversity Board in 1999. A dear man. And also for Dwight Haas, the father of Chuck Pode, Camarillo, adjourn in memory. And a couple quick things. I attended Saturday night, as did others from our county, a wonderful evening put on by the National Charity League Juniors of Ventura County. And as you know, they have been just the champions for us in raising funds year after year after year to support our pediatric oncology center, our children's cancer and blood disease program at our county medical center. It is a great turnout. It's a wonderful video that I will bring to the board in the future in appreciation to the Charity League. But it was a wonderful event to have that recognition and engagement of the community, understanding what we do for our children at VCMC and the Pediatric Oncology Center. I'll provide here to the board and to the clerk of the board some save the date. The coalition, the Santa Clara River Watershed Coalition, has been working on a watershed awareness. Watershed Awareness Month is in May, And on May 2nd, we are going to have a Watershed Awareness Watershed Day, and it's got the details on that at Faulkner Farms from 4 to 7 to kick it off, and then there'll be tours the weekends following on May 12th and May 19th. The first one is at the Nature Conservancy property, Santa Paula, the Ag Museum in Santa Paula, Nature Walk and Tour, and the following Saturday it'll be in the upper Santa Clara watershed, which is in the Santa Clarita area, in the Bouquet Creek Restoration Project, including Piru and Laverne Nursery. We actually did this a few years ago, and it was very successful. Again, it's open and invites the public to come and really understand the watershed, the resources, the value, the nature, and the work that's being done by the coalition in the watershed for both restoration and sustainability of it. So invite you to look to see if your calendar accommodates that. It would be a great opportunity. And then just some quick comments about the Gold Coast healthcare plan and the commission work. The commission is made up, as you know, of both our medical center, our county representatives, physician groups, nonprofit advocates for the population that we are to serve, which is 110,000 Medi-Cal clients in this county. And last night we met from 6 to 10:30, and there's no question the coverage that's been in the local press has been covering the work and the challenges with the commission, and I just want to assure the board that the commission is working diligently, cohesively, and with an understanding of the responsibility we have. I think when you look at 110,000 clients to be served, our reports as of even last night demonstrate that we are reaching well over 90% of them. So there's no question we have anomalies, there's no question we still have issues with some of the billing and obviously some leadership challenges. But I'll just say to you that the commission last night, we've delegated up duties and responsibilities and ad hoc committees and aggressively going after in the next 2 weeks to bring stability in the leadership level for the COES plan and certainly for the long-term responsibility and work with the COES. Dr. Gonzalez is our vice chair, and he certainly has stepped up to the plate, as have all the rest of the commissioners. And again, there really is a cohesive, cooperative understanding of our responsibility. So, just to assure you of that. And that's my comments.
Thank you, Supervisor Parks.
Thank you. Just wanted to mention a nice retirement ceremony I attended for our Chief of Police in Thousand Oaks, Commander Jeff Matson, who's retiring, and nice to see a good group there, including our old sheriff and our new sheriff. So, also attended a Many Mansions Bowls of Hope, which is a wonderful organization raising funds for affordable housing, and I also attended a nice premiere for a movie about a rescue dog that was put on at the Jan's Marketplace for the Bark Foundation's Shelter Hope Pet Shop, which is nice, being able to get people to adopt rescue animals. And then want to give a shout out to Lorena, who won first place at the state mock trial competition again. No doubt. Yes, they are incredible. And it seems that they managed to win that and have some of the best trained folks go on and then become attorneys. I would also ask that we close in honor of the people on this list, and I would like to call out a few people. Audrey Breed, she was a great help to Senior Concerns and helped to get the Meals on Wheels program going. I know she will be very missed. And also Doris Stevens. And she spent a good amount of time helping fellow residents at the Ventura Park new mobile homes, but also prior to that worked with Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts and the 4-H Club. And she's the her son-in-law is Larry Kerrigan, and as well as Iris, his wife. So I know that she will very much be missed. And then also Dr. Melvin Hayashi. He was a surgical orthopedist and helped actually open the Surgery Center that we have in Thousand Oaks, and was also very much a coach, that helping the coaches at both Moore Park College and CLU with the students there, and giving a lot of his time and for free, and assisting the teams there. And then an icon of the Conejo Valley, Joe Brown. He was not only things that we don't know about him, for example, is that he was in the Coast Guard during World War II, but he also became president of the Jans Realty Company, so was very much involved in the development of Thousand Oaks, and bought that company and helped to build things such as the Oaks Mall Shopping Center. He, in his later years, became a great help to organizations such as Mary Health of the Sick and many mansions and the Community Foundation, and a lot of great things, including the Board of Regents of the Cal Lutheran University. And I do agree with the speaker that we should also close in honor of Trayvon Martin, and that his death not be in vain, and that we have some changes in people's perceptions and also possibly some laws as a result of it. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Bennett.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Supervisor Long for your update about the Gold Coast efforts that are really important, and I know everybody is working really hard on those and stuff. So thanks for your update on that, and for your service last night. It sounds like it was a late, long meeting. You passed out this about water awareness, and I was able to attend the Flow film screening at the Museum of Ventura County Historical Museum this past Thursday night, and so that was sort of the beginning of that. And then there was a film festival for the Ventura Hillside Conservancy also this weekend, so it was just a heavy dose of environmental-oriented films. And got to also stop by. Assemblymember Williams did the free foreclosure workshop, and certainly a real issue, not just for the citizens involved in it, but I heard this morning the Case-Shiller Index, the home prices are still dropping, and they're going to continue to drop, and that certainly has an effect on us budget-wise, in that our property taxes are growing, but we can't get our property tax growing by the usual 2% that you would expect because of Prop 13, because we have these drops. Hopefully here things have stabilized some, but still with this overhang of all of these foreclosures and all this inventory out there on the market, it has a real impact. Appreciate the comments today, and to continue to believe and support the idea that money is corrupting way too much in the political process, and if we could if the more we can address that, the better off we would be. But it's trying to find the right effective actions to actually do that. I'd like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of the people on this list. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor. I'd also like to adjourn in memory of the folks on this list, and I'd like to share with you that I attended Regional Defense Plan meeting in Washington, D.C. Last week with council members from City of Camarillo, Oxnard, Port Hueneme, and Ventura. And we were out there lobbying our military folks and also our policymakers to keep our bases open. It's extremely important that we keep Magoo open and Naval Base Ventura County for the defense of the western part of the U.S. and also to protect our $2 billion payroll and also our 18,000 jobs that we have at the bases. And I'd like to ask Sue Hughes to share a couple more words. She attended with me and was very instrumental. We had 80-degree temperature in D.C. when we had 40 here in Ventura County. So, Sue?
Yeah, nothing beat the weather, that's for sure. Sue Hughes with the CEO's office. Good morning, Chair Zaragoza, members of the board, Mr. Powers. As Supervisor Zaragoza mentioned, there was a team of us that went back. We did meetings on Monday and Tuesday in Washington, D.C. Several of those meetings occurred in the Pentagon with the Department of Defense folks and the Department of Navy folks. We met with Energy, Environment, and Readiness folks, the Undersecretary for Installations and Environment, the Test and Evaluation folks, the staff to the Assistant Naval Warfare. And we had an opportunity, besides being in the Pentagon, to meet with folks from the Coast Guard and talk to them about issues that we have going on here. Move things up to the headquarters division of the Coast Guard. We also had an opportunity to meet with the Air National Guard to talk about the 146th out near Magoo. One thing that I can say on the outcome of this is that every person that we spoke to, every group that we spoke to while we were back there for those 2 days, was very complimentary to the RDP 21 group. Said at every meeting we asked, what else can we do? And they said, please don't stop doing what you're doing. What you're doing is really helpful. It's helpful to the Navy. It's helpful to us back here to know that the community is involved and appreciates the Navy being in the community. So we had issues that dealt with encroachment, firefighting, the C-130Js.
And Sue, that was a big one. That encroachment was a really big one for the testing zone that we have.
And the Navy made it very clear that in some places in the United States, they do have a huge issue with encroachment.
That's right.
Development coming right up to the military bases and having a problem, especially on an air base where you've got planes flying in. So overall, very good trip. As Supervisor Zaragoza said, couldn't beat the weather. It was amazing. And the appreciation that we received from the Navy was heartfelt. You could tell that they very much appreciated the community being involved. So overall...
Remember, save our bases, 18,000 jobs and $2 billion payroll. Thank you, Sue.
Thank you.
The next items, civilian jobs, absolutely. Next item that we have is a time certain, item 21, by our CEO. This is the
I'm guessing this is
kickoff
the
of
corporate games kickoff.
There we go. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Woohoo! Christy Madden, County Executive Office. I have some people out there trying to get the humongous Division A trophy out of the case so we can bring it in here and show it off one more time. We'll see how much success they have. This is our 10th year participating in the Ventura County Corporate Games. As you all know, there it is. Last year we did the unthinkable and we managed to get this lovely trophy away from Amgen. It had been in their clutches ever since we've been participating for the last 9 years. So this year we are poised to retain this title. This is a rotating trophy. So as you see, you get your name emblazoned on the trophy, and there's a little mar in here. It says County of Ventura. Every other one of these says Amgen. So the games officially kick off tomorrow night at the promenade down in Ventura between Eric Erickson's down along the beach and Mickey Bouchard right here from GSA is going to be singing the national anthem, and our public health department will have a table there at the display. So we will be very well represented. We encourage all county employees, whether you're participating or not, your family, your friends, come down, bring your spirit, your enthusiasm. Again, this is our 10th year participating in the corporate games, and we have these lovely T-shirts that say Division A Champions on the back. They may become collector's items. I don't know. We hope we can do this. We do have a new company in Division A this year, so we have some uncharted territory, a company called EnviroTech out of, I think, Moorpark. So we'll see. But we are poised, and our coordinators are working diligently to stack the teams and give Amgen and the rest of the Division A teams a run for the money. So I hope that you all can join us and celebrate, and with any luck, we'll be back here in 6 short weeks with this beauty.
You're going to win.
Another plaque for the County of Ventura. Okay, I only have a few of my coordinators here, so I'd like them all to come forward. Come on. Come on, Thomas.
The noisemaker.
The noisemaker. This is our cheer team. All right, so just a few. It takes an army to pull this off every year, and it really is due to the dedication, the hard work of our event coordinators who make sure that we get all our best and brightest on our A teams and follow through on all of the schedule changes and everything else. So it's their hard work. I'm just kind of the...
Thank you so much. You're going to win again.
We are going to win again. I like that attitude, Supervisor Zaragoza.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you so much.
Michael,
and
well,
we will see you.
I was just going to thank Christy for her leadership in this, too. She's, yeah, absolutely right.
All right, and
Ever since
just
I've
so you
known
know,
her,
Mr. Powers is going to be running in the 5K.
No pressure, right?
He's going to win, isn't he?
All right. Okay. Apparently so. I have to now, right?
That's right.
I got an order.
You have your orders, exactly.
It should be an
All right,
event.
thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
And thank you so much to the City of Ventura for sponsoring these every year.
Thank
It
you.
really is. It's wonderful for camaraderie. People look forward to it every year. In 2003, we joined very late in the game. It was reduction in force time for the County of Ventura, and it was really, really helpful for building camaraderie amongst the employees during a very, very difficult time. So our employees look forward to this every year, and it's great fun and excitement to meet people from all around the county, other companies, and give a face to government and what we do, because there's a lot of misperceptions about who we are.
Thank you, Chrissy.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, our next item is Supervisor Long. Do we have? No. Well, receive and file, yes.
No.
No?
Bruce says no.
Okay. All
She
right.
must be obeyed.
Okay. Thank you. Supervisor Long?
You have to say it, too.
Yeah, really. Yes, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have the pleasure of inviting up to the podium to be recognized by the Board of Supervisors a longtime county employee, 40 years to be exact. And I would invite up our recipient this morning, Elena Geary. And if you'd please come up. Yay, Elaine. And I also invite up Deputy Director for the Transitional Assistance Department, Curtis Updike. I'm going to, yes, good morning, and good morning, Elaine. You don't look retired.
I don't feel it yet.
Oh. I'm going to read parts of this resolution that recognizes her 40 years of public service to Ventura County. And I know she has family with her, and invite you, as you say a few words, to introduce your family to us. I'm very pleased to see that they were able to attend this morning. What an accomplishment to be able to serve the public for 40 years in our wonderful county, but in the many ways that you have, both with great professionalism, great heart, and for the love of the work you do. And to be able to come to work and not consider it work and really consider it a career, and I'm sure in many of the interactions you've had in your service, a mission to be of value to this community. Elaine began her public service career April 19th, 1972. And she started as a social service division as a clerical assistant. 2 years later, she accepted a position as Ventura County Medical Center claim biller in the Medi-Cal billing department. Accounting was a passion, but she decided she had other passions that she wanted to explore. So following that service as a claim biller, she transferred into the eligibility department of the Ventura County Medical Center, where she found her calling as an eligibility interviewer. Completing client interviews and working with the clients, she helped the sick meet their medical needs within a limited time frame, as was always challenging to do, worked with the Medi-Cal clients and those in life-threatening situations. Her perseverance was attributed to her ability to successfully navigate the urgency of meeting critical medical needs for her clients that she served. Her accomplishments consisted of being a part of a client's ability to receive a heart transplant, helping a client begin needed medical treatments, or transferring a child to the Children's Hospital to receive a specific specialty treatment. Her personable service compelled families she assisted to express their appreciation for her passion and her patience as they went through a difficult and trying process. Elaine's career continued to develop when she was promoted to Medi-Cal Eligibility Supervisor in 1977, where she supervised staff throughout the county working in the medical center, hospital, and clinics. Her staff consisted of 23 eligibility workers and 5 clerical staff. Her leadership was instrumental in the merger of the Ventura County Medical Center eligibility units and the Public Social Services Agency, which today is, of course, known as our HSA agency, eligibility units. June 8th, 2003. Elaine was promoted to the position of Program Administrator 2 to help administer the Medi-Cal program, delivered training to both new and experienced employees. She excelled in training employees as her passion was widely recognized in a way she presented the material with such pizzazz, making learning, experience, and fun. In addition to her service with the county, she's been married 40 years to her loving husband, Jessica Geary, and has 2 daughters, Alicia and Jessica, and 2 granddaughters, Yvette and Sierra. She enjoys being involved in each of the girls' sports as a coach and a manager, and has committed many years in her community as a member of the Girls Softball Board of Directors. She loves traveling. She loves riding a Harley motorcycle. I read that right, a Harley motorcycle. She enjoys line dancing and loves gathering with her aunties and sisters to hear them chit-chat about the past. So I see retirement years have a lot of excitement for you as you look in this new path. Her reputation as a hard-working, dedicated public service has been recognized by many. She's left a positive, lasting impression on her colleagues and employees. Her service to Human Services Agency, she's helped to maintain both a character of integrity and excellence in upholding the agency's mission, vision, and values. So it's certainly with great joy I get to present this on behalf of all of the board, but certainly to recognize Elaine, congratulate her, deep appreciation for her service to our county and to the public that we all serve, and great success and joy and happiness in your retirement paths ahead. So I'll step down to present this, and Curtis, if you wanted to add anything, and then certainly have you say a few words.
Morning, board. All I want to really add to that is just from my personal experience with Elaine. We've been working together now for 11 years, which is just a small pittance of the amount of time that she has spent with the organization. To think about how long she's been here, this building wasn't even in place when she started. And many of our other buildings have since closed and reopened. She started with a piece of paper and a pencil, and that was how she did what she did, probably a calculator and a 10-key adding machine. But other than that, computers were still a long ways away from when she first started. Probably the only thing that still remains, I think, is the need of the clients that have come to her for service, the number of forms that we have in Medi-Cal, which numbers in the hundreds, and then also just her dedication to the job. And that's the one thing that I will always remember is the dedication that she put in, her willingness to see people and not case numbers, to recognize that behind every case number there's a family, there's a child, there's a senior, there's someone in need who she was taking care of. She talks frequently about the joy she had working at VCMC, the dedicated doctors and nurses and teams that she worked with over there to help people get the medical care that they need, and the role that she helped to play in that. And she thought that was very important. So last week she had a going away party at Yoli's, and people, her family, her friends, her co-workers packed the place. And there was standing room only. But my guess is that if we brought everybody whose life she touched in Ventura County together, we would have to rent the Staples Center or maybe Dodger Stadium. Over 40 years, you touched thousands of people in this job, and she touched thousands of them. And she said that night at Yoli's how blessed she was. But I think in retrospect, it is all of us that were blessed to have her as part of what we've done over the last 40 years. So with that, I thank her for her time and her service. And when she leaves on Friday, it will be sweet for her, sad for us. But I know that she will leave with the class, with the professionalism, with the dignity, with the caring and the compassion that she brought to the job every day, and with a smile on her face. And that's how I remember her. So good job, Elaine.
Elaine, thank you for your many years. Thank you.
Well, I just want to make sure that I do thank. Working for the county was fantastic. It's a really great pleasure for me to be able to touch so many lives. I've developed so many friends and family. I have sisters that my sister says, where did that sister come from? But I truly am blessed, and I really do appreciate working with the county for 40 years. It's like I said, been my pleasure, and I am going to miss all
all the people I had deal with, but as I said before, they're not done with me yet. So I will go out and do more things with the community. I will, and be out there helping others as usual. That's kind of my little calling, and I do. I can't wait till next week as start my vacation, and then knowing that I don't have to ask for any time off again. But we will be riding. I want to thank my husband, my family. Yeah.
Can you raise his hand?
Come on, all family.
Yeah.
My husband for 40 years, how we've put up with each other. And I says, okay, sweetheart, we have to like each other if I'm going to retire soon.
And we want to thank you and your family here for the many, many years that you served the county and the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And just to echo that, Elaine, I know that you've helped thousands of families and people in the most difficult time in their lives. You've really helped a lot of people in our county, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, come on over here. Let's take a nice picture with you and your family. Curtis, come on. In the middle, stand in the middle. Husband or sister and grandchildren.
Okay, ready? On three. 1, 2, 3. Get one more. Ready? Cheese. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So appreciate it. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you so much. And our next item is Supervisor Parks.
Thank you. This is kind of bittersweet because it's saying goodbye to a good friend who's leaving our area, but going on to doing something that anybody, I think, in the world would love to be able to do. So I'm going to come down to the microphone down there, and if Woody Smeck would join me, I want to present a resolution. I have to say, Woody is going from being in one of the most beautiful counties in the world to going to live in a place that I think is probably one of the most beautiful places in the world. Woody Smeck, this is a resolution to you. I'm so glad that you're here. Woody serves with me on the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, and this is a resolution honoring Woody as the outgoing Santa Monica Mountains National Recreation Area Superintendent. And whereas Woody has been a tireless champion for preserving and expanding public lands and protecting wildlife habitat during his 21 years working with the Santa Monica Mountains National Recreation Area, and where he is known as a soft-spoken man of integrity who has dedicated his time and efforts to ensuring that the Santa Monica Mountains have a high-quality standards while remaining accessible to the public, and his hard work secured funding for the construction of the King Gillette Visitor Center and for maintaining the Nature Bridge Environmental Education Campus in the Santa Monica Mountains. And whereas throughout his 11-year tenure as superintendent, Mr. Smeck has successfully overseen 154,000 acres of mixed public open space and private land surrounded by an urban population, has acquired 85,000 acres of public parkland to facilitate the protection of native wildlife, has vastly improved the quality of park facilities, increased safety standards for wildland fires, and has maintained a strong working relationship with local government agencies, California State Parks, and the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy. And whereas Mr. Smeck's great service has been recognized locally and nationally, he was named the Las Virgenes Homeowners Federation 2011 Citizen of the Year, received the 2005 National Park Service Directors Award for Superintendent of the Year for Natural Resource Stewardship, and was lauded by President George W. Bush in 2003 for his exceptional work to reduce maintenance backlog and work amicably with multiple agencies. And whereas in April of 2012, Mr. Smeck will take on a new challenge in his distinguished career to become Deputy Superintendent of Yosemite National Park. Isn't that nice? Yosemite National Park. really is the jewel of the National Park Service, bringing his deep reverence for the land and great vision for maintaining California's natural beauty to a new site for people to enjoy for years to come. And I remember so many different things with Woody and wonderful experiences, the Bio Blitz. He was also instrumental in getting a bus so people could go to the different parks. And then a lot of late nights on the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, good work in his offices helping to identify the concern of anticoagulants that have lost a lot of our wildlife, bobcats and mountain lions and no doubt raptors and others. So bringing that attention to the forefront. And standing there with George W. Bush at the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy over in a Satwiwa area in Sycamore Canyon area. So just a really storied career and always with the passion. So I look forward to giving him the mic too, because I know he will share that with us. But I'll present this on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, and that we take great pleasure in honoring you for your dedicated service as Superintendent of the Santa Monica Mountains National Recreation Area, and wish you wonderful success in your future and a lot of enjoyment, and come back and visit us, and if not, well, I'll come visit you. Congratulations so much, and I'll give you this. Yeah, let's get a picture if we can. And I wore my green just for this. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Well, Linda, thank you to members of the board. Thank you for this honor. I really appreciate this. Not only have I been the superintendent of the greatest national park unit in the system, in my humble opinion, in the Santa Monica Mountains, but I've also been a resident in Ventura County and in the city of Moore Park in particular for 25 years. And I absolutely love the community. I love this county. I've raised my kids in the public schools here. Leaving this county is probably the most difficult decision in all of this, both for my wife and my kids. I can't say enough good things for what you do on behalf of the people of Ventura. And the National Park Service is also very thankful to be here in this wonderful county. And to have 2 national park units here is a real treat, and it just underscores just how beautiful this county is, its sense of history, and these wonderful places where we have wildlife and people and visitors all intermixing and interacting in good health and in good condition. Channel Islands National Park is a more traditional national park unit. The Santa Monica Mountains is atypical, very different, and in many ways a blueprint for how conservation across this country can work. It is an intermixing of private lands, of cities, communities, of local, state, park, and other public lands, and national park lands, all working together, and in a way that respects each other's rights and governance and requirements, and yet produces a vibrant mosaic of beautiful public lands and communities and cities all working together and generating good economic benefit and good health. And I truly believe we have a model. If you haven't had a chance to really explore it and take a look at it, I encourage you to do so. I want to thank again Supervisor Parks for your years of support and service to the recreation area. And for this honor, thank you all very much.
Thank you, Woody. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to invite the Sheriff.
Can I just say thank you? I'd like to say thank you, Woody. I really appreciate your passion and your service. I think that the moving to Yosemite is probably the crown and the cap, or whatever, the jewel in the crown. One of my very favorite parks, next to our local ones, of course. So congratulations with that, and may look you up when I'm there next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is Tsunami Awareness Week, and I'd like to invite the Sheriff and also Laura Hernandez up to, and Lourdes, she's going to, oh, I'm sorry.
We're going to let the people that do the work.
Okay, then I want to apologize. And I want to have Lourdes is going to read the proclamation for me, and I'll be down to. So the important people are going to take this, right, Chair? Laura? Okay. Laura, go ahead, Lourdes.
Thank you, Mr. Zaragoza. Supervisors. Michael Power, CEO. Proclaiming March 25th through March 31st Tsunami Awareness Week. Whereas Ventura County contains 48 miles of coastal line, which includes 3 cities, the naval base, Ventura County, Port of Hueneme, county unincorporated areas, and over 23,000 residents that are vulnerable to tsunamis. And whereas Tsunamis Awareness Week is a nationwide effort to encourage individuals to be prepared for tsunamis through education and awareness. And whereas the first anniversary of the 9.9 magnitude of Tohoku earthquake, tsunami, and nuclear incident was commemorated on March 11th in Japan, and whereas the County of Ventura has completed placement of tsunami warning signs along the coast and is currently in the process of obtaining tsunami-ready certification from the National Weather Service. Now therefore be it resolved that the Ventura County Board of Supervisors takes great pride in proclaiming March 25th through March 31st Tsunami Awareness Week, and the Board further encourages all residents to take the opportunity to prepare for all types of local hazards in their homes, businesses, and schools. Presented this 27th day of March, 2012.
Thank you, Lourdes. And this goes to the boss?
No. Good morning, Chairman, members of the Board, CEO. My name is Cynthia Elliott, and I'm a Program Administrator for the Ventura County Sheriff's Office of Emergency Services. Since 1812, there have been 9 recorded tsunamis that have caused local damage. Many residents and businesses work, play, and live near our coast and need to know the importance of the tsunami hazard area. Our county has done a tremendous amount of work in the last year in regards to tsunami preparedness. We have mailed tsunami brochures to approximately 8,000 residents and businesses in the tsunami hazard zone. We've updated the Ventura County Operational Area Tsunami Evacuation Plan. We've installed 80 tsunami hazard signs in the unincorporated areas of the county, and we have completed our application to be recognized as a tsunami-ready county. The Tsunami Ready program, which was developed by the National Weather Service, is designed to assist coastal communities like ours through better planning, education, and awareness. And I'm happy to report this morning that Ventura County is now a Tsunami Ready county. I'd like to introduce Eric Bolt from the National Weather Service.
Good morning. It's good to see everyone again. I'm Eric Bolt, the warning coordination meteorologist for the National Weather Service, and my counterpart is Mark Jackson, meteorologist in charge. We're very proud to be here today to partner with Ventura County on the proclamation for Tsunami Awareness Week. This is the time to educate ourselves and to prepare for tsunamis, as they can happen at any time and any place along our coast. And in recognition of Tsunami Ready, this is a National Weather Service program that puts the county and different communities through a checklist to be prepared for disaster. You heard about the signs being installed. That was the final step to become tsunami ready. And they join 4 other counties in the state of California as tsunami ready. We congratulate them on that. So thank you.
Well, I want to thank you tremendously on behalf of the county and the boss here. And let me give you this. Take a picture? Let's take it right here.
Can you take it by the side?
Okay, yes, take it by the side.
One of 4 counties out of 58. Wow, that's great work.
I'll take 2 pictures. The first one at the count of 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. I'd like to just offer congratulations to all the staff and the sheriff's leadership team, to Laura and to Dale and others. It's a lot of work to get this recognition and designation, and it's not just that. It really is a team that understands, is prepared, and our county is better prepared for tsunami in our great coastal corridor. So it's been a lot of work. A few chairs and co-chairs of the EPC, but lots of work by leadership team. So thank you.
And also I want to thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you so much to the EPC committee and Laura and the sheriff and all the participants. Thank you for your good work. Thank you. Okay, our next item is going to be, we're going to take item 31? No, 34. We're going to take out of order item 34. Mm-hmm.
Good morning, Chair Zaragoza, board members, Mr. Powers. I'm Phil Nelson with the Public Works Agency. I want to thank you for taking this item at this time. I would like to take a few minutes to talk with your board about a recommendation we've made to pay a stipend on the VCMC replacement hospital wing project. I'd like to start first by just making sure your board is aware that we've qualified 3 design-build teams, as shown on the screen and is contained in the board letter. These 3 teams I want to point out, are the best in the industry, not regionally, but nationally. They're well known for their work in hospital construction, healthcare construction, award-winning nationally, and I constantly am reminded that we have the best teams working together or competing for our project. They don't always work together, but these same names always seem to be showing up in different projects. And here's a list of some of the projects that they've completed, either individually or some of them as teams in recently. Want to just kind of go back and remind your board again why we chose to go design build on this project. Probably the main reason, the best benefit that we get is the single point of responsibility. And I apologize, I do have copies of the presentation, so let me... I'll be referring to those a little bit later in the slides. So the benefits of design build is the single point of responsibility. Unlike design bid build, where we have a builder, a designer, and the owner, and when issues arise, sometimes figuring out who's exactly responsible can be a trick. With design build, the design and the build part are one single point of responsibility. So you increase the collaboration, reduce the risk of conflicts. It just works for a better project. You avoid the risk of a bid bust. When you bid a project, sometimes the bids come in, it exceeds your budget, and your 2 options at that point are to increase the budget or start over. On a project like this, that could be tremendously expensive, both in cost and time. Using design build, we avoid that. You also reduce the change orders and claims, the potential, therefore, because of that single point of responsibility. In a combined study from Penn State University and the Construction Industry Institute, estimates the time savings on design build is upwards of around 33% overall, and the savings of cost is around 10% in cost. And I can tell you, in our project alone, in time alone, we're going to save 18 to 24 months in the timeline simply because of the OSHPD review, the way we're able to conduct it, design build versus design bid build. So design build definitely, in our perspective, is the right way to go. So the reason we're here today, though, is to talk about the stipend, and where that comes into is the heart of the design build process is this design build competition. And there are really 2 methods for performing this competition. The first is referred to as a bridging method. That's where an owner goes out, hires a single architect to come up with a schematic drawing. Schematic drawing indicates here's the size of the building, how many stories, here's where the rooms go, that sort of thing. They put that out to the design build teams who then complete a design development, and that's what the proposal becomes. In that method, there's only one design really you're working from, the one that our architect that we hired would have come up with. Had we gone that route, we would have spent probably around $4 million developing that. And again, the final design would have been based on the vision and idea of one singular architect. We didn't go with that method. We went with a method called program method. That starts earlier in the process, and that what we'll provide our design team is a program narrative. It really is, it consists of 9 binders and about 1,500 drawings to communicate, here's the current condition, here's the functional program we want you to complete, i.e. how many ORs, how many ICU rooms, where the adjacencies are, but we really don't go into great definition as to how this initial design would be done. That's what we're asking all the design build teams to do. So in the program method, we offer this narrative information. We spent a little less than $1 million in developing that, and the design build teams are going to give us a conceptual design with enough detail for us to be able to evaluate each design and come up with what we think is the best fit for our project, the one we want to move forward with on our project. And as I indicated, we're using that program method. And one of the other benefits of that is we will have 3 designs to choose from. And if we pay a stipend, we can pick some of the elements out of the other 2 designs we don't select and incorporate those into our final design. So we really have the best of all worlds. We get 3 designs to choose from rather than 1. And we have a lot of flexibility in how we move forward.
Can I ask you a question? When you say this stipend, I guess I'm picturing it in a much different way as you explain. We're not asking us for a stipend just to price. This stipend really is what you said is we're asking these people to do design work. We're asking them to do the part like an architect. We'd be paying an architect to do, right?
That's correct.
And so the difference is we're paying these 2 people to do it, and then because we pay them, we have ownership. We can use that.
That's correct.
So in a sense, it's a stipend. It's really a stipend. It's a design cost. Is that I could look at that?
Stipend is a common word in the industry, but probably a more accurate description is design fee, just as you indicated.
Right, because otherwise we'd be paying an architect to do some of this extra work in the same way.
That's correct.
But because of this, we get flexibility of a couple designers working without paying the large cost of, say, okay, 2 different architects go out and give us, and we'll take a look and mix it together and somebody do it. Is that clear?
That is correct, and I've got a slide that kind of talks a little bit more about that. And how.
Let me ask you a quick question. So those, if we pay for those designs, then we can use those designs as components to whoever wins the RFP.
That's correct.
Awarded the RFP would be a better word.
The designers will tell you that each one of them will come up with all the best ideas, but that's usually not what happens. The one we pick will come up with the design, of course, we want, but the others, too, will contain good ideas, value engineering or cost-saving ideas that may not be in the one that we chose. By paying a stipend, we own those other 2. And we can use whatever we want and
those
incorporate
components to make up.
That is correct.
Okay.
And I've got an example, at least in one case, where recently in Los Angeles, one of the design build teams we have did exactly that. They used elements from an unsuccessful proposal, incorporated them in their design, saved their owner about $600,000.
So that's the savings, for whoever we pick under the RFP, that we can use those elements to make up for any.
Right. We can use them as the owner. We own them. We can use them in any way we want to.
Okay.
Trying to give your board an idea of the level of effort that goes into these proposals that we'll use to make that final selection. And I've got in front of me, and you have some examples of what these items are. There are 5 main key components. There's the technical proposal, which is the big binders that you were handed. They speak to all of the requirements that are in the RFP, all of the things they have to address in terms of not just the layouts and how the building will look, but all of the life cycle cost information, safety information, scheduling, all kinds of information. Attachment 2 to the board letter is the section out of the RFP that defines all of the information that they need to provide to us. So rather than go into great detail, if you're curious, you can look at that. But it's a significant amount of effort in that technical proposal. Then there's the presentation boards, which you see on the floor down here. There'll probably be upwards of 22 of these boards that will be presented from each team to help communicate their design and answer all the requirements of the RFP. There'll be conceptual design drawings, which are just that. They're rolled up drawings. They're showing schematically or in drawing form the building that they're proposing with enough detail to communicate to us what we would be getting if we move forward with that team. There's also a site study model like the one that's shown down here on the floor. There'll be creating one of those models so that the review team can look at that from all angles and really get an idea of what that design is going to be. And then finally, the price proposal. They have to price all of this, and that number they propose, that's the number they're saying they can do all of this for that number. So they're proposing that amount, and their proposals or their work obviously needs to be in sufficient detail where they can give us a good price proposal. They can feel confident in that number they're giving us and be as very competitive as possible against the other two design-build teams. The cost for preparing all of that information and material is somewhere around $2.4 million. Is what we've learned from the design-build teams. It's a significant expense. Most of that, or a good portion of that, is probably borne by the designer themselves. And I've got a few slides. Here's not ours, obviously, but a review team that we will assemble to go through all of this information, the schematic drawings. The boards are laid out in this example, similar to the boards we have here. Another example of a study model that we will have to review. So exactly what is the stipend? Well, stipend, or design fee maybe is a better term, is an accepted practice. It's considered an integral part of the industry when a design competition is used, as considered by Design Build Institute of America. It's also a very common practice in that 80% or over 80% of the public healthcare, large healthcare projects in California that we've identified recently have had a stipend. Exhibit 1 to your board letter lists a number of projects that we've identified that have stipends. Average stipends for a project of our type being OSHPD Level 1, acute care facility, using program documents, because program documents put a greater burden on the design-build team to prepare their proposal. They're starting from a much less developed design on our part, if you will, and giving us more in return. Average cost or average stipend there was about 0.36%. And what we're recommending your board, the $300,000 stipend is 0.15%. I think the questions sometimes come up is what does private industry do in this case? Well, there's two things to consider there. One is in private industry, they're not required to do the design competition that we are. So they can, in a very informal process, maybe just through some interviews, they're able to go out and select a design-build team without going through all of this effort. But when they do go through this effort, it is normal and customary that they offer a stipend. And I'd like to add, I do have members from all three design teams here this morning. Some have changed flights in order to be here. It's that important to them. And I know that they could address that to your board, any questions you might have concerning stipends they've received in the past or some of the other information that I'm going to cover. So I think the real big question is how do we benefit by a stipend? Is this, I wouldn't recommend offering a stipend if the county wasn't getting a benefit, if it wasn't something we would get a tangible benefit from. And I think we do, and there's a number of ways. First is, as I indicated in our competition, design-build teams they're making a significant financial risk, well over $2 million each one of them to submit this proposal. Only one of them is going to get the job. So two of them are going to lose over $2 million just going through this process. We, as our public agency, we always reserve the right during different stages of the process to not continue. One of those steps is after we receive proposals, we always have the option to not continue on with the project and not award the contract to anybody. It helps to communicate to our design-build partners that we're serious about this project. We have some financial commitment as well when we can offer a stipend. So I think communicating that message is important. It also helps us to compete with other owners. The stipend factors into particularly the designers, but also the builders' business model in deciding which projects they're going to pursue. And I think the teams can speak much better to that than I can. But when there are other owners that are offering a stipend or making their project more attractive financially, then that's information design-build teams use in determining which projects are they going to focus their effort on. Because they assume they only get maybe 1 out of 3 of these, you can only sustain so many losing ventures, if you will. So they want to have a fairly competitive chance or a good probability that they can be very competitive in the project. Without a stipend, it changes their business calculus, and they may choose not to go forward. The other item, as Supervisor Floyd pointed out, is we will own all of this material, and we can use any portion of it in any way that we want. Without a stipend, we won't be able to do that. The stipend also allows the designers and the subs to encourages them to expend a little more effort, better develop their design and proposal information, allows them to get better pricing. The more information they have in their proposals, the better pricing information they get, the more competitive they get, the more value we're going to get in our proposals, the more value we'll get to choose from. And then probably lastly is because we get all of this information, we'll receive over $4 million, maybe $6 million worth of design effort for only $600,000, the payment of 2 stipends. So in terms of the cost benefit and what we get out of it, staff believes it is a definite benefit to the county to pay a stipend. As I mentioned earlier, one team shared with us that recently they used some value engineering ideas from non-successful proposals in their design effort, and they feel they saved the owner about $580,000 just in that effort. So that alone would cover the cost of any stipend that we would pay. What is the risk of not paying a stipend? I think probably the biggest one is 2 design builders, specifically designers, have told us without a stipend, this doesn't fit into their business model anymore. The risk becomes too great. It affects their ability to pursue future business, and they would choose not to continue on the project. It'd be better for them to cut their losses at this point and not move forward. The builders, on the other hand, have told us, have not been quite as emphatic, but have indicated if they don't move forward with the designer they have to really reevaluate, do I start all over? Do I try to pre-qualify more designers, start over with OSHPOD and all of that, if that's worth it to them as well? So we believe there's a risk of losing up to 2 teams, maybe all 3 without a stipend. And as I indicated, we do have the teams here to answer any questions on that particular note if you have any. So finally, in conclusion, I'd like to say we have the best teams in the industry. We know that paying a stipend is a common practice. 80% of large healthcare projects recently have done that in the public sector. We're going to receive over $4 million of design effort for $600,000. We'll own all of that. We can use it any way we want. And we risk losing some teams, losing the design build teams, and risk the project, I think, if we don't offer the stipend. And with that, I would like to end with our recommendation that you would approve the $300,000 stipend as recommended.
Thank you for the report. I have, before, I'm sure if you have questions, but I have 2 speakers that okay. We have, first speaker is James Pappas.
We'll go ahead and decline both of those.
Okay. And James McKenzie also?
Yes.
Just in case of questions.
Okay. Okay. And I think we have a late one here. Okay, Douglas. You're next, Douglas. And the 2 other folks are here for questions. Okay.
How you doing? I wasn't going to come here to speak on this today, but I read about it last week on Friday. What concerns me about this is it's a giving away of tax dollars. I know these people have probably beautiful designs. I know that they've probably spent a lot of time on it. But when you guys sent out your RFP for a design build project, they knew the rules going in. There was no stipend in that package. There was no listing of a stipend anywhere in there, whether it's public policy and other projects in the state. It should have been included. This project's probably a couple $100 million. So whoever was going to win the project should really get the price down there so they get the project so they don't lose the design money they've spent on it. I'm a contractor. I'm a small-time contractor. I'm a bug compared to these guys. I spend a lot of time on proposals. I meet with clients. I spend 40, 50 hours, 60 hours. I don't get paid for that. I could. I don't. So this was not part of the original deal. My other question, I have some other points I want to bring up. On this design build, whoever does get the contract, does it come with a warranty, 5, 10, 20 years, as most design build projects are? What's the guarantee of no cost overruns? Is that built into the contract? Are there going to be any cost overruns if the county changes their mind on things? We talk about saving $580,000 to give $600,000 away. What I ask is, if there are things in those other designs, why not take that $600,000 and say, hey, we want to pay you for your design later? What happens if we don't use any of those designs from the other 2 plans? We've just given away $600,000. I don't understand that. It's like you're giving away $600,000. Maybe it's a way to and that make them happy because they bid on the project. But here's another problem. We talked about last week, you were talking about, hey, we're rebidding a bunch of stuff to save money. 2 weeks ago, this board was up here. The whole entire room was filled with labor unions and non-union companies and union companies. And the big mantra, I can't believe this wasn't discussed back then. It must have been known. I mean, there's a lot of nice presentations out there that it looks like they've spent a lot of time on. So this has probably been known for months on end. They're going to do a stipend. So now all of a sudden, it's put on us in the late hour saying we have to do it because we're going to lose these great people. Well, there's other future projects for the county. I mean, take them off your preferred list if they want to. Or put it in the future documents on future projects. But don't turn around at the last minute and come back and say, hey, we're going to add this after the fact. You're changing the rules. That isn't fair. What about those other people that lost out? What also could happen is you're going to have a floodgate of people bidding on projects for the county, which would be a good thing. But are they all going to get stipends too if they don't get the project? I mean, it's like a free for all for free money. So. I'm not against the project. I think it may be a good project. Also, why are we designing a brand new hospital? I don't know how many beds are in it, but I'm sure in the state of California there's been hospitals built in the last 2 to 3 years. Why couldn't the county just find a standard design that the state of California has already approved and use that design and go to one of those companies, take 3 companies that already built these 3 different hospitals and say, all right, give us your best shot. You've already built this hospital before. Why are we reinventing the wheel? I don't understand this. So that's all I have to say. I just hope that, I feel bad for them. They spent $2 million on a design, but now you're going to give $300,000. Last 2 weeks ago, you're talking about you're going to lose all this money if you don't get this labor agreement pact approved, and now we're going to spend another $600,000. So I don't understand. I would say hold off on voting on a $600,000 stipend. It's not $300,000, 1.5%. It's 3%. So just think about it. It's the taxpayers' money after all. And also, the other thing I ask is some of the money for this hospital being paid by federal and state dollars? Do they agree to stipends? If they do, tell the state and feds, hey, we're giving them $600,000 for free. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Jeff, anything else? We're okay? Okay. Board members? Okay.
Well, I was just going to ask Mr. Nelson if you'd like to comment on any of those, if that's okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I would like to make a point that we're not changing the rules, as the gentleman suggested. We've not issued the RFP. We've not put anything out there yet that would suggest that we want you to propose, or we've implied you're going to propose without a stipend. We were waiting to settle this question before we issued the RFP, so we would know whether or not to include it in the RFP. He might have been referring to the pre-qualification process, which we did about a year ago, but typically that there isn't a discussion of a stipend that goes with that. The purpose of that is to determine who are qualified contractors and builders that could even be considered to receive an RFP. So I guess from our perspective, we're not necessarily changing the rules. We're just trying to get this question answered before we issue the RFP.
Supervisor.
So we haven't. We're going to put an RFP out to the 3 qualified bidders after we've come up with what the design is, or we're continuing the design as we go.
We have developed the program information, so we've developed, this is how big we want our hospital, how many ORs, everything that will kind of go in it. That part is pretty much done. So we're ready to issue the RFP. And what the teams will work on is taking that narrative information and producing all of this that we can then look at to decide which one of their designs we like the most and want to move forward with. Right. And actually, they've already started some of that effort. We've started conversations with OSHPD. And so they've already expended, I think, upwards to $500,000 or $600,000 just in the design effort today.
Tell me why on your piece you had up there that only 80% of the people do stipends. Why isn't 100%? What was the difference in that 20%?
In some cases, I don't know for certain the answer to that. My speculation would be in some cases that either the projects are smaller, or in some cases we're providing that program information. There are some owners that have provided nearly design documents. They've filled this gap. They've hired an architect to provide all this information, and all we want you to do, design build team, is kind of complete the drawings and get it permitted. Not really technically a design build process. I think some people jokingly refer to it as a design draw process. And so in that case, because the risk or the amount of effort on the design-build teams part is so small that sometimes a stipend isn't offered.
Right. We talk about $2 million in loss. I struggle with that because the business they're in is the business to build hospitals. The business they're in is to bid, be competitive, and get the job. Mm-hmm. And part of their service is we're able to be a large contractor who has a design team available to them. Some of these people are already on staff, they're paying anyway, so as we know that they're just recovering their costs through some of these kind of situations. So I struggle a little bit with that idea. We heard the comment that other contractors bid, and there's no question. They go through design and they spend a lot of time. We talked about this morning with Fidelity situation. You go out to the marketplace, those people could spend 500 hours putting together bids and do all that stuff and try to get the opportunity to manage that $500 million we have. They're not going to, if they don't get it, they're not going to get any money for doing that. It's part of what they put into their business model. I think we have some of that. So it's a little bit of a struggle, the idea of paying this. As I said earlier today, the only other thing I was looking at is the idea is that we're buying design and we get to use proprietary information. It becomes our information. So I understand that a little bit. That's why I say when you talk about the stipend issue, it's really more, I look at it as we'll pay you to do this design that we work. Because again, these people could spend, I don't know, how long is it going to take them to do this?
We give them 4 months to prepare
4
the
months,
proposals.
and they're going to go through a lot of work. And if we went and asked a designer, please go through this yourselves, come up with a design, what would we pay them to do that work?
If we developed bridging documents, it probably would have been around $4 million.
$4 million. Mm-hmm. Would that be completed?
No, that would be what we would send out for proposal.
Right.
And then I don't have a number of what it would cost them to
okay, right.
finish
So
that.
$4 million or whatever that number, and they're going to give us those same things for $300,000 each or $600. Or how close are we to that same?
The product we will get in the program method that we're using is not as completely developed as the product that you would get if we use the bridging. So,
can you compare apples to apples? What we
if I could, I'd like to ask we brought in a consultant to help us with this who has a lot of experience in this area. If I could, I'd like to have her.
What's her name?
Rebecca Gladson.
Okay,
that'd be great.
Rebecca Gladson is with RG Group. Has extensive experience in hospital construction, design, build, and I think she might be able to help us with that.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, Rebecca.
Thank you, Phil. The package that we'll receive from the design builders, if you were to buy those services just as design work, it would cost you approximately $2.2 million. So what you're going to get for $300,000, if you asked an architect to develop those drawings, just fee for service, it would be about 2.2.
Okay. So you see, as somebody we've hired, not working for us, not working for the builders, as you see a value in that?
Yes, I do. I've done over $4 billion in design build projects in the public sector, and the value has been that it's a single source responsibility, as Phil has indicated, but there's been approximately a 10% savings in overall project cost because of the time that's saved, because of the loss. There's no coordination issues. So you have an architect that's doing a set of drawings, you have a builder building them. Usually if there's a discrepancy, you've got the owner in the middle paying. So that doesn't occur because the contractor and the architect are one team. They resolve those issues themselves. Right. And then you don't have claims because they've resolved them on paper.
Right, I understand that. I just look at it from the standpoint, if I got the opportunity to possibly do a $250 million project, am I willing to absorb $300,000 in it? That's my real issue here, and I think that's what we heard from the speaker, everything else.
I think it's you're buying the intellectual property, and I think professionals want the acknowledgement that you value what they're giving you. So in some ways, it's a respect.
Well, we value it when they get the project, as I think.
But the other two that don't get it, that you at least value them to pay them a small design fee for what they're giving you. Because what they're going to develop is going to be very site-specific to your project. So they're bringing that knowledge, and you're just giving them a small amount of money in acknowledgement of that.
Right. And I understand, and I think everybody, it's part of the enterprise. You go out and you do it, it's part of your model. But on the other side, what have you seen with the idea as doing all this work, as Phil had talked about, the idea of grabbing maybe that one piece out of what somebody else, that one nugget that all of a sudden, wow, that added so much value. Do you see a lot of that when you do it?
I do. I actually have.
Because to me, that's worth paying for.
Right. I will give you an example on another public hospital that we did, where the design builder came in with a completely different foundation system. And that actually gave the owner 40,000 additional square feet, which equaled about $4 million of additional value to that project. Because they looked at the way their subcontractors were going to do the work, and they picked very site-specific ways of doing it. They also look at how they buy materials and equipment. They have relationships in the industry that they can bring to this. So it was I've seen great value brought to design-build projects because they're bringing their expertise, their buying power, and their knowledge to your specific project.
So you don't think that knowledge base is what gives them the edge to get the job in the first place? Or what?
Well, I think there's that knowledge that does give them the edge, but in a design-build project, you're actually bringing the design contractor and all the subcontractors to the game and asking them to put their ideas in from the beginning. Usually, you have architects and engineers over here who do all the design. And truthfully, they've never physically built something. We just design it. And then you have the subcontractors and the contractors who have to go out and buy it and figure out how to do it. Now you've got them merged together.
Right. One other question. Have you seen it also at the end of this, where we would get a credit from the builder who gets the job? So at the end, it will really only cost us $300,000? So it's not our bid plus 300? Or is it 3 bidders we're doing, or whatever?
So,
600.
Well, yes, I have, but it's been in the additional value that they've brought to your project.
I understand. I understand the issue. I struggle with the 80% piece, but I do like the idea that we're getting something in that.
Let me address the 80% piece. There are projects, and they have been federal projects primarily. So, for example, like Pendleton. And these projects that fall in that 20% that do not pay, those are completely bridged documents. They're not based off of a program of criteria and performance. Those actually have been ones like for Camp Pendleton, for veterans hospitals, where they have a full set of bridging documents.
Okay, so we're not talking apples.
You're not truly talking total apples to apples.
Okay, great. Thank
so
you.
You're saying take 8.5 by 11 in the program and now design us an entire building versus I'll give you the total preliminary design package. Now you think about how you can make that better.
While you're at the podium.
Go ahead, Steve.
While you're at the podium, if I could ask a couple of things. One, we had the suggestion that we should just go out and buy a prepackaged design, et cetera. With this site-specific site that we have here, your professional opinion about the feasibility of doing that?
Hospitals are complicated facilities. It's not like going out and buying a module and saying this fits with your operational and your plan for service. So this hospital is very much tailored to the kind of care and services you provide, from your diagnostic and treatment to the number of beds that you have to what your patient population is.
And it also has to match up with the other hospital
Absolutely.
in terms of elevation.
Because the Feiner Hospital is still one of your bed towers. So you need to integrate that in with what's available there that is seismically safe.
Okay. And I think you've convinced certainly me, certainly our staff, and I think the board that design build is the way to go. You guys all have done that. In your professional opinion, will a couple of these designers walk away if we didn't do the stipend?
Yes.
Right. Okay. And then for all of you, if 2 designers walk away, I assume we would not go forward with our RFP because we would only have one person left to bid, and we'd have to start the pre-qual process over again. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that delay would then be, we talked a lot about the monthly charge for delay. So we'd be paying far more than that in the monthly charge for delay than we would be paying in these stipends if by the time we went out for new requests for qualifications.
We went out about sort of about this time last year is when we started the pre-qual process.
Right.
So we'll be starting all over.
I know a lot of us.
I agree. I know what you're talking about, but let's do it for the real reasons. But I know you're doing it. And that's where I was trying to ask: are we getting something for value?
I think you asked a very good question.
Right. I think I want to do it the right reason.
Yeah, I think you got good answers, and I agree with that. And I think we've heard about delay and the cost of delay, and so it's
right.
appropriate.
And again, I think it's unique in the idea. I've been up here 5.5 years. We've never paid a stipend for all the projects we've built.
I agree.
And again, we haven't. Again, it's new, it's designed, but at the end of the day, it's hard for the average person to think. Every business out there bids them, they do something, but what you're talking about is getting something, I think, that has value. That's why, to me, it's different. I come from a business where we spend thousands and tens of thousands of dollars bidding and never getting opportunities. They just don't work. But on the idea, I don't always go and say, here, take my design, take it, and I'll help you do it, and you can still use that to improve your project. That's what I think is important.
And if I could add one other thing to you that I think is consistent with what you're saying, is not only are we getting something, we are avoiding, we have cost avoidance here by doing this. This avoids doing all of the bridging documents ourselves at $4 million. So if somebody says, you have to do something unusual here that could strike some people as odd, but it saves all of the expense of doing the design yourself, and we're hearing estimates of $4 million.
And I think you're right. And we spent hours talking about delays in this project before that were $400,000 a month. And if we're talking from our consultants that we'd incur those again, and we're getting something plus we're stopping, I see value there. There's no question. Yes.
Thank you.
I think we're buying proprietary talent by doing this. You get 3 who we've already approved as our highest talent, and we get all of their information that we can pull from, insert, replace, move around, make decisions. I think if you go and to look to do some major, this is going to make it too simple, I'm sure, but to do major landscaping, you go out and you get bids from folks, but a good landscaping company comes in and says, okay, I'm going to give you this plan, but it's going to cost you up front X amount of dollars to cover my cost of putting this plan together for you. Whether you use me or not, you're going to pay $100, $200, $300. I know, I've been there, done that. And you pay it because you want their best talent. And then you get as many bids as you need, and you say, okay, this is the one I am now going to choose, so you've already paid that up front. It's simplifying it, but you pay for that proprietary talent.
I think we're going to save some money. I think it's a wise investment. I'm going to support this PLA, but excuse me. Let me back up. I wanted a PLA, but I'm supporting this project because I want to put our local workers to work. I initially wanted a PLA, and that's what was in my mind. But I think that once we get going as ASAP, we can put our local workers to work, and I'm going to support it for that reason.
And I had also heard that some of them may not bid unless they're provided this. Is that correct? And to me, we need to have that competitive bidding because it could end up saving us a lot more than what we would pay in this stipend.
Okay.
Just two final points. Thank you, Chair. Is that, as I believe I heard Mr. Nelson say at the beginning, this design-build process can save us as much as 18 months in the construction of the project.
18 to 24 months.
Which is huge cost savings, so an investment up front for a huge long-term payoff at the end. And then just lastly, to reiterate that there's zero net county cost associated with this project. I think this is very unique in the state of California. I really want to make sure that point doesn't get lost.
And Mike, I appreciate that. I think it's design build. I think what you guys have come up with is the right thing. We're seeing more of that go around, and we have evidence that it saves us money. So the right thing. So Supervisor Long made a motion, and I made a second that we'd go approve this thing.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Phil. And next item is going to be 31, item 31, before we go into closed session. Well, what happened? Do the whole thing? Okay, okay. So 31, Rosa.
Good morning, Chair Zaragoza, board members, Mr. Powers. I am Debbie Fromm from the Department of Child Support Services. The matter before you, the board, this morning is a recommendation to please approve a plan of cooperation between us, Ventura County DCSS, and the Humboldt County Department of Child Support Services for us to assume responsibility for their incoming calls. Humboldt receives about 1,000 calls a month. We are already taking about 11,000 calls per month for both Ventura and Santa Barbara. Expanding our call center is a huge win for the county. Number one, it provides and secures jobs for new county employees. It also secures our position as a high-performing, large child support call center. That, in turn, secures us a larger footprint at the table for discussions with regard to regional call centers, which the state continues to move toward. And finally, it ensures that Ventura calls continue to be handled by your own staff, which ensures a continuation of the high customer standards we have long established here. A few stats you might be interested in, performance numbers. Among all of the local child support agencies in the state of California, the average time to answer a call is 4.5 minutes. In Ventura, our call center answers all calls in an average of under 30 seconds. Among all local child support agencies...
I want to interrupt you there. That's really impressive. And that just is so good for, a frustrated spouse who is at her wit's end with 3 kids and no money coming in. That, just to not be lost in a phone maze is really
It's huge.
Wonderful.
It's a huge customer service issue. Among all local child support agencies in the state of California, the average caller abandonment rate is 17%. In Ventura, we average between 1% and 2%. We have the ability to go in and see when those calls were dropped. They're typically dropped in under 10 seconds. We attribute that to the drop in cell phone service or people call in with the wrong number, as opposed to 17% abandoning calls throughout the state. That typically is because they cannot get through on the phones, so they lose patience with that. Our call center continues to be staffed. 95% certified bilingual staff. We're the only call center with that bilingual ratio. And 95% of all of our calls are resolved at the point of the first call that comes in without any need to transfer those calls to a caseworker. So that also is a big customer service issue. You have heard from me in the past about our call center. I have no doubt you'll continue to hear from me in the future. But today I thought I'd do something a little bit different in that I brought with me our call center manager, the 2 supervisors, and the team leads. If you guys want to stand. They're hoping I don't ask them to come up to the front, and I won't. I wanted you to see the faces of the leaders who are directly responsible for that 30-second call response time. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
These folks manage teams, 2 teams, total of 18 call center agents. They also manage the call center when we are asked to step in and cover Spanish-speaking calls from Northern California counties that do not have the demographics to attract bilingual candidates for their positions. We are also a backup within the state business continuity plan for the state call center, which takes, I'd like to say, a bazillion calls. I don't know, 40, 50,000 calls a month.
We told you a billion times not to exaggerate.
There you go. And we are also one of the backup counties for Los Angeles County and also primary backup county for Orange County. So they maintain those stats even when San Diego goes down and we're covering San Diego calls or the state. And I think that makes it even more remarkable. And these are the folks at the helm there.
Well, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
First and a second here, let me see.
Debbie, I would just add, I've had the privilege of visiting your call center, and something that doesn't show up in the board letter is just the positive energy, enthusiasm that your staff has, and the way during difficult times they're keeping it very positive. So it's just a great feel. Congratulations to you.
Thank you very much.
Question. I know you were showing off.
Yes.
But you should. You should. That's great.
Thanks.
I'm looking at this. So Humboldt, we do this for Humboldt, and we do about 1,000 calls. What you're expecting to get?
About anywhere from 900 to 1,000 calls a month they
And
take.
I guess I'm just asking. Maybe I missed this. Are they compensating us for this, or is this something?
No, Humboldt and Santa Barbara are not.
They're reciprocal.
The state is moving toward regional, not in the way that you're thinking. We are compensated by the state in that we are credited with a per call dollar amount, which improves our cost effectiveness, and that is a federal performance measure. So you drive that particular performance measure by either reducing costs, increasing collections. We are doing both at both sides of the shop, driving up collections as well as helping to defray some of our costs, which so we get credit
So we
for
get
the
a credit
calls.
that gives us, when you say we have to, let's say we hire a new employee.
Right.
We get a credit that covers the cost of that new employee?
It would cover some of the cost of that, yes. Shared between the different counties that we're taking, Santa Barbara and Humboldt as well.
So we don't have any, it doesn't impact us here?
Not financially, no.
Okay.
I should tell you too. We have we utilize a tool. It's called the CC Modeler. It's a call center modeler that's used in both public and private sector that assesses our capacity. And we have determined we have the capacity within our existing allocations to existing positions to take on about 1,500 to 1,800 more calls. Humboldt is only 1,000, so we're being very conservative that. Anything past that, we would actually have to have additional state funds. Either from the donor counties or from the state,
right,
from some other pot of money in order to pay for the full salaries and benefits.
I think it's great.
So.
There's no question that the state needs to be looking at, if you're good at what you do, then you should be doing it for other people and be
Right.
effective. There's no reason to duplicate services. And I was just curious that the local taxpayers aren't paying for this, but it works through the state, the system.
It does work through the state system.
Yeah, and
correct.
it's great. If we employ the people here, that's wonderful. But I would imagine that you could probably absorb at least 8 or 9% within your own capacity currently. So
Yes.
goes to show how good you are.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, our next item is item 32. Steve.
Thank you very much, Chairman Zaragoza. I'm going to ask Chris Stevens to come up. We've had conversations with Chris Stevens about this item for some time and have brought it forward. It's an item to simply try to keep the process moving in terms of improvement. Don't want to suggest this is a cure-all and end-all of everything, but it's to keep the process moving. I'd like to address a couple of things. One, in the first recommendation regarding the amnesty, RMA staff has had, and we've had to come to our office a number of times where a property has gotten so run down, and somebody else wants to come in and buy the property from the bank or whatever, and the late fees by themselves make it just uneconomical for anybody to get involved, and then the distressed property stays there distressed rather than getting it solved. So the details of a waiver are not part of what we're trying to adopt. It would simply direct RMA to work with County Council to come up with something that is legal, that is effective, and the idea would be not an amnesty on any of the actual cost incurred by the department, but just those late fees that run every month in terms of increasing that. And they would, so it gives them the opportunity to examine that, work with County Council, and see if they can find something that clears up backlogs. I might point out that municipalities have done amnesties to clear up backlogs in the past. The second one, I'd like to suggest a modification based on the letter that we received from CoLab talking about this. The work to make the Development Review Committee process a standard requirement. Right now it is optional for applicants. Is that correct, Mr. Stevens?
Yes, that's correct.
And I don't think at this point in time that we want to necessarily make that mandatory. So I'd like to simply modify that to say where supported by the applicant, make a standard requirement. In other words, we would say we recommend this because you have an EIR coming, but it has to be supported by the applicant. So the applicant makes that choice, because the reason we're doing the development review committee is to try to save the applicants money by identifying things for them at the beginning of the process. But if in their judgment that's not a savings for them, we shouldn't force that on them. Item 3, the wireless facilities. Staff has indicated that our old laws, our old ordinances and guidelines are very much out of date, and that they simply need to be updated. The billing fact sheet seems, I think, pretty straightforward, that more information is better. And then I'm in complete agreement with the CoLab letter that says the initial study process is still too time-consuming, too costly, and staff recognizes it. I think that this would acknowledge that we recognize it and that we have to keep making improvements. We have made improvements. When we started with the Tom Berg efforts to get to excellence, we've made improvements, and this simply says we need to keep moving on that in terms of the initial review. So the thing I would add to that is to this motion would be to work with all the stakeholders to implement these 5 recommendations. So make sure you get input from stakeholders that deal with the amnesty program, or input from stakeholders that work with the initial study process, et cetera. So anyway, that is the proposal that I have in front of me.
Supervisor, I just want to, on the late fees, are we talking about the fees where the fees now far exceed the value of the property?
No, I don't think we have any late fees at that level. No, these are the late fees for when
the initial
a person is unable to pay their bill. The fee schedule adopted by the board has a late fee that is put on, in addition to the bill, 2%.
Okay, because I've had quite a few people to come up, with the fees, that are
if you recall, when we initiated the civil administrative penalties program, I'll kind of use a carrot and stick analogy here. That was a stick to put out there to the community to get folks to come in to avoid a penalty to take care of their cases. It was very successful. Our backlog of cases, we were able to bring that down substantially. What we're seeing with the economy over the last few years is it's starting to creep back up because folks are not able to can afford to get into the system, and then what happens is these late fees start to accumulate, and it becomes even harder for them to come on in and take care of their violation, for example, or in some cases even a standard permit process that they began. They've run into some economic difficulties, and they haven't been able to pay those bills, and they start to accrue these late fees. So the idea here was to provide now a carrot. Say, come on in and we'll work with you to take care of this, and in exchange for you coming in and doing that, we will waive these late fees. So that was the idea behind it.
And you're sending letters to those folks?
Yes, and this would also allow us to reach out to them as opposed to waiting for them to come to the front counter to work with them. And when they do come in today, individuals, we do work with them. We want them to get this resolved. We work with them to reduce fees and get into payment plans and things of that nature.
That's working out pretty good.
But this will allow us to kind of reach out across the board and get the message out to everyone.
If I could, I just want to add one thing, and that is that I would hope that you, as you create this program, you'll create it so it creates incentives and doesn't create disincentives for people to say, well, I'll just wait because there is an amnesty program. And incentives just like take care of it quickly because you get the, and there was some talk with staff about saying, take care of it quickly and you'll have a full amnesty. If you wait, but if you'll use your professional judgments in terms of...
As you mentioned earlier, a number of communities have done things like this. We'll learn from them. We'll gather more information on them. We'll work with the county council to come up with a program to incentivize.
Thank you.
I have a couple questions, if I might, or I imagine. Do you want to go?
I just wanted to understand the definition. When you say late fees, are you talking about late fees on a payment that's due, or are you talking about penalty fees?
No, the way this refers to late fees, that is just a reference to a late fee for an unpaid bill.
Because it reads for unpaid staff costs. associated with gaining compliance. So that isn't what this is then. It's
Yeah,
not
see,
for
I'm trying to
unpaid staff
understand
costs.
two different things here.
Okay, sure. Yeah, no, and it is confusing. The late fee is a fee any of us would pay if you received a bill for $100 on the 1st and it said it's due in 30 days. If you do not pay it, there is a late fee. And so the next month your bill would be $102.
But what am I receiving that bill for? Because usually if I get a permit, I got to pay in advance, right?
Fixed fee permits you pay in advance.
Are you talking about if somebody said there's a violation, you came out and we charged you $1,000 in the violation, you didn't pay the violation fee, and now there's a fee of 2% because you're late? Is that what you're talking about?
No, this is a fee on our staff time only. So if we went out to investigate a reported violation, confirm the violation, and then they did not come in and get the permits or what they needed to resolve that violation, and did not pay their bills, for that staff time, they would get a late fee on a monthly basis added to that.
Well, that's only on staff time. Okay. Then.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so this is still something that the homeowner or whatever did not do themselves. Something was done to them, and then there's a fee to them or cost to them, and now we're talking about when you didn't pay it. That's the late fee part. Because again, all of a sudden, if this person has a violation, somebody reported them to have a violation, you came out, you incurred $500. It wasn't something they came to you and said, hey, I want a permit, I want this, and I just didn't pay the bill or something. You've asked them to do work, because usually you get a retainer and everything up front for that kind of work. Right?
A small portion of them are permits, as you might, where someone came in advance to get a permit and then for whatever reason was unable to pay their bill. So there is a small portion of them. A larger portion are the violation cases that you described. But as a reminder, we do not charge those fees until we give them an opportunity to resolve the violation. So if we had to do staff work, let's say that cost $500, but they came in, worked with us, got the permits they needed, and took care of the case, we do not bill that $500.
Yeah, okay, that's what I was saying. Because, I mean, your office has been really good with us going in and we've got this issue, we'll waive all that, just please. Yeah, because I remember before I was elected sitting back in that corner when the whole penalty the whole thing was to bring people in, to help them come in, and you've been good with that.
Right.
Now, so that's why I was trying to understand where these fees are coming from that they're late on.
Right. So. Most of these will be much older cases where they just simply have not come in to get the permits, and this is a way, and because they're old, they can get to be quite costly. They start to compound, as you know, late fees, and so this is to provide a little carrot to folks, say, hey, come on in, let's take care of this. And it's kind of part of our outreach program, trying to reach out to the community with this information rather than waiting for them to come into the counter with a big bill.
Board members, I have a couple of speakers. You want to hear the speakers first before we continue? Okay.
Sure. If I could just say one thing while we're on that topic. We had quite a few of these properties, but somebody literally started using their yard as a dump, and the neighborhood was just dramatically affected by it. And so and what we had with all the backlog of cases, what we had before was that we had 1,000 case backlog because you had a fine, you had a penalty, because you did something, a serious violation, but there was no incentive to pay it now or pay it later. Given that situation, people would just always put it off. And so the neighborhood may be stuck with both the violation and the county stuck, with this bill just rolling over. And then if somebody ever sold the property, and they'd say, well, we'll just, have that be taken care of. So as part of the civil penalties process, we came up with civil penalty and some kind of incentive to say, and pay the fine, so that you don't have an incentive to not pay it. That's what this came from. Now, some of those, what they're suggesting is this may be a time for them to come up with some kind of amnesty program that they design that makes sense to encourage some of those people to come in, because those late fees are for some reason now keeping them from coming in. It's all part of that same thing that we adopted some time ago, which was to try to decrease that backlog and try to get compliance.
Sounds like it worked to most of those issues, right? like you said, your backlog is not 1,000 cases anymore.
Well, it's now creeping. Well, it actually was 2,000 before the penalties program came into place. We dropped it down. I want to say maybe almost half. It's now creeping back up to, getting close to where it was before we started the civil penalties program. And we're hearing anecdotally from folks that is that growing fees and penalties in nature that are keeping people from coming in. We'd like to.
So it's not the idea they don't want to fix whatever they had. If it's an issue, they can fix.
For some folks.
For some folks.
But
I'm just saying, for the ones who want it, like you talked about, to do the dump.
Correct.
You're right. I can't leave my car or whatever I have.
Right.
And so the goal here then is to say, we really don't want to charge you anything. We just want you to come in, get done, get it over with.
Correct.
And if I could add one other thing, where I've been involved with it most is not, usually there's somebody, the property owner says, I'm not going to solve this problem and I'm not paying or anything else. It's the next person who wants to buy the property from the bank or whatever that then you want to be able to say, okay, look, we just want to get this solved. If you'll come in and you'll take over this property and you'll fix this dump that that has been created here, then we want to give them some incentives to do that.
Yeah. No, I think it's right. I personally would love the opportunity that we would put in place here as a board, that we would say there's an option for somebody before they purchase a property that they would be able to have a review done on that property to know, because I get so many people coming in. I bought the property. I didn't know this was a problem.
It's a disclosure issue.
And I know from your standpoint, hey, I can't help you about that. It'd be nice if there was a disclosure issue, in a real estate, that you signed the form. You can't mandate them, but they would have the option to say you will, for whatever, or get the seller to say, here, for the $180, you can do a one-year review. I mean, I don't even know if you can do that, because you would know all the violations, or you'd send somebody out and they'd check it and see if there's violations. And probably the realtors say, I don't want.
But the realtors have to do it.
Yeah.
Well, we do that today. When we have a prospective property owner come into us, we are more than happy. We're anxious to provide them the information, because it is really, heart-wrenching when you have people come in who have just purchased a property and didn't realize that they purchased a problem. So when they contact our office and say, I'm thinking about this property, what can you tell me? We give them all the information that we possibly can.
Well, I'm glad, and you have the ability, would you be able to say, we can, quote, sign on the bottom line, there's no issues?
Well,
why I'm asking that, because I would love the opportunity that we would do something in this county to the real estate where there would be a form they would sign that you have the option at seller's cost or buyer's cost to go in and have the county do that. So it was brought to them, because it's amazing how many people come saying, I bought a piece of property and I didn't know. This addition looked perfect. It might have been built perfect, but it had no permits on it, or it had nothing.
Yeah. Our new system that we just initiated, the phase 1, our cell automation system that we've talked about quite a bit, has a web application for anyone in the public to go onto. It's not up yet. It'll be coming later, and it will have information for people to research properties. So they won't even have to come into us to ask for anything that's in that system. Now, it'll take us a little while to get that up and running, but hopefully when we have it ready, we'll be able to make that available to anyone at any time to do research on property.
But that's only on if something's been reported.
Oh, absolutely.
On the other side,
absolutely.
we had, Kim and I have dealt with some people where all of a sudden they bought this. Hey, I'd love to do this lot split. Oh, let's look. Oh,
right.
You've got this that's wrong. You can't do that because you have to do this. Well, nobody knew it. Well, we didn't know because now we know it because we came out and we saw it.
Right.
And those kind of issues I think are important. But I don't want. We're on a different subject. So,
Chris, do you work with the title people on that? Because normally title people research.
We work with them. Yeah, when they contact us, again, it's not something we have the staff to reach out and contact them. But
might not be recorded.
When they call us, we provide all the information and assistance we can.
Seller buyer could do something like that.
Selling buyer could. I think that's important, because a disclosure should be there, and of course a title company should also research that. Something that I have two speakers here. I have Douglas Solomon and also Lynn Jensen. Douglas first.
I thought it was going to be at 2 o'clock today. I guess it's not time certain, so it's going right now. I'm one of those citizens that lives in the unincorporated area of Ventura County. As you know, the unincorporated area has about 100,000 residents in it. What I'd like to speak about is I read the agenda item number 32 that Mr. Steve Bennett, Supervisor Bennett, is proposing. I have no objections to 1, 3, 4, and 5 of that item. However, even though he's removed the standard feature of this Development Review Committee, and we're going to change it to recommended, I think that that could cause a lot of problems in the future. The thing that people won't understand is they're going to be charged for everybody on the development review committee when they review a permit. We already have processes in place. We have an intake person, I think it's Winston Wright, who's an intake person for permits, and others already in place that do this process already. There's enough ordinances on the books where we don't have to have a development review committee. I think the problem is if little old lady comes in there and says, hey, I want to tear down my house and build a mobile home or whatever it may be, they're going to say, oh, why don't you do this? Well, we have this recommended development review committee, and the lady will say, oh, okay, that sounds great. So the problem is people don't understand it's going to cost them a lot of money. Now, RMA Director Mr. Stevens brought up Excella. I don't know, last year we had 60 permits issued in the whole county of Ventura for dwelling units. There was probably another a couple hundred or 2,000 that are for like water heaters and stuff like that. But we had 60 permits. If you go back to 2010 when the Excella software was approved, they had a sliding scale how we're going to do a 50-50 program to pay for this software, 50% from the general fund, 50% from the increase in permit fees. And they showed how permits are going to go up because the economy is going to get better. Well, the economy has not gotten better. So what I worry about is maybe this development review committee is a way for the county to recoup some of that money, because there's no way they're recouping another 50% from permit fees. It's impossible. It doesn't make sense mathematically. I just found out yesterday, I guess the Excella program is now finally going live yesterday or maybe this week. So hopefully it's worth the money that you spent. But I'm hoping, in the past, you've taken ordinances that you have up here and you've taken parts of them out. As a matter of fact, in 2003, there was a guest house ordinance, and it was going to, after I was building my new house in unincorporated Ventura County, they were going to move the safeguards for me to keep my old little house as a guest house, because I live in an area where I have a 39,000 square foot lot that's in a 1 acre zoned area, and they were going to take away the safeguard that allowed you to have a guest house on a lot bigger than half acre. So the Board of Supervisors at that meeting voted 3-2 to keep everything the same, but they kept the safeguards in place. So what I'm asking is, you could vote 5-0, because that's how you've been voting lately. Vote 5-0, but vote 5-0 with 1, 3, and 4, and 5 of Mr. Bennett's proposal, but do not have a standard or recommended development review committee. We already have that stuff in place. Please. We don't need more bureaucracy, more layers of government. We already have enough of that. Thank you for your time.
Lynn Jensen. Thank you.
Hello. I'm Lynn Jensen. I'm with the Ventura County Coalition of Labor, Agriculture, and Business. And as you know, we've been around for about 18 months. We have 300 members, and most of those members actually either own property or businesses out in the unincorporated areas. And what we thought we'd do today is kind of let you know that all of these people have one thing in common. For the most part, they need to go through the county to get permits, CUP permits in general for the businesses. And in our group, I believe that a lot of our members are entrepreneurs, and they really want to help Ventura County lead this county out of the recession and be able to create jobs for the county through having their businesses be able to expand through the permit process system. I'm happy today to kind of provide you feedback in what our members think about how the permit process system is working. And I think what we have found over the last 18 months, and actually the last several years, is that the process continues to be costly, has a long time frame, and some of our members come back quite frustrated from the process. I thought you guys should have that input. And also, while the Get to Excellence program was conceived, we believe, with good intentions, and we started with a stakeholder meeting and we talked about things, we don't believe that most of the recommendations that were made actually were taken, because the paperwork is considerable. The new application form is quite lengthy, and I think the public, trying to say that the process is more transparent and understandable, that's not what we're finding from our group of property owners. We don't believe that through the process, the public has been continuing to have opportunity to comment and to be involved in the process as Get to Excellence moves on. And while the agencies have had some informative meetings, they've talked to the stakeholders, they've really not engaged in have not engaged the public on issues related to the costs and the timeframes. And in fact, this whole letter from you, Supervisor Bennett, seems to be a top-down approach where this Board of Supervisors works with the agencies to create regulations rather than a bottom-up approach that we would like to see, in that we talk to the people who are actually under this regulation, the stakeholders, the people that own the property, and of course the community that wants to have the regulations also have everybody together and do a public forum, and particularly with respect to our agricultural operators out there. There's quite a bit of activity from those guys. They want to increase their businesses. They want to do more in the county, and a lot of them are not able to because they're concerned about the process. I just want to step through really quickly the recommendations here. The recommendation for the one-time amnesty portion of late fees, I think, is a great idea. However, I think we need to look at code enforcement in a whole, because I would say most of the calls that I get as executive director of CoLab are from people that are in the code enforcement process, and they're having a very difficult time getting out of it. They receive threatening letters, they receive phone calls, they try to abate their violations, and it's become very difficult for them to abate the violations through the process, and the violations just keep coming in. That's what we're seeing from some of our owners. I agree with Doug Sullivan on the Development Review Committee. It's a $2,000 meeting. You're not sure what you get in the end out of the process. I think there's a lot of hesitation for applicants to go into that process because it's really a non-binding deal. So if somebody gives you some advice in that process, it's not binding. As you go through the process and you start submitting your application, it may be that things have changed. And so, like I say, that's a pretty costly process. Processing of wireless facilities, I have actually done some of the processing of wireless facilities myself. It is very costly, it is very difficult, and it is a balancing act because the community must have something to say about what these facilities look like. But the facilities themselves are extremely important to this community in terms of attracting good companies to come here, and just in terms of us being able to continue to upgrade and improve those facilities for the sake of all of the community. The concept of preparing a billing fact sheet, I think this is the one that's most interest to CoLab, and that is that we need to revamp the system which has a fee reimbursement agreement. That fee reimbursement agreement, when you sign it as an applicant, you essentially are agreeing to unlimited charges in an unlimited time frame. And I'm not saying that that happens in every case, but in a lot of cases it does happen. And a person may be halfway through the process and have spent way more money than their project is worth, and they don't know which way to go. Do they stop the process or do they continue on? And in some cases, they lose their business. They can't afford to go on. And I think we just need to have a real conversation with the applicants and see if we can figure out some way to at least turn part of it into flat fees so that there isn't so much uncertainty for businesses in this community. There's so much uncertainty.
Lynn, can you conclude?
Yeah. So anyway, and in conclusion, we recommend that this subject letter be a start of a discussion to significantly improve the permit process, which we think is stifling the growth of businesses. And we look forward to participating in an open forum process where the county agencies are encouraged by you guys, the Board of Supervisors, to work with the applicant stakeholders to improve all aspects of the permit processing system.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I really welcome. We've had some great conversations in this room as we did initial study guidelines, et cetera, and I think you've articulated lots of issues on behalf of property owners and members of CoLab. I think today you did that again well, and I think your final statement is exactly what I think is the intention of this motion, which is just see this as sort of a revitalizing the efforts that were Get to Excellence, which you said you welcomed. People said, let's try to improve the process. And so this is just the beginning of a process to say we recognize we have more to do. And my original motion when I spoke here, as I modified this, I modified the design review side of it. And by the way, if I could just clarify, design review came out of Get to Excellence. If I'm correct, right, Mr. Stevens? So the Design Review Committee was created from the Get to Excellence to try to find some way early in the process so people didn't get halfway through and then find those big bills. To the extent that applicants are not comfortable with it or whatever, I've modified this motion now to say make it a standard part of the process if the applicant is supportive of that. So it's completely an option. An applicant can say to do that, and can say they want to do that or not. But I do want to remind us that it happens. So anyway, I welcome your comments, and in the spirit of how you ended your comments is exactly, I think, the spirit I would go forward with this, which is that we adopt items 1, 2, 3, and 4, but item 2 be modified to say, specifically just say, where supported by the applicant. So the applicant has the choice whether they want to go through the design review committee or not. And then we also added to that staff to reach out to all of the stakeholders involved as they begin to move on any of these items here to get input and try to improve the process. And
I appreciate that.
We have ways to go, and you have valuable information that would be helpful for
I think that the grading ordinance process that we went through and the learning experience for both sides of the regulators understanding what we do, we actually took them out in the field and showed them what farming is. And it was very helpful. And I think sometimes the planners don't get out enough. And it would be great to have that dialogue. So thank you.
And I would agree. And that's essentially would be my motion that I would make there to the board members.
I got
Okay.
I just, Lynn, I appreciate that. Doug, I appreciate your comments. I do appreciate what you talk about bringing the planners out, doing that. It's kind of like we heard earlier. The architects design it, the builders have to build it. And a lot of times, I'm an architect. Sounds good. I remember when I was at Cal Poly and they had this contest where they had this really cool material they're going to put inside a wall and stuff, and some builder comes up and says, that looks really cool. How would you ever get it in there? I mean, it's that mindset that, okay, some things all of a sudden you have to get out and see it, and I think that process is good. Not that the people in planning are not smart. It's just if I haven't done it, I haven't really put the practical application together, it's hard. I look at what we're doing here, and I want to see some improvement. There's no question. I've got this article that came out, I don't know if you saw it, from Napa. County wants to one-stop for permits, inspection, trying to do all this kind of, here's some articles, copies of those if you want to look at it. But we do got to figure out how to make this better, how to do this. And Supervisor, I know that you've been pushing this for years, and it's kind of, it hasn't worked as well as we want. And I don't want to say it's an indictment of what you've been trying to do, but I appreciate you wanting to fix it, because it hasn't worked, and it's been hard. And I know from Chris's standpoint and Kim's or else, they'd like to see it work. It's difficult. But we've got to figure out how to make it work. Supervisor not long and I were sitting there talking about what is the option that you can do to try to bring any kind of certainty to something but it's hard. I mean, somebody walks in and says, okay, this sounds like a good project, and yeah, okay. Well, I should be able to put it through. Well, $50,000 later, $100,000 later, one guy told me at Agerman, I went through a whole process, $300,000 later, I didn't get what I was hoping I was going to get. I'll never do this again. I mean, those kind of things are what kill us. And people are trying to create jobs and trying to create stuff. It's hard. So I look at the opportunities here. I didn't like any mandates, because I don't like the idea that somebody mandated to pay $2,000, and I appreciate you changing that, because we've had that option, and I don't think a lot of people have taken us up on it. Some people have, but a lot of it, and there is that idea that somebody in that meeting says, well, you can go down this path. I think that's a good idea. Okay, quote, I'm getting it from an authority in there, and I go down, and they say, you really can't do that. Well, I spent all this money to get there. We don't want to be in that situation. And again, hoping that nobody in the county is having bad intentions to do that. It's just that it sounded good within that meeting, and once you get down there, there's more information that comes out, and wow. But the problem is the applicant paid the bill to do it, and that's a very difficult thing. The rate sheet that Lynn talked about, I think we've got to figure out how to get some flat rates in here. We've got to be able to figure out that I know it cost us something, because at the end of the day, I don't know how, I know we try to fund it through billing, but the taxpayers pay to have this. We as board and counties put regulations in. Okay, you put the regulations, I paid you to be there, but I need to figure out some level of trying to make this standardized, that I can go through a project, I can do it. Again, we looked at that years ago, and when I looked at some of those flat fees, I think that's an important piece. How do you come up with it? Even if it's a very high flat fee, at least I know it's a flat fee. We don't want to put too many obstacles in front of people. those are key. And the other side of having all the stakeholders together in what you talked about, and what Supervisor Bennett, and I think the county has done some of that. We got to continue that. That's a continual process as new and new things come. Is okay. Here's what we're looking at now, guys. How does it affect it? And I'd like to make sure the county and planning and doesn't get this is what we're going to do versus here's an idea, and then can we come together and try to get it work? It's never going to be always 100%, but maybe I'd rather get a couple coming together just a little bit, because at the end of the day, we want to make it work. We want to balance this idea of having this wonderful environment we live in, but also allowing those 60 permits that I think Doug talked about, that it was a simple, easy process to get them done. So anyway, some of my thoughts, but I appreciate bringing it up. I know people are going to say, I see this one letter, it's timely, never been brought up. I don't want to say politics, but all I want to say is let's take advantage of it. If it's brought up, whenever it's brought up, let's make it work. So if we can, so thanks.
And Chris, you've changed the protocol too of a permit process where you check with the different departments from 1 to 10, remember we had the fire department come up and they were last on the list, and then you changed it so some of the folks got their permits either approved or disapproved because of certain conditions and so forth. You've done a lot of improvements in your agency.
Excuse me. Yeah, absolutely. We try, and it's not a linear process per se on reviews. We try and get everything out at once, get them back, share those comments on a more active basis. And as mentioned, the new system that we have in place, when we get that really up and running probably this summer, the applicants will have access to that information 24/7 to see where things are in the process. So yeah, we've been working on it.
The city of Oxnard has a one-stop permit shop too. If I know they do that, so you might.
And we do. We provide a space for the fire department at our building and safety counter a couple of days a week. We have our environmental health, our building, our planning, public works here in the building. We're close, but just the nature of our government here, it makes it a little trickier to have a one-stop permit as a city might have.
But we're working on it.
Yeah.
But one thing I do want to compliment you, though, because one of the things we've had on some of the fee issues, some of the stuff, your staff has been great to work with. They've been really helpful trying to get through it and understand, I think, in a lot of ways, the essence of what the penalties was really, we don't want to penalize you. We just want you to come in and fix something. Right. So the people that have done it, so I've seen some of that. They've been good. Now, some people would say it's been tough, but I want to tell you that your group has been, so I want to compliment you where you've done well. So I appreciate that.
One last question. We're working with code compliance too to help them too and help our constituency. Thank you.
Well,
item 2 really is not making any change to what we have currently, isn't that right? Which is the Development Review Committee. Since as it reads, is to make it a standard requirement, but right now it's a volunteer, isn't it?
That's correct.
Okay, so 2 doesn't really make much change. The billing fact sheet, I think, will be really helpful.
I think the change was
recommended. Cellular antenna guidelines, I know we've been working on, so I definitely support moving those forward. And then finally, I'm not exactly sure what item 5 is, but I certainly support, all of these county strategic plan efforts. So I support the motion.
Just to clarify, I think item 5 is simply a direction to go out, work with the stakeholders, and recognize the initial process. I completely agree with the comments in the collab letter that the process is still too lengthy, too costly, and we're trying to find solutions. It's not that we don't have staff that's interested in trying to do that. Staff was recommending these changes. And with regards to the Design Review Committee, trying to make that standard. In other words, it would be a standard recommendation. If you think an EIR is going to be needed, you're going to make this a standard recommendation to people, but then it's still their choice. That would be the modification here.
Yeah, and that's essentially how it's. I mean,
you kind of do that now, don't you?
Do that now. Functionally, we've been doing that. It's not necessarily written in our guidelines per se, but.
Okay. So we'd make it clear that it would stay voluntary with this.
You have something, Supervisor?
Well, I just wanted to say I think I appreciate the work, and I know that this has come from the bottom up, or however you want to phrase that. But the supervisor has framed this to get the board to focus on this again, have the discussion, and continue to move this forward. I think there has been progress made. I think the cellar coming online will be of great assistance. I like the amnesty opportunity, and I think the one thing that people struggle with is that billing, and to understand the billing and have a clear accounting of the billing and be able to improve that will be of value. And on the telecommunications, we already know that there's anxiety, both community and company, how to move ahead with guidelines, and would certainly suggest and I believe that our practice has been to invite stakeholders to come in and give early on experience. I had this experience in processing this, and here's where the challenges and pitfalls are. So when it moves forward, it has that engagement. Certainly encourage that.
Do you want to comment on which?
I was just going to add, when we did the initial wireless facility guidelines in the 1990s, we in fact invited in wireless operators and providers to provide some assistance. When we put that together, we would do the same.
Right. Yeah. That was going to be my comment, because it says 3, direct staff to return to the board with a scope of work. But I guess it's going to be hard to do that unless you kind of bring them in to talk about that, unless you're thinking, because I think at the end of the day, a lot of people would say, let's make them as the towers, in a sense, as aesthetically possible in locations. I think everybody agreed to that. But at some point, we've got to balance the idea that put this tower up that may cost us 3 times as much if we do it under so that your staff gets an understanding. I'd like to have that kind of discussion before the board when it came up, so stakeholders out there could be here saying, this is why we say that. It's not the idea we don't want to do this, but let us understand. Because as we saw last time we were here, when they were putting these big, huge vaults below, and some of those may be very difficult to do. I think there is the idea that people don't want big towers right in the mediums. We heard some of that. But that would be an opportunity if we could have that kind of discussion. So I don't know if you can bring back to the board a scope without doing that. But if you can, I guess development. But it sure be nice to know what that budget and the scope after you've sat down with 2 or 3 of these people and done that. Maybe that's what you're planning to do.
Absolutely. Yeah, we would necessarily have to have a discussion with the providers. We have discussions with them on a daily basis, and Kim can provide you more detail. That is by far the highest volume of permit type that we process at this point in time. So their discussions on a virtually daily basis, and any scope we would, take the benefit of their input.
Yeah,
and come back to you.
And how we try to make it as comfortable and easy as possible, because as Lynn said, those are critical to all of us. I mean, how much wireless we have, all that, those kind of things are critical for everybody.
And it's that balancing act, as we know from previous discussions at the board, and the community has an opinion about how they want them to look. So that's the difficulty in the process.
Right.
Thank you, Chris. We have a motion and a second.
So, can you explain the motion one more time again so I understand?
It's to adopt items 1 through 5 with item 2 modified to say where supported, the design review process, where supported by the applicant.
Right, okay.
So that it's completely optional, up to the applicant. I mean, we created the design review committee at the request of applicants, saying we'd like to have real people that have horsepower at the design review committee there to tell us, what kind of obstacles we're going to be facing down the road. So it's 1 through 5 with the addition, with that modification, and also the additional direction of staff to be sure to work with all of the stakeholders on each one of these as they begin to work.
And I think that was 5 was making sure they're, and then 5 was the initial, so their people, all the stakeholders are back involved. Okay, that's great. If we can get that, then I have no problem.
And I'd just like to say this as we start the motion. When I came into office, one of the biggest issues I was dealing with was people complaining about code violations and like the trashed backyard that would be there for years. Mm-hmm. And when we investigated with staff, we found out that there were thousands of backlog cases where these people had these violations and the neighborhood was suffering and they weren't doing anything about it. And out of that then came applicants and people coming through the process, and we also found out that there were significant concerns by applicants coming through the process. From that, we as a board then pushed for the Berg study for us to get to excellence. And out of the get to excellence, we came up with things like the Design Review Committee. And certainly over the past year, we've, just like Chris said, the backlog dropped when we did the civil penalties, and then the civil penalties policy was something that we pushed. The backlog of cases dropped, and now they're starting to creep back up again, so it seems appropriate for us to say, and staff was saying, we want to come and start to make this. So I want to compliment staff. They were very receptive to the idea of saying it's time for us to tweak it. So this is a continuation of that process.
Okay.
So.
Okay, that motion is passed. Okay, now item 33. You got 2 minutes.
This could be very quick. Good morning, Chair Zaragoza, Supervisors, Mr. Powers. For the record, my name is Jeff Burke with the CEO's office. Today's item is to approve the appointments to the oversight boards for the various successor agencies throughout the county, the former RDAs, as recommended on Exhibit 2, and to let your board know that I'm continuing to work with your staff to come back with a recommendation for the appointment for the public at large. And I hope to be back on April 10th with those appointments as well. So with that, I'll entertain any questions you may have.
I'd like to go through the biographies of each of these.
Yeah. I was going to say, where
in
are
2
they going to
minutes.
find the time to do this work? There's this guy named Carol, Dursey, Jim, all these guys.
Jeff Burke.
We need background checks.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
Just a question then, and the next step would be if the board has any recommendations to
Correct.
get those to you.
To me, and I've talked to staff of all of your offices, and I have actually received some names and continue to receive them, and we'll continue to receive them until I come back to your
Goal
board.
to have that accomplished by our next meeting.
I would, there's, as I've said over time, there are some timelines for the successor agencies. The ROPS has to be certified. There's the notification to the Department of Finance of the chairperson and the members by May 1st. So there's a lot, and I can tell you that I'm being contacted by the various successor agencies to notify us of their meetings that they're going to be having. Some will be having meetings next week. So we need to get these appointed.
And we're working on those things. Michael?
I just want to get one thing said. I think this is one of those these committees will be off the public radar screen a fair amount, but it's the classic. A whole lot of important things to the public is going to be taking place with these committees, and good government or the lack of good government, will be determined by the decisions these people make. And I just want to emphasize that this is a big
Very
process. This whole unwinding all the redevelopment agencies in the county is a big deal for
across
us.
the state. Yeah,
and one that we have to make sure that the taxpayers are protected in. So there's room for a fair amount of I guess. I'll leave it at that.
I guess the other thing about having some people here that we have resources that we can bring to these agencies that come from the county to help through the agencies, bring in the people. Also having people that over multi-agencies, so we're not having to teach. Once you learn it, you can learn it for this agency. So when people would ask, why is there so many different county people over so many different agencies? It's part of that same issue. Even the idea, if you got a volunteer, like you had said, and I think was the idea, can we get a volunteer to volunteer for 3 or 4 of them? So he already has the expertise, or she has the expertise when they go into the next place. So I think that's important. And but at the end, I think, as I told some of the cities I have, we also have this relationship with you, so if there's an issue, they can always come to our supervisor, say, I'm not understanding why they're doing what they're doing to us, because as Supervisor Bennett said, there's going to be a lot of things coming out of this that are going to be interesting. But the idea of getting this piece done is you have to get those timelines. Our piece, for hopefully having some other additional people that will come from the public, that can wait another 2 weeks. It's not the end of the world for it.
It's not the end of the oversight boards are a member of 7. They have 7 members. Right. They only need 4 to begin to do
just
work.
To get and then dispersion of the properties, how you're going to dissolve them, and that it's going to take a little more time. That will have the full members involved in it.
And the timeline is very important.
Yeah. Thanks, Jeff. I appreciate it.
Michael?
I was just going to echo that we've been working both with your board's offices as well as the city managers regularly to make sure we get their feedback and input into the process as well. So, and there are a lot of gray areas in this, so it's going to be an interesting ride.
So we got a motion and a second?
And the auditor's office has helped out quite a bit as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Thanks, County Council.
How come only I voted? Well, that's the most important.
I need more than one.
It's unanimous.
Okay. Okay. Next
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Have fun, Jeff.
Next item is 35.
Good morning, Chairman Zaragoza.
Good morning.
And members of the board. My name is Rosemary Rowan. I'm the manager of the Advanced Planning section of the Planning Division. I'm here today to present the annual report, which describes the status of the Ventura County General Plan and its implementing ordinances. I will briefly summarize work completed last year and then describe our goals and objectives for the upcoming year. The Advanced Planning Group's primary accomplishment last year was completion of the 2006 to 2014 housing element. After its adoption by this board last June, the element was certified by the state of California in October. Several related programs were adopted with the housing element, including the rezoning of 6 properties needed to meet the county's Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA. In February of this year, we began work on the next housing element, which I will discuss later in the presentation. Additional accomplishments last year included pre-screenings for 2 proposed text amendments to the non-coastal zoning ordinance, minor text revisions to the coastal zoning ordinance, which is a grant-funded project that will be submitted to your board this fiscal year, a revised initial study assessment guideline for biology, and also updated list of locally important species, which is slated for completion in June of this year. During the next fiscal year, we hope to be fully staffed, and we therefore have a full agenda. We will process privately initiated amendments to the general plan or zoning ordinance. We currently have 2 pre-screening applications, and we will continue to process 4 previously screened amendments. We will complete Phase 1 of the Saticoy Area Plan update. That work is funded by a grant from the Southern California Association of Governments, or SCAG. We have a consultant on board, and we hope to report back on the results of this planning effort to your board early next year. Should we be awarded one of the 2 pending grant proposals, we will also initiate the second phase of work on the Saticoy Area Plan. Using a federal grant program, several staff will work on Phase 2, draft amendments to the Coastal Area Plan and the Coastal Zoning Ordinance. The focus of that project is landscape, tree protection, and coastal biology standards. For the non-coastal zoning ordinance, we plan to bring minor amendments to your board for adoption later this year. Finally, Planning Division staff will prepare an assessment of the level of work and costs associated with processing zone amendments for more than 300 parcels where the zone is not consistent with the general plan. Next year's housing-related programs include completion of an amended density bonus ordinance, which will bring county regulations in line with state law. We plan to bring that ordinance to your board early in the next fiscal year. We do not anticipate that we'll be able to complete 2 other ordinance revisions requested by your board, the Housing Impact Mitigation Fee and the Inclusionary Housing Ordinance. Instead, staff resources will be devoted to completing the 2014 to 2021 housing element, which is due to the state of California in October of 2013. The amount of time and money that we'll need to complete the housing element will depend on the county's RENA allocation. The county's current RENA is 1,410 units. There are 575 low-income units associated with that allocation. To avoid another rezoning process for low-income housing, we need a 30 to 38% reduction in the RENA. There are 3 available methods. We already utilized the first method, called a revision request, when we submitted a 38% reduction request to SCAG in February. The basis for that request was a survey response that describes local planning factors that limit the county's ability to develop high-density housing. We noted that in the last housing element, staff conducted an extensive search for properties that could contain high-density residential development. What we found was land constrained by steep slopes, floodways, and in particular, a lack of sewer and water service. We also noted that 97% of the land in the county is actually designated for agriculture or open space. We noted the discrepancy between the RENA allocation and the county's guidelines for orderly development.
Can I interrupt you? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Did you say 97%, or did I hear that?
That's the calculation that we made, yes.
It's under SOAR or
97% of the land in the entire unincorporated county.
Okay. Unincorporated. Oh,
I'm sorry, unincorporated county.
Yeah. And that's the national forest and all
yes,
of that.
much of that is...
It just completely excuses it.
Yes. I will use the word unincorporated more frequently. We noted the discrepancy to SCAG between the RENA allocation and the county's guidelines for orderly development. On average, the incorporated cities in Ventura County received a 28% reduction in their RENA when compared to the previous housing element. The unincorporated county received a 0% reduction in its RENA. If we do not obtain a reduced RENA through this revision process, we can file an appeal, or we can initiate a trade and transfer process. The entire process ends in September of this year. That ends the staff presentation. Thank you for listening. Staff is available for questions.
Any questions?
So if I just ask, what's your chances you think this is you'll get it done?
Well, that's an excellent question. I hope we have a very good chance. SCAG has a total in excess of 3,000 units, so they can distribute that through this revision request without affecting anyone else's RENA allocation. And what we asked for is about 18% of that total. The RENA revision request is really dependent on what they call these locally important factors, which is related to a specific state law, and we actually would rate extremely high in those locally important factors. So based on that alone, we're very hopeful that we can get the request that we asked for.
Does VCOG have a say in this, or a support position, or?
Well, I would assume it's the SCAG board that makes the final decision.
And there's a committee, the Community Economic and Housing Development Committee, that goes through there and makes the recommendation. I believe Carl Morehouse is on that committee still, so maybe we can work with them too.
But it certainly makes sense. I mean, with how this county is committed to trying to say we want urban development to take place in the cities, and that goes all the way back to the 1960s, way before SOAR. That's the guidelines for orderly development said urban development ought to take place in the existing urban areas. SOAR reaffirms that. Then when you talk about all these other local factors, for us for the cities to get a greater reduction than for the unincorporated area is just backwards. Mm-hmm. And I sure hope that the SCAG will see that, and I think we do need to do everything we can, and I think we should have some outreach to Councilmember Morehouse, who sits on that committee. We are, in many ways, leading the way in terms of solving the sprawl problem and trying to say,
That's
hey, we
correct.
want to locate housing close to mass transit and all of that. And for these arena numbers to sort of be inconsistent with that does not make a lot of common sense. So I would just encourage staff to work as diligently as possible for this change and to communicate with us what we can do to try to help make that happen.
Absolutely, thank you.
It's consistent with
that'll
what
roll into that. Communicate with us. So we submitted a formal request to SCAG for the revisions.
That's correct.
Could you send a copy of that? I'd like to see
Absolutely.
what we submitted. And then has VCOG had discussions, Supervisor Parks, on the arena numbers at all yet? So we don't know if any cities are going to be asking for revisions again. Or
There was, I think the report hadn't come out, but I know there were comments about what we normally hear, with one city thinking they've got too much and the other cities thinking, and saying the others should have that amount. So again, like we did last time, I think it's going to be coming around the table again and trying to find something that
trade
can
and
work.
barter or whatever they do.
So what happens to the 1,400 homes? Did they get reallocated amongst the cities, or no?
Through
Or
the
they're
revision
they're just
request,
dropped?
there would be no reallocation.
it's
The
like a-
second option that we have is an appeal process, and if there's a reallocation there, it would occur throughout the entire SCAG region.
Okay.
It's really the third option, the so-called trade and transfer, that would occur strictly within Ventura County.
So it's just a number that they come up with, and we're just opposing that number.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Pleasure. So receive and file.
Good report.
Yeah,
Thank
good,
you.
Good job. Well summarized. That's
Thank
good.
you.
Oh, okay.
Okay, with a motion and a second. Okay. And we have item 36.
Good morning, Supervisor
morning.
Zaragoza, other members of the board, Mr. Powers. I am Stephen Hintz, Ventura County's Treasurer Tax Collector. This item today is to assist Oak Park Unified School District in recovering from some error that they made with their bond counsel in the issuance of their revenue anticipation bond, which you acted on perhaps 3 weeks ago, and whatever they did, they couldn't use that refusal by you, and we need to get another one. We got notice of this last Wednesday when they announced that their world would end unless they got another board refusal on today, and so I'm very grateful to the clerk of the board and her staff, and to Ms. Nemiroff, County Counsel, who reviewed it, and to the auditor controller who reviewed it, and to Mr. Berg of the County Executive's Office who reviewed it. This, I think, sets a modern record for how fast we can get something on for a board letter. But in any event, for Oak Park to go ahead, they have to get a refusal to issue from the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you. So we got a motion. Oh, excuse me.
Yes. Thank you
And we
for
charge them a
moving
fee.
that quickly.
A fee for all those reviews, is that what we charge?
Go ahead and vote.
There were people running from place to place.
Thank you so much. Okay, that's approved, and we got item 37. Okay, we got a motion to receive and a second. Okay, so we're going to closed session now. I'm sorry, I thought 38 was going to be 115.
That's at 1:45.
145, yeah. Yeah, remember we changed that. So, Leroy, do we have any announcements?
We may have an announcement. We don't know
Okay,
for
so
sure.
we'll be back at 1:15, or what's it?
No,
1:45.
1:15 was postponed.
1:45 then. Okay, thank you. We're going to reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting, and we want to apologize for being late, and so we're going to take item 30. And who's making the report on that? Okay.
Good afternoon, Chairman Zaragoza, members of the board, CEO Powers. For the record, my name is Bruce Rindall with the Public Works Agency. I am the Acting Watershed Protection Director. We're here to request certification of the final EIR for the J Street Drain Project. We have about a 30 to 40 minute presentation, and then we'll be available to answer questions. I am joined by Peter Shade, the Deputy Director of the Design and Construction Division, Kirk Norman, the Project Manager for this project, Angela Bolfilio Allen, who is of our Environmental Services staff, Bill Young and Tim Nibbins of HDR Consulting, and Randy Smith and Daryl Seacrest of the Environmental Health Division. I will now turn over the presentation to Peter, who will briefly describe the project, and then we will have Angela go through the CEQA process that we have completed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Zaragoza, members of the board, and CEO Powers. For the record, my name is Peter Shade. I am an employee of the Public Works Agency and Deputy Director of the Design and Construction Division of the district. So today we're here to talk about the J Street Drain. The limits of the project are from Ormond Beach at the ocean all the way to Redwood Street in Oxnard. The project is primarily in the city of Oxnard, with the lower end in Port Hueneme, and the lower end is just to the west of the drain is in Port Hueneme. The project is the reconstruction of approximately 2.2 miles of existing concrete channel that was constructed in 1961. In this slide, you see some photos of the lower part of the project, with the lower photos on these two photos here of the Ormond Beach area. This photo on the left is looking upstream, and you can see the Hueneme pump station in the foreground and the Surfside 3 condominiums in the background. The other two photos are of the channel road crossings upstream at Pleasant Valley Road and Van Ness Avenue. Here are some additional photos going further upstream from Van Ness all the way to Redwood Street, which is the upstream terminus of the project. And as you can see from these photos and previous ones, the existing channel is a trapezoidal-shaped concrete channel, and upstream of Hueneme Road is between the north and southbound lanes of J Street. So here are the project objectives. Provide flood protection by increasing the capacity of J Street Drain to 100-year flood capacity, or what's otherwise known as the 1% flood. Maintain the Ormond Beach Lagoon existing functions. Ensure compatibility with the Coastal Conservancy's lagoon restoration plans. Minimize disturbance to endangered species habitat. Minimize operation and maintenance requirements, and minimize effects on water quality in the lagoon. In 2005, the district conducted a series of floodplain studies on the south end of Oxnard. These studies used available records and current hydrologic and hydraulic methods to forecast the potential 100-year flood event, and found that J Street currently has about a 10-year flood capacity, and that the overflow from the channel would cause a 100-year floodplain, as shown here in the photo before you now. This floodplain would flood about 400 homes and businesses, as shown in this diagram. The yellow line in the slide is the overall watershed boundary for J Street, and the flood depths range from about 6 feet, the dark blue, to half a foot, which is the pale pink. The flood area shown on this map is not currently recognized as a special flood hazard zone on the federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, digital rate maps. As you're aware, residents that are mapped in a FEMA special hazard zone are required to purchase flood insurance if they have a federally backed loan on their home. So the residents of the J Street drain watershed are not currently required to purchase flood insurance. The last time that FEMA mapped the J Street drain watershed was in 1984. Since then, the district has had quite a few storm events that we documented that increased the flood frequency, and those events like the 1992, 95, 1998, and the 2005 flood events. This project is the first major step of a proactive effort to get ahead of the future FEMA flood map remapping, which could occur at any time. The project would provide 100-year flood protection for flooding caused by the J Street drain. The 100-year flood has not yet occurred in the J Street drain. Since its inception in 1961, we have not seen that flood event. Therefore, residents along J Street have not experienced this 100-year storm. The project would not address flooding outside of these watershed boundaries that you see in the yellow, so they would not directly affect the floodplain watershed of either Oxnard Industrial Drain or Hueneme Drain. So the J Street Drain project was developed to address this flooding problem. As discussed earlier, the project would extend from the outlet at Ormond Beach Lagoon north about 2.2 miles to Redwood Street and would be constructed in 4 phases. Phase 1 is scheduled in the Public Works Agency CIP for 2013 and Phase 2 in 2014. Here you can see the first 2 phases. The first phase would be from the outlet all the way to Hueneme Road, and then the second phase would be from Hueneme Road to Pleasant Valley Road. Each phase of the project would incrementally provide flood benefits. For example, the Oxnard wastewater treatment plant and the Surfside 3 community would benefit from the completion of Phase 1 because the channel would not overflow during the 10-year event or larger as would today. Further, a beach elevation management plan, which will be explained in a little more detail later by Angela, would provide immediate benefit by preventing backup of storm flows behind Ormond Beach, which could cause flooding in areas to the north. Dividing the project into 4 phases allows the district to minimize environmental impacts in the forms of traffic and air quality from year to year, and also allows the district to work with available funding for each of the phases. So here are Phase 3 and 4. These 2 phases, from Pleasant Valley to Yucca and then from Yucca to Redwood, are not in the current 5-year CIP, but presumably would be in the future as additional funding becomes available. Here are the project components. Convert the trapezoidal-shaped channel to a rectangular concrete channel. Widen, deepen the channel. We're widening and deepening about 2.5 to 4 feet in some locations. Replace all of the culverts as well as the railroad crossing south of Hueneme Road. During construction, there would need to be a cofferdam installed downstream of the project area to remove the standing water in the that is currently in the lagoon within the project work area. And at the downstream end, there will be a short earthen ramp transition from the lower channel to the existing elevation of the lagoon. And then lastly, there is a beach elevation management plan, which as I said, will be explained a little bit later, but essentially will groom a short distance of the sand berm in case, due to wind or surf, the berm in front of the lagoon gets too high for it to breach on its own. So once the district became aware of this flooding problem on J Street Drain, we compared it with other flooding problems throughout Zone 2, and we used this prioritization criteria where we compare different project needs within each zone. Zone 2 is the Santa Clara River and some coastal watersheds surrounding it. As you can see, those areas are public health and safety, the environment, community components, and project economics. After we analyze each of the project needs in the watershed, we give each project a rank, and then the top projects are funded to be worked on. Here you can see the revenue sources for the district. For capital improvement projects, there are three sources of money. The property tax that's collected, as well as interest from any money that's carried over from year to year, and then thirdly, land development fees, which are a small part of our capital plan. All those monies together in aggregate then get allocated through the budget process and approved within the CIP document to be used on capital projects. Currently, Zone 2 is forecasted at the end of this year to have $28 million. The J Street Drain is one of several projects in Zone 2, such as the Arendelle-Barranca Channel, as well as the Santa Clara River and Sespe Creek levees that need to be worked on. We also have annual revenues of about $8 million a year. And then below you can see the construction cost is allocated per phase of the project. I did want to note that of the $28 million, $6.5 million is reserved as emergency contingency to address flood facility repairs needed after flood years like we had in 2005, and therefore is not available for CIP projects. The project reach in total is really controlled by two boundary conditions. One is the outlet with the sand berm at the Ormond Beach Lagoon. The other one is the upstream channel. So we looked at both of these issues. Even though they are connected, they both need to be considered in order to remove the flooding that would occur in a 100-year event. We studied how the lagoon functions in order to properly design the channel outlet to the lagoon and provide sufficient capacity to contain the 100-year event. This analysis yielded three feasible outlet alternatives with different hydraulic scenarios. Due to the biological sensitivity of the lagoon, alternatives with greater impacts to the lagoon were removed from final consideration. Alternative A, that's shown before you here in the slide, is a dike system, which is essentially a channel that would be excavated straight from the outlet of J Street Drain all the way to the surf. Would likely be a rock line alternative. The one benefit of this alternative is that if implemented and maintained, it would eliminate standing water in the J Street Drain channel year-round. Some of the consequences of this alternative is that it would reduce recreational beach access by having this dike all the way out to the surf with flow coming out of J Street Drain. It would require substantial maintenance to keep it free of wind and tide deposited sand, because we know that whether there's a drain outlet there or not, the surf and sand will build up at the outlet. Also, it would adversely affect endangered species and their habitat by removing part of the current Omaha Beach Lagoon from the rest of the lagoon. This alternative would not be compatible with the California Coastal Conservancy plans to restore the wetland because of the endangered species impacts, and because, as I said, it would remove valuable freshwater input to the lagoon by allowing it to go straight to the ocean without going to the lagoon. According to the Coastal Conservancy, Ormond Beach is considered by wetland experts to be the most valuable wetland restoration opportunity in Southern California. In this slide, we show the endangered tidewater goby habitat that is proposed by U.S. Field and Wildlife Service. This was proposed in October of 2011. A direct outlet from J Street Drain to the ocean would permanently adversely affect the proposed critical habitat. This is also true for the designated western snowy plover, and that is also a threatened species. The second outlet alternative, alternative B, is a lagoon expansion with a beach elevation management plan. This alternative would require extensive excavation within the lagoon to create a uniform bottom elevation. Is very similar to that proposed by the Coastal Conservancy. During construction, there would be significant temporary impacts to the wetland and associated wildlife and fish. Over the long term, this construction would cause the expanded wetland to provide greater habitat for aquatic species. While this is the most expensive of the three alternatives, it does not provide additional flood benefit for the extra cost. This alternative also requires a beach elevation management plan to ensure natural breaching of the lagoon during the rainy season. Alternative C, and this is our preferred alternative. Alternative C is minimal lagoon incursion with a beach erosion management elevation management plan. The preferred alternative minimizes the amount of work required within the lagoon to a 40-foot long earthen transition from the lower J Street drain, which ends at the same location as the current drain, to the slightly higher, about 3-foot higher lagoon elevation. This alternative, therefore, has the least amount of impact to listed species among the three outlet alternatives considered. By preserving freshwater input to the lagoon, it is compatible also with the Coastal Conservancy's wetland restoration goals. As with the lagoon expansion alternative, a beach elevation management plan is included to ensure timely natural breaching of the lagoon during flood events.
Could you go back? Could you tell me why regulatory permit acquisition is the most feasible with that plan? Why is that?
Well, in this alternative, what we have is we have the least amount of impact to the lagoon of all the three alternatives. In the first alternative, which is the dike out to the ocean, we would be removing part of the lagoon for the outlet of J Street drain, which in consultation...
You've answered the question.
Okay.
You have the least impacts, and so it'll
Correct.
be the easiest to get.
Peter, let me ask you the question that continues to provide water to the lagoon? Is that what you're
Yes. Alternative C still flows to the lagoon as it does today.
So some concerns that the lagoon will not get any water, but this will provide water to it.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, we don't expect any change in the amount of water that would get to the lagoon from alternative C. Working further upstream, we looked at 5 channel alternatives. These are the channel alternatives discussed in the draft EIR for the project. Alternative B, the vertical wall channel, is our preferred alternative. In alternative A, the alternative A is a covered box alternative. I'd like to note in all these alternatives, because of the endangered species in the lagoon, all the alternatives have in common a rectangular open channel downstream of Wainimi Road. And that's due to the presence of the endangered California least tern, which feeds on top smelt in the drain. So based on our consultation with regulatory agencies, that we would be required to keep that channel open as it is today due to the tide and the water surface within the downstream part of J Street drain. So in this alternative, we have the 5 alternatives. The first alternative, alternative A, is the reinforced concrete box alternative. And as I said, this alternative would run from Wainimi Road to Redwood Street. The vertical wall alternative. In alternative C, that alternative shows a smaller rectangular concrete with a grassy area on both sides that could be used for access roads. Alternative D was a slight variation of alternative A, where we would have 2 sets of box with a potentially a low flow channel down the center of the drain. We would, in that case, we would need to excavate part of the current J Street in order to build that facility, and there may need to be relocation of some of the Oxnard sewer facilities. And then lastly, we did consider a natural channel section. In this channel, it is so wide that it would need to be extend outside of the district's current right-of-way, and we would need to relocate part of J Street, which would require a row of homes to be removed as part of that project. So that is the end of...
Peter, can I ask you real quick?
Sure.
When you look at D and A, I guess you'd probably... Those are very expensive options too, aren't they?
Yeah, yes, we have, and we have, which will be discussed in a moment, we have received comments on some interested parties on doing that alternative, but it is much more expensive than alternative B. And so
you have more difficult maintenance when you have that kind of thing too, being inside there, cleaning, if you have to clean that at all? Or what?
There are some challenges with covered structures, but in some regards it lessens maintenance because there is much less trash thrown into the channel. Right now, you know, there can be larger shopping carts or other furniture, perhaps, and so that prohibits that from happening. And that was one of the reasons that we have comments about reduced trash input to J Street drain by covered. But it is more expensive, and we have met with Oxnard on a few occasions to discuss the opportunity to look for grant funding to see if that could be a possible alternative. But due to the cost, that is not our preferred alternative.
Yeah, because that cover has to be supportive, just like almost a bridge would be or something, right?
It would be. And in the alternative A, as you can see, there's a tree on top of it. So the vision for that alternative would be a linear park from Hueneme Road all the way to Redwood Street, which I know would be a great community benefit.
But at a big cost.
But at a big cost.
Yeah.
Peter, let me ask you the question on alternative C. One of the important things that I see is the protection of the wastewater plant for Oxnard. And a couple of years ago, the plant was flooded, and also the paper company was flooded. So now, is that going to protect, you know, I think that's extremely important, not only for health and safety issues, but it's really important that we protect that plant. Yeah.
Right. Well, all of these alternatives will meet the flood protection requirements, goals that we have, and it's the beach elevation management plan which will continue to ensure that we have breaching of the lagoon during a high flow event.
Because I know when that happened, you know, the berm didn't breach, you know, so consequently we flooded, you know, the wastewater plant and that paper company, and that's really detrimental to the whole community.
Right. Yes, and we did respond on an emergency basis, and Angela will have some great photos to show later in the presentation.
Okay.
So with that, that's the end of my presentation. I'll turn over to Angela, who will walk you through the environmental process that we went through for the project.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Zaragoza, members of the board, and CEO Powers. For the record, my name is Angela Bonfilio Allen. I'm an environmental planner with the Public Works Agency, Ventura County Watershed Protection District, and will speak today about CEQA compliance for the J Street Drain project. The district kicked off the project in January 2008 with a couple of public meetings. This preceded the initiation of the CEQA process, which began in February of 2008 with a scoping meeting.
Angela, pardon me, would you pull the mics together a little bit and speak up a little louder? Thank you.
Sorry about that. All meetings, of course, with the exception of this one, were held in the communities of Oxnard and Port Hueneme. This includes 3 meetings held at the Surfside 3 condominium community in August 2009, December 2010, and October 2011. The purpose of the scoping meeting was to receive public input on potential environmental effects, mitigation measures, and alternatives. This input was added to the initial study and notice of preparation. These documents were additional CEQA tools for determining the scope of the draft environmental impact report. The district received suggestions for information that should be included in the draft EIR. All scoping meeting, initial study, and notice of preparation comments were incorporated. Written comments received from all, including the Surfside 3 community, after the scoping meeting in July and August 2009, were also incorporated into the draft environmental impact report. Notices for the scoping meeting, draft environmental impact report meetings, and public review periods were published in the Ventura County Star and the Los Angeles Daily News on 2 separate dates for each event. Notices were also mailed to residents within 500 feet of the project. The draft environmental impact report public meeting was held in November of 2009, and the review period, which was originally scheduled for 45 days, was extended by 30 days at the request of members of the public. A recirculated draft environmental impact report enjoyed a public meeting on September 26, 2011, and a review period that extended again for another 45 days through November of 2011. All comments received at all phases of the project, of the CEQA compliance portion of the project, have been addressed in the final environmental impact report. Some revisions were made to the impact report based on comments received and also on events, which I'll allude to in a moment. The 2009 draft environmental impact report basically generated 185 comment letters. 176 of these letters were received from private citizens, 173 of these from the Surfside 3 community specifically. 3 letters were received from environmental organizations, which included the Ventura Coastkeeper, Audubon Society, and Ormond Beach Observers. 6 letters were received from government agencies, including the Ventura County Air Pollution Control District, the Environmental Health Division, the California Department of Fish and Game, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Caltrans, and the Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board. Responses to all comments received on the 2009 draft EIR are included in Appendix L of the final environmental impact report. And this slide summarizes some of the comments that were received in response to the 2009 draft EIR. I won't go through all of them unless you have specific questions, but I will note that mosquitoes were the top of the list as far as the largest concern. There were also significant concerns about aesthetic or property value effects from tree loss from the Surfside 3 community, and then there were concerns about more trash conveyance, as Peter alluded. In addition, there was a strong preference expressed by members of the community for a box culvert north of Hueneme Road. And then there were concerns about endangered species impacts at Ormond Beach Lagoon caused by the project, and specifically with respect to the emergency action plan, which preceded the beach elevation management plan. That was proposed in the 2009 document, but was subsequently revised in the recirculated document. There were also concerns about the rock line transition ramp at the outlet into the lagoon. So within 3 days of the end of the draft EIR public review period, January 15th, we experienced a kind of out of left field flood emergency in the Ormond Beach area. Basically, I'll go into that in a couple of slides, but we needed to respond to that, and then we also needed to figure out how that happened without us being prepared for it. Other developments that have occurred between 2009 and now are that EPA released additional halico results from their sampling efforts. The Ventura County initial study assessment guidelines were revised, and the county thresholds of significance were altered in that documentation. And as a result of all of these issues, we conducted additional studies, and you'll see those listed there. The inland flooding study was to determine what exactly was the cause of that flood event. The sediment transport study focused in on the outlet and the concerns that folks had expressed about the outlet ramp. The coastal processes investigation focused on the elevation of the sand berm, because that became apparent that it was the problem during that flood. The mosquito technical study was to address the overwhelming concerns of the local folks about mosquitoes. And then a hydrogeology study addressed the concerns about helicopollutants possibly being picked up during the dewatering that would be required for construction of the project. So this slide provides an overview of the flooding on January 18th, 2010. This was a holiday. It was Martin Luther King Day. And still, we were able to mobilize our operations and maintenance staff, and we were also able to obtain emergency permission from the Army Corps of Engineers, who coordinated with all of the other regulatory agencies that needed to provide authorization for this activity. And we were able to get all of that in place. We learned about the flooding at about 8 a.m., and then we were conducting our emergency action by about noon that day. And this was a small storm, less than a 2-year flood event, but high surf and tides in early January 2010 built up the beach sand berm significantly, since the lagoon had last breached just over a month before in December 2009. As you can see, the stormwater runoff backed up behind the taller beach sand, flooding Perkins Road. Oops, that was the wrong thing to do. Perkins Road. Oh my goodness. Okay, that one. That's Perkins Road. The photo's taken from the International Paper Plant, and this is the Oxnard wastewater treatment plant here.
Could I ask, is it solely because of the berm? Because once you have high tide and a lot of water there and it's not draining well, could that also still have flooding without the berm?
It could, but I think the water level was below, and once we were able to breach the lagoon, breach through that elevated sand berm, the lagoon was able to drain pretty quickly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so next one. And this is a photograph of the Oxnard wastewater treatment plant, which Supervisor Zaragoza alluded to. According to the manager there, flooding began around 8 a.m. and reached a depth of more than 4 feet in some areas of the plant. The maintenance shop and equipment storage building received about 2 feet of water, and this threatened the emergency supply for the plant. And what that meant was that without power, wastewater could bypass the treatment tanks and spill in an uncontrolled manner directly on the wastewater treatment plant property, the lagoon, the beach, the ocean, and adjacent residential and industrial lands. So this was a matter of very urgent concern. In 15 years of plant oversight, the plant manager said that he had never seen this level of flooding, and that included 2005, when most of the county had experienced some level of emergency. On this date, this is the only location in the county where our agency was required to respond to a flood.
This is a 2-year flood, you said?
It was less than a 2-year flood.
Compared to a 10 or 100 year?
Right, and 10 is the capacity of J Street Drain.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, as you can tell, we had to go back to the drawing board. The emergency action plan would not have been activated by the conditions that we observed in this flood. And what it taught us was that we need to monitor the height of the sand berm. And we have since instituted that practice. And we've developed a target safe water elevation based on the analysis provided in the inland flooding study. If needed, we can groom the top of the berm to facilitate a natural breach during a future storm event. And that's key. Unlike the response that occurred on January 18th, where we actually did breach the lagoon, this revised plan would not directly breach the lagoon. We would take a 100-foot wide section of beach, we would take it down to 6.5-foot elevation, and that would just kind of stay as is until you have sufficient storm runoff to fill the lagoon up enough to overtop that groomed down section of beach. And for example, the first time we implemented the grooming on an emergency basis was in October of 2010. We groomed it, and then 2 weeks later was when it actually breached. Even though there was a storm about 2 or 3 days after the grooming event, it didn't provide sufficient stormwater runoff to actually overtop.
Angela, we have a question here.
Yes.
Not to interrupt, but now this revised plan has now been accepted by the respective regulatory agencies.
We've met with them and we've described it to them, and they appear to be much more comfortable with this approach. And we have gotten the permission to do it twice.
Right.
So once in 2010 and once in 2011.
Right.
And it worked really well. We had a Tidewater goby biologist accompany us to ensure that there were no impacts to endangered species during the operation. And this shows the route. This is the Port Hueneme Beach, the most eastern parking area, and we would go through an established lifeguard route through here, avoiding sensitive fore-dune habitat, and then come down to the edge of the surf and drive over to this grooming area. This is the route we followed the last 2 times. And this is a snapshot of the district's stream gauge. After the big flood, we installed a stream gauge because we did not have one there at J Street Drain. And this gauge, on this axis, you have the elevation of the water. On this axis is time. And you could see that the tendency for the water level in J Street Drain is to be around 6 feet. That's kind of the equalized water surface. And this actually shows what happened just not this past weekend, but the weekend before. The berm had built up again, so you could see, the water level was about 6 feet, and then it rained, and you could see the spike in the water level, and then it got high enough to breach through the sand berm, and the water level just dropped and settled down at this level here. There was no grooming activity here, and the reason was that we had checked the berm several days before the storm, and we saw that it was at about 6 feet elevation, so it was clear that it would be able to breach on its own. And this is what we do now. We monitor the berm as part of our usual practice. So regarding the comment about the transition ramp, in the November 2009 draft EIR, we had proposed the earthen ramp but lined with rock. And based on the concerns expressed by the local community, we modified that design, and now it's rock that would be placed flush with the new channel bottom. You're looking at the channel from the side here. This is the bottom of J Street Drain, and then this is rock placed downstream of there, and then this is the lagoon area. And this was all based on the sediment transport study that was conducted. Another change between the draft EIR and the recirculated draft EIR had to do with our proposed method of construction. Near the Surfside 3 community, there had been concern, as I mentioned before, about the loss of trees and potential impacts to their hardscaping and landscaping. So initially, we had proposed an open cut. This is the angled line here. And you could see how we would be excavating all of this earth and getting pretty close to the buildings. And rather than the open cut approach, we're going to use a vertical shoring method. And you can see that we would avoid any impact to this area, and we would keep the construction further away from the buildings. And so we also did the mosquito study. This slide shows the different locations where the Ventura County Vector Control Program has operated traps. We retained a consultant to conduct the study in 2010, and the study incorporated data from several mosquito traps, as I said, from 1999 to 2010. The vector control staff regularly inspect all known potential mosquito breeding locations for signs of larvae on the water surface. Randy Smith and Daryl Siegrist of the Environmental Health Division are present today in the event of detailed questions about the vector control program. What the study found was that the Ormond Beach Lagoon, this area here, is the primary source of mosquitoes in the immediate project area. The undeveloped floodplain of the Oxnard Industrial Drain, this is the Oxnard Industrial Drain. This is J Street Drain here. This is also another source of mosquitoes. The difference is that the J Street Drain has an access road immediately adjacent to it, which makes for very easy access by the vector control staff to conduct the treatments on a regular basis. It's a little bit more difficult to access this area. There are no roads, and it's vegetated and it's wet. This area as well, there are no roads, and it's also vegetated, which offers cover for mosquitoes. The J Street Drain has no vegetation growing in it. It's a concrete line channel, so it doesn't provide the same level of cover for mosquito breeding. The study also determined that there were new unknown mosquito breeding sources at the Oxnard wastewater treatment plant in 2009. These sources may have contributed to the concerns reflected in public comments. These new sources are now regularly inspected and treated. Evidence in the study suggests that the current J Street Drain, Hueneme Drain Pump Station, and Hueneme Drain provide poor mosquito habitat. It also concluded that the proposed project would have no expected change to public health with regard to mosquito production. The study also determined that proposed changes, in particular vertical channel walls, currently the channel walls are sloped, are considered the most desirable design choice to reduce potential vegetative or other cover along the channel margins and present the best scenario for preventing refuge for immature mosquitoes. In addition, the deeper channel would provide better habitat for fish. While the J Street Drain doesn't appear to be, the most optimal fish habitat, in 2005 through 2007, we reconstructed the Hueneme Drain Pump Station, and a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Tidewater Goby permitted biologist was present whenever we needed to divert water, and they were required to relocate any fish within the work area. They found 5,000 or more fish of 13 different species and relocated those out of the work area. So there are fish in J Street Drain. Another finding of the study is that the wider channel creates more wind and wave action. And this is important because even relatively small waves, we're talking maybe 2 inches, are enough to smother a mosquito larva because they breathe through a very small snorkel tube that's attached to the surface of the water. And finally, the box culvert option would actually have greater mosquito breeding potential than the proposed open channel project for several reasons. And one is that it would decrease the surface disturbance by wind of the water. It would provide a dark habitat that would not be inhabited by fish, so there would be less predation on the mosquito larvae. And it would shift the species to another type that prefers below-ground habitat. And finally, it would reduce the accessibility for mosquito, for the vector control staff to treat the water. So we issued the recirculated draft EIR in September 2011. And all of the preceding information was folded into that document. This time we received far fewer comments. We received 24 letters, 15 from private citizens, mostly from the Surfside 3 community, and then 1 from a resident seeking to have the drain covered and converted to a bike path again. This comes up on every iteration of the process. The environmental organization that we received a letter from was the Central Coast Alliance United for a Sustainable Economy, and again, it was the comment had to do with covering the box, or covering the channel into a box. And then we received letters from 6 government agencies, including Fish and Game, the State Clearinghouse, the Watershed Protection District, Permits, Groundwater, and Stormwater sections, and the City of Oxnard. Responses to all comments received on the 2011 recirculated draft EIR are included in section 0.3 of the document. And this provides a summary of some of the comments that we received. The California Department of Fish and Game issued a letter in which they stated that they concurred with the changes that we made to the project, and they were happy with the biological resource revisions. There were still concerns about the beach elevation management plan. There were concerns about human error in the implementation of that plan. But the implementation would have built-in redundancies and would occur several days before predictions of any size storm. Forecasts typically err on the side of being conservative, and our operations and maintenance personnel receive updates from the National Weather Service regularly, up to 10 days in advance of a storm. Several district staff are responsible for monitoring the beach condition and taking appropriate action. Early deployment would address concerns about traffic, equipment malfunction, and other Murphy's Law style events. And again, the box culvert was preferred. And this is another, I won't go through all of them unless you would like me to focus in on something. I'll just hit some of the highlights here. One of the comments that we've received is that the channel with the open outlet to the ocean alternative should not be rejected, and that a waiver from environmental laws was not adequately pursued by district staff. And the response to that is that, unfortunately, even though we do work for a government agency, we are not exempt from compliance with the Clean Water Act, the Endangered Species Act, and the Coastal Act. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, in particular, is actually required by law to permit the least environmentally damaging practicable alternative. And the channel with the open outlet to the ocean would not qualify as that due to previously discussed adverse impacts to threatened and endangered species. There were concerns about potential impacts to the adjacent Surfside 3 buildings as a result of vibration and construction. And as a result, we added new mitigation to address concerns about the vibration damage. So this slide summarizes the 8 impact areas where we concluded that there would be a significant impact. And through mitigation and revisions to the project description, we were able to mitigate these impacts to a less than significant level. And I'll go through these very quickly. The first issue area is in visual resources. We identified significant impacts, and the mitigation includes replacing landscaping, installing temporary privacy screening during construction. We'll also install a new permanent fence along the project boundary, or along the boundary between district property and Oxnard wastewater treatment plant property, to provide screening for the Surfside 3 folks on the other side. And that would occur before construction. In the area of biological resources, we found that there would be a direct impact to just over 1/4 of an acre of the open water habitat within Ormond Beach Lagoon. And the mitigation involves installing construction and silt fencing to protect adjacent sensitive areas, pre-construction biological surveys, construction biological monitoring. We would install a cofferdam to separate the lagoon habitat from the active construction area. Before the California lease turn and goby peak breeding season, we would institute nest buffer zones, and goby relocation would be provided by a permitted biologist, just as it was during the Hueneme Drain Pump Station reconstruction. We would screen pumps and we would restore habitat. There was potential for degradation of water quality during construction, and we would install best management practices to minimize soil movement, capture sediment, and practice good housekeeping with things like fuels and radiator fluid and that type of thing. In the area of cultural resources, we would implement standard measures to divert project activities away from any potential cultural resources finds until evaluation by a professional archaeologist or county coroner. In the area of transportation and circulation, we would prepare a construction worksite traffic control plan, and we would get approval for that plan from the cities and from Caltrans. It would address detours, traffic control, safety measures, pedestrian and bicycle access, and emergency access. And we also, as I mentioned before, would be employing vertical shoring rather than open cut at Surfside 3, and this would protect some of their off-street parking. And it was only at the Surfside 3 community where the project would potentially affect off-street parking. The rest of the project, that's not an issue. In the area of noise and vibration, we are going to use standard equipment noise reduction measures and install a noise barrier across all 4 phases of construction. And we would video document pre- and post-condition of adjacent properties and compensate for damages if needed in the case of vibration.
Now, that video documentation, that would be for the exterior of the
And the
Surfside
interior.
and the interior.
Yes.
Thank you.
In the area of geologic and seismic hazards, we would again install best management practices to control erosion. We would incorporate geotechnical recommendations for expansive soils into the project design, and then we would have our contractor create a work plan to minimize construction vibration during vertical shoring and sheet pile installation. They would install survey monuments on buildings within 25 feet and monitor for several months before construction, during construction, and for up to a year after construction, to ensure that there is no damage to the adjacent structures. We're also going to provide a contact telephone number for the adjacent residents so that if there are any concerns, they can be addressed immediately and the construction work plan can be modified on the spot. In the area of hazardous materials and waste, we determined that construction dewatering could draw Halico Superfund site groundwater pollutants, which are metals and ammonia largely, up to 50 feet towards J Street drain. And the mitigation here would be to monitor existing wells prior to dewatering, and if necessary, install and operate 5 injection wells along the beach parking lot at the end of Perkins Road. Injection of water into the shallow aquifer would minimize the migration of Halico groundwater and contaminants towards the J Street drain. So to summarize the 6 recommendations presented in the board letter, the district requests that your board certify the final EIR, approve and adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting plan and the CEQA findings of fact, approve the J Street drain project with all the mitigation measures incorporated, and authorize the watershed protection director to sign the notice of determination and to carry out the project. And by carry out the project, at this point, we would apply for permits from various regulatory agencies, including Department of Fish and Game, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Coastal Commission, and the Regional Water Quality Control Board. So there's still a lot of work to be done. Again, the following people are here to help answer any questions you may have. Bruce Rindahl, our Interim District Director, Peter Shade, our Deputy Director of the Design and Construction Division, Kirk Norman, the Design Project Manager, Bill Young, Project Engineer with HDR, our consulting firm, and Tim Ganibis, our CEQA Project Manager with HDR. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Does the board have any questions? I have about 13 speakers. Or no questions at this time. Okay, I'm going to call the people that request to speak, and it's Ellen Sanders, followed by Michael Madrigal. Ellen Sanders first. And it's 3 minutes, by the way. And if you have same comments, you don't have to take all 3 minutes. So.
Chairman Zaragoza, board members, my name's Alan Sanders. I'm here representing Ormond Beach Observers, and I hope you got letters that I sent to you, and you'll see that I've been involved in this issue for over 20 years. First of all, I hope that you will postpone final decision on the EIR today. This item should be continued at the very least. I was here before you when you were considering the Bubbling Springs Creek project and made the point that it was apparent that the district was going to work on J Street afterwards and Oxnard Industrial Drain after that, and that this was all one big project, and in order to do correct environmental review and to comply with CEQA, that you needed to avoid fragmentation. But apparently that plea fell on deaf ears, and so we have one big project that's been fragmented into three parts. It's a violation of CEQA, and I think that's a big problem. One of the points in this EIR that is problematic is the connectivity of water throughout the Ormond area. The FEIR seems to think that the waters to the east of the Halico area are not connected to the waters in the Ormond Lagoon, and that's incorrect. And that's very important because I believe there's an alternative that would cost relatively little money and would solve the problems of higher water relatively easily. And I actually mentioned that to the district back in 1997 in a letter to the district, and that fell on deaf ears as well. I have an aerial photo here I'd like to show you, and perhaps I could illustrate my point. Sorry to the rest of you back there that can't see this. Maybe you can see it on the screen. Okay, the water's in the Ormond Lagoon. Basically, you have all the water from the J Street and the OID coming down together in a relatively small area, so of course it at times gets high. But this district apparently is applying for a grant to consider moving water over into the Ormond wetlands as a way to manage floodwaters. Well, since these waters are all connected, it would be better to do a larger study and to move all the water from J Street and the OID, and that can be done.
Alan, can you conclude, please? You got 3 minutes.
My time's over?
Yep.
Well,
thank you.
You don't need to spend all this money on a fix. You're reinventing the wheel when there's actually a much better solution.
Could you
which is cheaper.
Could you describe your alternatives briefly?
Well, there are several places where water is being dammed right now and keeps water from flowing over eastward. One is in front of the Halico plant. This is the old Oxnard drain that goes all the way down to Magoo. And so if this was channeled out, there was a dam built right here by Halico at one time. They also built a dam up here on the dirt extension of McWayne. It would be really cheap to get that dirt removed. There's also small culvert pipes approximately right here, and there's another one close to the Reliant plant.
And I know the staff probably can't see where you're pointing, but you're looking at...
Well, I've talked to them about this before, and I suggested that to them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen.
Thank you.
Next person is Michael Madrigal, followed by Michelle Hoffman. Is Michael in? Yes. Yeah.
Hi there, my name is Mike Madrigal. I own a piece of property over at Surfside 3. I do understand what the Water District is trying to do here, and I think we all have to understand that we do have an antiquated system there, and it has to be improved, because if we do have a 100-year storm, it's just a matter of when it's going to happen. I think that the plans that they've come up with are, in my estimation, the best that they could probably do with what they've got. I think that going from reaction to a problem and maintaining so that we don't have a problem is leaps and bounds beyond where we were at before. And I think that just the minor change that they made in removing the rock berm, that would have created a tub effect with the new design. And the way they've designed it now, where the first couple of storms will eventually wash out and readjust the bottom of the lagoon, that basically leaves us in the same position that we are in now, except that the water district will get a wider, deeper channel, but in essence it'll work the same way as it does now when it breaches. So I would like to commend them on their effort. I think they have done a wonderful job addressing all the issues, and I do favor what they're doing, and I do understand how and why they're doing it. So I'd like to thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Michelle, followed by Gabriella Lashley.
I brought my own person to hold my sign. My name is Michelle Hoffman. I live about 100 yards from the J Street drain. I'm here because I don't understand how the J Street drain can be used for flood control. The area around the drain is not on FEMA flood zone maps. Flood insurance is not required by lenders to purchase a home. However, flow from the Oxnard industrial drain is a major contributor of water into the Ormond Lagoon. It also causes flooding of adjacent industrial properties. Page 1-12, item 5 of the final EIR states that reconfiguration of the OID is not under consideration because of the expense to purchase adjacent property. What better time than now to buy when prices are so low and hopefully at their lowest? Right now, we are getting the same result that we would get if we spent the proposed $12.7 million for the first phase and $33 million for the entire project. This is a chart of the J Street drain demonstrating conditions now and the proposed changes. The left side of the chart is the current situation. The $12 million has not been spent, and when the rain is anticipated, a person on a bulldozer opens the berm. Here's our guy right here. The green line is the water line. The water level is equal in the current drain, the lagoon, or in the reconfigured drain. No matter what shape the drain, the water will always be the same level in the drain and the lagoon. The right side of the visual aid shows that after millions of dollars are spent, the drain will still be full of stagnant backwater until the person on a bulldozer opens the berm. We've got handouts that include the chart. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Gabriella, followed by Bob Banfield.
Good afternoon. My name is Gabrielle Lashley. I'm legal counsel for Surfside 3 Homeowners Association, and the board has asked me to make some short comments. I also have submitted some written comments to the final EIR. One of the major concern Surfside 3 has was triggered by the flooding event in 2010. As we have heard from Angela Bonfiglio, the 1 month after the berm breached, it had built up and caused flooding at the Oxnard water treatment plant, and also threatened to flood the Surfside 3 property. That's one reason why the association requested that the alternative A for the direct beach outlet be further considered, and that the district obtain some written confirmation that regulatory permits for that outlet would not be available. Apart from that, we think that the beach elevation management plan is a huge improvement over the initial emergency action plan. In our comments, we requested that that the berm elevation be monitored by video camera. That was not included in the mitigation measures. The Surfside still has considerable concerns regarding the construction of the project and its impact on Surfside 3 buildings. It's a beach liquefaction zone, and the board is concerned that the vertical shoring, which is to preserve the visual resources because it requires removal of less tree, will adversely impact the foundation of the building. And we therefore would request that either the district or the contractors who undertake the shoring undertake further geotechnical studies and structural engineering to make sure that the construction, in particular the vertical shear piling, does not negatively affect the buildings. The last point I would like to make is the concern regarding the hazardous materials, the halaco plume. The new mitigation measures have implemented some of our concerns in terms that there are going to be groundwater injections well to prevent the contaminants to move towards the area, but we would still like to see further hydrological reports while the injection wells are being implemented to make sure that the contaminants do not seep into the groundwater.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you. Bob Banfield, followed by Dexter Kelly.
Good afternoon, Chairman Zaragoza and members of the Supervisory Board. I want to take a moment away from my prepared comments and go back to your question about the backup of the 2010 flood that hit the water treatment plant for Oxnard and the IPB flood. This plan with the J Street Canal has nothing to do with that. After all these are in, it has almost nothing to do with it, only the breaching of the berm or the beach elevation management program. There's going to be a lot of money used to put new concrete on a canal that has a once-in-a-100-year, and yet you've got 10-year floods that can shut down that area, flood my home with industrial waste or human waste, and
that's a safety issue,
and the like. So my point on that is this is the wrong project at the wrong time. There's a lot better things that could be done with that money, whether it's fix existing parts of the Oxnard industrial drain or other things. Still got 2 minutes. Let's go. So I live about 100 yards from the J Street Canal, and as I said, I don't think this is needed at this time. There's better places to put it. As has been mentioned before, it's not in a 100-year floodplain, and the Oxnard industrial improvements are not part of this project in any way, shape, or form. And as a previous speaker had mentioned, at one time this should all be considered at once. It all centers around the Ormond Lagoon and the impact to the Gobi. If we have a 100-year storm, the impact to the Gobi is going to be horrendous. He's going to be washed so many miles out to sea that no one's going to see him for quite a while. So we've got the Bubbling Springs drain down there too that also feeds the area. But mostly I'd like to concentrate on the proposed site, on the final EIR on page 111 in the summary. Item 3 states the proposed site would not result in impacts to Halico Superfund site, and no environmental issues related to the proposed project were raised. Well, there were 2 issues raised. One having to do with halico plume in the water and how that may come forward towards Surfside 3. And there was also in the flooding on the 10-year flood that was mentioned, there were barrels and soil in the halico dump site there that were raised and seeped into the lagoon. With a 100-year flood, you're going to have that all out on the beach. So thank you very much for your time and
thank you, Bob.
Interest.
Okay, Dexter Kelly, followed by Jim Hensley.
Hello, I'm Dexter Kelly, resident of Surfside 3. My wife and I live in the end of Building 7, right on top of the J Street Canal. We look out every day and see it, very close to it. You also have a ground floor unit in Building 6, which almost got flooded in 2010, because that flood did flood the Surfside 3 parking lot. Well, I'm happiest when I see the canal flowing down towards the marsh and from there into the ocean. When it's moving, that makes me happy. I am not happy when as it happens most of the time, the canal is stagnant, and the water stops flowing and accumulates and even backs up from the lagoon. And I've never seen any terns foraging, or any other birds except maybe occasional coot, foraging in the canal north of the level of the Bubbling Springs pumping station. And they believe that's because there's no fish in there, or very few fish, and it's mainly a habitat for nothing except green algae. So the J Street, and I'm afraid after this project is completed, the J Street Canal will become a permanent and stagnant pond, at least as far up as where we are, and probably further up almost to the level of Hueneme Road. And in the meantime, the process of construction, we really dread. We both have respiratory issues. We're worried about the dust. We're worried about our building being damaged or maybe collapsing when the canal is undermined to create the vertical shoring. And of course, we don't like to see the destruction of the trees, removal of the trees now between us and the canal and the ocean. But those are our personal grievances. I think there's a probably bigger issue here. First of all, it does, as it's been pointed out by some previous speakers, the flood prevention is almost negligible, at least as far as Surfside 3 is concerned. The flooding would not necessarily stop into Surfside 3, and it will be necessary again to get a backhoe out on the beach to breach the lagoon, just as it is now. That situation has not changed. But in a larger sense, quite a bit of money is being spent on this thing, and in a time when so many essential programs, both at the state, local, and federal level, are being gutted, like our colleges and our schools, from lack of funding, and of course infrastructure funding shortages, I think that if you turn down this, what I see as a worthless and destructive boondoggle, that money would probably return to its source and be better spent elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Hensley, followed by Linda Calderon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman Zaragoza. My gosh, it's good to see you there. Honorable County Supervisors, Mr. Powers, it's great to be here and talk to you once again. I don't come here very often, but I kind of had to change my drift here because I wasn't sure what was coming down. The one thing that I am concerned about is the preservation of the Ormond Beach Lagoon. It needs to be expanded. At one time, that lagoon went all the way back, clear up to Highway 101. And through the years, it's been covered over, drained, farmed, and it's down to hardly anything now. Probably 2%, maybe 3%. And what we're going to do, if we're going to keep it down, taking that water away, that's a real concern for me. Now, I understand that people don't like mosquitoes. I battled mosquitoes in the summers in Alaska every year. Sometimes my back would be black from mosquitoes. They're not pleasant. But you know, I like these people. I like them. But I have a little sympathy sometimes when people build a home right by an airport and they say, I can't stand the noise. Or they buy a home right by a lagoon full of mosquitoes, say, I don't want the mosquitoes there. You got to learn to live with some stuff. Nature is very important. So I ask that, number one, that we start considering more of the lagoon. Number two, I kind of like the idea of protecting that J Street drain, maybe the cover over type. Number three, something that's not on this agenda, but it was kind of brought about, the Halakop Hill. That has to come down. It's got to be removed. And there's a real concern, and they have a concern, and they're absolutely right to having a concern about the contaminants of that. So that's about it. I hope that we can put this off for a while and start studying it some more. Thanks a lot, all.
Thank you. Okay, Linda Calderon, followed by Cherry Smith.
Good afternoon, Supervisors, Chair, and at all. As the gentleman over here correctly stated, there has not been flooding along J Street. I've lived in my home for almost 36 years. The only thing that happened last year, I think it was really strange. I looked out the window and we had a river coming down the street, which I don't know if that was because of the wonderful sewer project we had done. But I know that the people on that street will be up in arms, too, if we start having vibrations again after what we put up with before. Basically, I am completely in favor of covering it, and I think if any of you lived there, that you would feel the same way. It's not a very pretty thing to overlook. And yes, I bought my house there knowing it was there, but I think we don't have to always live in the past. We can have improvements. We either want Oxnard to look like a ghetto, or we want to add to what it should be. We have gorgeous areas along Victoria. We have a wonderful ambience in many parts of Oxnard. And I think it's time that we improved J Street. And we have improved our homes, so now we would like the rest of the improvement done. Basically, I don't feel that one gentleman at an Ormond Beach meeting said, well, he was trying to intimidate me, and I don't intimidate easily. But he was saying, well, we could take all the homes down. That is not the answer. That is not the answer at all. And I look at that as someone with no heart. Anyway, we have expressed other ideas here today. I think that we should at least look at that. And the other thing is, if this is done, the street that was just put in there, which the whole time I've lived there was never replaced until a few years back, that we were told would probably have to be replaced again, so that's another expense. It is true that the channel, I think it's been repaired somewhat now. It had a lot of cracks in it, so that part might have to be taken care of. But it's just something that does not add to the looks of the city the way it is now. And putting in a trash boom doesn't do anything, because if you look at Channel Islands that has the trash boom and is very deep, that's not exactly as much of a residential area as our street is, but all it does is all the trash then sits there until they clean it up. So it still has the same view exactly. So anyway, if you're going to go ahead with this project on the J Street part where I live between Teakwood and Spruce, I would say please cover it over and let's give the city something beautiful. And just look at the dollar signs, because people look at dollar signs, don't live there. They're not even living in Oxnard. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Terry Smith, followed by Trevor Smith.
Good afternoon, Chairman Zaragoza and Supervisors. I'm an owner of a property in Surfside 3. The project will remove 54 of our trees. Mitigation of replacing them 1-to-1 ratio and installing a 10 to 12 foot fence with vinyl screening is said to reduce the impact below the level of significance. This is absolutely not true. One of the trees that's going to be removed, number 65 on a chart I'll give you later, has a diameter, trunk diameter from here to here of 28 inches. It's 50 feet and a canopy of 38 feet. It's going to be replaced with a tree with a trunk this big. In the Water District's response to Patricia Delsky, they assumed that the replacement trees were 3 feet tall in their growth projections, so apparently that must be the height of the tree that they're going to replace it with. So when you see 1-to-1, it's not 1-to-1. It would take this tree, identified as number 65, up to 16.7 years to grow to its present height. I'll be giving you the list of trees, if you could pass those out, please, to the members. And you can look at, there's going to be a lot of trees that are replaced, 38 of them, 20 feet to 65 feet tall. A group of these trees serve to block the unsightly view of the Oxnard treatment plant. and their removal will not be mitigated by placing little trees which take years to grow up again to shield the treatment plant. Furthermore, mitigation of a 10 to 12-foot vinyl screening fence will not shield view, as the townhomes which overlook this area are 2 stories high. Who is determining that there's no significant impact? If you ask the people that are living there, it's very, very significant. Also, our properties are located in a liquefaction zone. Therefore, I'm very concerned about the construction vibrations damaging our properties, especially when we have 3-story building that's less than 12 feet from the project area. In response to the people's concern, the Watershed District said the contractor will have a work plan and monitor any subsidence. Well, then it's too late. When they find the subsidence, the property's already sunk. I question whether there is a work plan that can stop liquefaction. Sure, they can patch the cracks in the buildings, but that doesn't repair the liquefaction of the soil under our buildings. And so I oppose this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Trevor Smith, followed by Gene Roundtree.
Good afternoon, Chairman Zaragoza, Supervisors. Trevor Smith, Conservation Chair, Los Padres Sierra Club. I'm just here to support the uncertainty of approving this project at this minute and asking for a continuation so that more public people can become involved with the information. I think the 10-day notice was a little short, and the project sort of went underground for a while, and a lot of the major stakeholders hadn't commented on it. I visited U.S. Fish and Wildlife today and talked to Krista Leaf, the manager of the area, and he hadn't been in contact for a year, he said, and he said, I promised to shoot an email over to find out what's happening. And we don't really know exactly how it's going to impact the wetland, but there's a lot of complexity, different waterways affecting it, so just taking care of J Street doesn't really take care of the runoff from Ormond, from the OID, or from other sources, and it's kind of I think it needs more study. Krista Leaf confirmed to me that any breaching will create a significant take of certain species, including the tidewater goby. Personally, I'd like to see the J Street drain separated from the Ormond Lagoon. I mean, I might not be popular for this, and let it run to the ocean so that can be dry between rainstorms, so it's not impacting those residents. I understand their concerns. But on the other hand, Krista Leaf pointed out that mosquitoes are part of the ecosystem there, and the best way to eliminate mosquitoes is to promote the fish. The tidewater goby eat the mosquitoes as well as some other fish. And so the overall health of the lagoon needs to be examined from an environmental perspective, not just an emergency measure. And also, I've collected trash there several times with Stan Hakes and the coast keepers, and had some experts there, and we looked at those eucalyptus trees, and they were ungroomed and full of debris at the bottom. So they block the wind. They need to be trimmed, if anything. They block the wind and create a stillness that attracts mosquitoes, and then that dense, unmaintained floor of the forest in there is a mosquito breeding area. And then there are other ways to control mosquitoes besides pesticides. You can introduce circulation, waves, air bubbles. They're doing this in Minnesota and places where it's really a big problem. So the mosquito issue isn't the driving force here. We do recognize that the infrastructure of Oxnard deserves to be protected and should be, and Sierra Club does not stand in the way of progress, but we just ask for a little bit more time to consider everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Gene Roundtree, followed by Valerie Lamarca. I'm sorry.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. For all of you, this is a much more important decision to be making than redesigning your own dining room. You are redesigning and being asked to approve wildlife habitat redesign. Maybe Mother Nature knew what she was doing when she made sloping sides instead of straight up and down ones. You really have no way of knowing how wildlife will respond to these changes that you're envisioning. And you won't know until the fish are floating belly up and the birds have left the wetlands. And that can happen. It has happened elsewhere. So to move, you can't move too slowly. Although I know 25 years seems like a long time to be considering a project. But some of the information you're being given is 25 years old, and the newest is 6 years old. How many of you know the winds we've had this year? Have you seen them before this bad? They've been terrible. Think of the fact that wetland experts have said that Ormond Beach is the most precious of the wetlands to be salvaged. And a lot of us are working very hard to oversee that salvaging and that implementation so that it will be a treasure as it should be, not just for the city of Oxnard, where 3 votes made the decision to lop off one of the 2 things that made Ormond Beach significant. Upland, which feeds and restores and assures the sustainability of a wetland. They just said, let's give it to a developer, and they did. 3 votes against 2. Don't let that happen here. You just don't know enough to decide about this. And if it takes another study and a little more time, then that's what you need to give it. Because it is not just Oxnard's wetland. It is the county's wetland. And there are more voices here that should be heard in support of it. And it's the state's wetland. And it will bring, nobody will go farther or spend more than to get a bird in their book than a really dedicated birder. They're the most expensive, environmentalists are the most expensive travelers out there. And it's growing day by day.
Thank you, Jean.
We're just beginning to understand how precious nature can be. Don't make the wrong choice here. Take the time to know before you commit.
Thank you. Valerie, followed by Carmen Ramirez.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Valerie Lamecca. I live at Surfside 3, and I'll keep it short. This whole project is hideously expensive for a problem that may never happen, and the solution doesn't do anything. It can't be guaranteed. I would really recommend that you use all these dollars that I guess Ventura County doesn't have the same budget problems as the rest of California. You could use all these budget dollars for restoring services in the community, in the colleges. How about taking each police officer, firefighter, teacher out to lunch, nice lunch. You could do everyone in the county and still have money left over for what you want to spend. And I do have to add one more comment. Regarding the untrimmed trees, is there anybody here that would trim expensive, tall trees when the county keeps threatening to come through and tear them all down? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ramirez, and the last speaker is going to be Marian Kaliman.
Good afternoon, Chairman Zaragoza, members of the Board of Supervisors, staff, everyone present. I want to first say thank you for this opportunity. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and not for Oxnard City Council. I've been very concerned about Ormond Beach and its future for many years before even coming to council. And I know that this is a complicated process, and your staff, the watershed protection folks, have worked long and hard, and it's frustrating, I'm sure. I do want to urge some caution, because anything we do that might be an obstacle or hurt our opportunity to have a full restoration of the Ormond Beach wetlands will hurt not only Oxnard but the region. We have an opportunity to have some $200 million invested to restore. It will be very important for our whole region, not just Oxnard. I'm a little bit concerned that perhaps there hasn't been really good notice to people, and I had a conversation with Ms. Bonfiglio Allen yesterday about her communication with some of the key players in the restoration, and I believe that the right thing will be done, and there's more opportunity to speak to the agencies that are going to be involved, Fish and Game, the Coastal Commission, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and I think the plan might need to be tweaked a bit. I am also concerned that some of our J Street residents, I think we only have one here present, may not be entirely informed about what will happen. And also I am concerned about the Surfside residents, even though they don't actually live in Oxnard. We have to be cautious that we make the right decision here, and I think it's a hard decision. So we have to be good stewards of the land and consider what nature can do. What is it that man proposes and God disposes, nature disposes. So just want to urge some caution here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the last speaker is Marian Kaliman. You're going to have to correct me here.
Good afternoon. My name is Marion Kellerman.
Oh, okay.
I'm a
Pretty close.
resident of Surfside 3, and I would like to kind of give a summary for the people who haven't worked on this for 3.5 years and who haven't read the 638 pages of that document. I think probably very few people have. The J Street Canal Project, also known as JSDP, is presented as necessary for flood control. But the following, is why it's not a flood control project, even though that's the #1 justification on your list. I did notice the other 5 reasons for having the project was to improve the canal, but #1 was flood control. There is no record of flooding along J Street, not locally in the newspaper archives, not in Sacramento with the water office. There is simply no record of it. And that's talking about along J Street. This area is not on any FEMA maps, nor is flood insurance required. I have a letter here from the United States Weather Service from Michelle Breckner, the director, who says there is a 0.2% chance of flooding in this area. Doesn't matter what anybody else says. I have forwarded this information on. It's ignored. 0.2% from the United States Weather Service. And FEMA, incidentally, is not intending. They do not have anything on their plan to change the flood maps. We're not on the flood maps. The only flood event, and I've been in Surfside 3 for 14 years, the only flood event that I've seen, and the only one that I've heard about from the people who've lived there 30-some years, is the one in January 2010, which resulted from excess water flowing out of the Oxnard Industrial Drain into the Ormond Lagoon, which then flooded adjacent properties. Didn't have a thing to do with the J Street Drain. We don't have a hydrology report that tells us that the J Street Drain was responsible for that. Why no hydrology report? I've been asking and asking for 3 years. I'd like to see a hydrologist tell us that that flooding comes from the J Street Drain. I live next to it. I see it every day. The water does not run down, it runs up because the lagoon fills the canal with backwater, stagnant backwater. Because of the impounding sand berm.
Marion, can you conclude?
Yes. The JSDP will almost always be filled with backwater, and no channel that's already filled with water can be a flood control drain.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Zaragoza? I just wondered,
Supervisor?
we thought we were going to start this at 2:15. I just wondered if we could take a 5-minute break here now and
Okay, and we'll take a 5-minute break, and maybe staff can
then have
respond to
staff get ready to respond to the comments.
Okay, thank you. We're going to continue our meeting, and Supervisor Long, you had a question?
Yeah, where's staff?
We'll go.
Hello?
Where's staff? Staff, we need some questions asked by Supervisor Long.
Okay. My first one, Peter, is we started down this road because of what we see as FEMA coming to us to say we need all these channels, these major drains need to have a capacity level for 100-year flood. And so we started to get ahead of this. Just because they haven't yet mapped the area doesn't mean that they wouldn't if we didn't move ahead. There still is this responsibility. Correct?
Right. There is the cities in the county are the floodplain administrators for the floodplain program within their jurisdiction, and it's really up to the city to request FEMA to remap the area. Now, I'd like to just everybody to realize that whether an area is mapped or not doesn't change the risk. There's still a risk out there, and that without infrastructure, there's still a risk to those 400 plus homes and businesses from a 100-year flood if it occurs, whether it's mapped that way or not.
Okay. Another question. The obligation and responsibility of this project and the construction team we hired to do this project certainly has to carry all the responsibilities and liabilities and insurance and bonding and all of that's required to address. And I know there's concern by the Surfside, particularly those folks right adjacent to the project, and we have responsibility to ensure that we'll carry all the appropriate coverage that's necessary, in addition to the engineering practices that we believe with this redesign will protect that property.
Yes, in fact, in this project, we've already discussed the idea of giving a higher level of insurance requirement on the contractor, but also, as was indicated earlier, that part of a mitigation that we have stated in the CEQA document is to require, before they put in any shoring, before they do any excavating, to develop a plan that will show to the requirements that are specified that they minimize any vibration during the project. And then as a check on that, we're going to have monumentation on the buildings, on the corners of patios,
right,
so that if in the event that the plant they've developed, that we've reviewed, that we've had our geotechnical review, for some reason doesn't happen the way we expect, that we will know about it immediately and have the contractor suspend any activity until he modifies that to meet the requirements.
Okay. The other mitigations related to the concern with Halico are proposed, and I certainly, in my office is, I expect that the environmental side of the house is too, as to the EPA work on the Halico property and the recent report, and certainly the mitigations we now have in the proposal would be that if we, working with and hear from EPA that there's issues, we have this proposed mitigation, the
injection wells.
Injection wells, thank you. I was thinking flushing wells.
And yes, right. and as was indicated by Angela, without mitigation, the expectation is that the plume could move 50 feet. With the mitigation, we expect it not to move at all. That's our goal.
Right.
So
right.
Our goal, because we understand all the liability associated with Halico, and we don't want to be saddled with that liability. So our objective with the injection wells is to have zero movement of that plume.
In addition, the EPA's continued analysis of the property, as was presented to the Ormond Beach Task Force Group just last week again, and there's continual communications there, hasn't yet identified any concern with subsurface groundwater contamination and any identified plumes that are going off-site so far. So we would obviously work closely in communications with EPA with the future studies that they're still doing.
Yes, and we have met with them on a couple occasions already, and we will stay in contact with them as their project evolves.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
Other questions?
I'm gonna share some. I want to thank staff again for the work. My biggest concern I have is the flooding of the wastewater plant in Oxnard. I was there as a council member, and when we had problems with that, and the 2010 flooding of that plant, to me, was a health and safety issue that we need to take care of. It's not just J Street or the folks that live by there. It's going to take care of. It's going to affect 300-some thousand people if that thing is put out of operation because of a flooding issue. To me, that's a major concern. The residential flooding, I know we have not had any flooding on J Street, but it could happen. Same way with the commercial floods. And to me, it really is a healthy issue, and I really sympathize with the folks here that don't want it, but I think it's better to take to preventive action now than be sorry later. So that's my position at this time.
Let me ask, again, this is certainly a step that's necessary for us as the lead agency. This would, for those of the community who came to speak today, and certainly in the many meetings we've had over the years on this and the environmental review, the other agencies left to have a regulatory permitting process on this include Department, and if I get these right, Angela, let me know. Let me know if I get them right. Department of Fish and Game, Coastal Commission, Regional Water Quality Control Board, Army Corps of Engineers, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife. Those 5. So, and I just say to the folks who, you raised some good questions today, I believe they've been answered in our environmental analysis. I firmly believe that. But we will be checked by these other 5 agencies. They all have to look at it and sign off on it and agree with the analysis and issue the permits for this project to also move forward. So, any other comments there?
I've got a question. Right, those agencies that Supervisor Long just referred to, all of those agencies, they've reviewed the CIR. Have they objected to it?
You want to answer that, Angela?
I don't think the coastal commissions are.
We've received comment letters from.
Get closer to the speaker.
You need to speak up.
We've received comment letters from the Regional Board, the Fish and Wildlife Service, and Department of Fish and Game. Department of Fish and Game concluded in their most recent letter that we had addressed their concerns about biological resource impacts. We did not receive a second response from the Regional Board or Fish and Wildlife Service, but we did address the comments that they prepared at the draft EIR stage.
Okay, so you address the comments they prepared at the draft EIR, and subsequent to that, you've sent them this EIR, and they have not, and no one has objected.
No.
Right. None of these 5 agencies have objected to this project. Right. Okay. That's one of the questions.
And we're going to take care of Ormond too, right? That's really important.
And I'd like to comment on that. Certainly, Peter Brand is chair of the Ormond Beach Task Force, and the staff has been 2-3 times at least to Ormond Beach, in addition to other documents that have come out that Mr. Brand has reviewed. We are very much committed to ensuring that Ormond Beach continues to get the hydrology it needs to be a thriving, successful wetlands. No question, this project will not impact that. This project should, in fact, support that. So I don't know how else to say it. I think that they're. I trust. We questioned our engineers. Again, we've had numerous public meetings on this. Environmental documents reviewed and questioned, and questions raised were implemented and plans revised and addressed in the environmental documents. That I think saying that we both listened to the community concerns and the other regulators' concerns, we've incorporated them to the point of changing design, to the point of looking at the beach management plan and the emergency response issues, addressing the needs of the state agencies. So I think the staff has done very much an engaged community process on this, and I appreciate the good work on it. So I'd like to put forward a motion to approve the certify the final environmental impact report, approve and adopt alternative C mitigation monitoring and reporting plan, CEQA findings of fact, and approve the J Street Drain project with all mitigation measures incorporated, authorizing WPD director to sign the notice of determination and carry out the project.
Supervisor,
Pardon me?
I just have a question. I just have a question for you. Could you repeat, Peter? You said Peter Brand from the Coastal Conservancy's been involved. You said there's three different meetings with him.
It's been the project has been before the Ormond Beach Task Force repeatedly. I want to say 3 times. I'm looking at least 2. I think 3. We've had standalone meetings where we've invited the community to come and talk to this project over the years. So,
and the Ormond Beach Task Force is not objecting to the project.
No.
Right? Okay. And this project is really not the Ormond Beach restoration plan. This is just a J Street project.
It's going to help it.
That's right. But it's not the Ormond Beach restoration plan.
Correct. So it's not by any means.
Not confused about that. Again, no objection from the Ormond Beach Restoration Group or from Peter Brand of the Coastal Conservancy after you've had those meetings with them.
Correct.
And they knew we were having this hearing.
Correct.
And lastly, the wastewater plant to me is one of the most important issues because this is health and safety for 300-some thousand people. I think it's extremely important.
If I might address, the councilwoman left, but I would say that there is interest of, is there a way to cover some of this project? And as the staff has put in the next phases, if in fact Oxnard wishes to step forward and put some money on the table to cover it, which I think could be a very positive benefit for the community, it needs to be identified sooner than later because there would need to be a supplemental EIR or an addendum to the EIR because you need to have stronger support systems and all of that addressed too. So it really would be timing and resources to be able to do that in the subsequent phases on this project.
Correct.
So it's not taking a position today saying no, or it's really...
I think covering the project would be... covering this would be the true long-term. If you look long-term, it would be the real win-win for the community. And I hope the city of Oxnard would
just
work with this.
It takes money and resources and again...
that
would be double the cost, wouldn't it, Angela, to cover?
Yeah, about double the cost
double
from
the
the channel alternative. And we've, as I said earlier, we've had discussions with the city of Oxnard, and as their leadership steps forward, we're ready to engage in looking for those grants and other
for the future
possible sources of money to do that.
Fantastic.
I would ask the maker of the motion to consider the concerns of the residents nearby for the visual impact that will be left because of the removal of the trees. Because I think that is something that is a less expensive mitigation than some of the other requests we've had, and it will, if you, instead of doing these little 6-inch trees, you go and do some good screening with vegetation, that would go a long way, I think, to helping the neighbors from a viewshed perspective. So that would be a mitigation measure that I would ask that we include above and beyond what is being proposed there, so it does screen it.
Is that doable?
Yeah. Is there a size you have in mind, like a 24-inch box tree, or is there a height that?
I don't have something specific in mind, but I think with you have an opportunity to do it with some visual renderings of what it would look like to it's a point where it actually is an impact, a viewshed impact. And I would ask that you do that, and it sounds like something that would help considerably, at least from a view perspective.
Supervisor, I think we've had some of that discussion. I'm not in total disagreement with you, other than I think I would say to staff, let's see if we can do, if there's cost savings, the more we can do, the better for that impact. But we have 3-story building there, and I don't know how we can have the 1-to-1 replacement, and the 1-to-1 is tree. It isn't as was noted by the community. Certainly, it doesn't mean the same height, the same size trunk. It just means tree. Now they're asking for more. I understand. I fully understand that. So I think we should try to do the best we can with that. If we can get something bigger than what staff has currently looking at, find those resources, identify those, and put them in. Absolutely agree.
What have we done in the past in terms of some significant size trees and replacement that is viable here?
Well, a lot of the work that we do is with native vegetation, and regulatory agencies require us to put small vegetation because they feel like it's more viable in the long term. But in this case, we have done 24-inch box trees. They're about 8 to 10 feet tall.
It's good size.
And on this project, we've talked about meeting after this document is certified, then we can meet with the Surfside 3 HOA representatives to try to negotiate something and potentially even plant the trees before the project goes in that would be replacements for the trees that would be removed.
And there was a whole tree report, and I think it's that they're very receptive to let's try to make this bigger and better, certainly not
I'm just
less.
saying what's before us now from what we've heard from testimony is insufficient, and so I would just ask that we go and ask for a greater coverage to screen the project.
What I would suggest is that without being specific, to let them work it out, but that we ask for something greater than that.
Let me just ask, if we don't ask for something specific, we leave it awful broad for them to think that's not what we thought, that's what we thought. I wondered, would you rather have some specificity, something specific that we would say? You said 24-inch box, 36-inch box. I mean, I'd hate to, this is what we thought. Somebody else, I thought you were going to plant a tree that was 200 feet tall. I mean, I'd hate to have, there's no reason for us to make conflict by not putting something specific, though. Because what do we really have with it?
Well, go ahead.
It's up to your board. The process that we anticipate going through is valuing the trees that would be removed, and then working with the Surfside 3 HOA to determine what they want to replace the loss of those trees. And it could come in the form of less big trees or more small trees, but it would be looked at as what would we need to replace in value to meet the requirement with the minimum of a one-to-one replacement.
Supervisor Foy and to an extent Supervisor Long, my sense is right now at 5 o'clock for us to be designing the size of the tree.
Well, I don't want to design. I want them to design. But he just said something that may be pretty close, right?
The emphasis isn't the value and cost, but actually the effectiveness in screening. And that's how I would ask that you look at it. What is the most effective way to landscape it so that it screens the visual impact? And if we can do that, because what I think we have on the books right now is mitigation doesn't necessarily do that. So that's what I would just ask the maker of the motion to include.
So what I would suggest in the language, that we trust staff. Ultimately, staff's going to have to make the decision. So, this issue of...
Yeah, I trust them. I just didn't want to have them have a major conflict because we just said it's a 3-story building. Are we going to have to say we have to put a 2-story tree? I mean, and you may say...
They have a tree report, and I think it gives them good guidance. And in fact, in the tree report, it is going... They're not taking down every tall eucalyptus tree. In fact, the report is recommending they save those. So they have... Anyway, so they have a tree report that guides them.
Well, if the motion could simply direct staff to make efforts to do screening, more screening than what has already been identified, and try to work with the neighborhood as much as possible.
More than identified.
Jeff whispered something in your ear.
Yeah, Jeff was just pointing out that we will be back before your board with the plans and specs for approval and award of the contract. I am hopeful that we can work something out with Surfside 3 before the construction and actually work with them to try to install these trees to allow them to start.
So we would know what the tree situation is before that.
We can by all means report on how that went at that point, if that is acceptable.
And I'd agree, give it more extra effort. Get extra effort to try to lessen the impact even more.
So that's part of your motion.
Okay. Yeah.
And we got a motion here in a second.
My brain doesn't. I got 3 more items. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Lots
so that's
of work.
approved.
Thank you. Thank you for everyone's comments.
Thank you. And now we have item 38.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Jim. Item 38. Steve Bennett.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
We can have a-
Thank you very much. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Supervisor.
Yeah, this is an addendum, and the reason for the addendum is that the Public Utilities Commission.
We're still in session. Thank you.
The Public Utilities Commission will be meeting soon, and we're dark next week, and so the motion is for a no-cost opt-out option for the smart meters. There are many people that have real concerns about the smart meters, and I think the people are all over the place in terms of that. And so, as an individual, if somebody wants to opt out, this would just simply ask the chair to sign the attached letter that says we would like to have this no-cost opt-out option. That's the motion.
I just make a quick comment that I think it's, we're glad we brought this stuff up and it came before it, and that we found out we have an opt-out option. That's great. The only problem is, if I want to opt out, I don't think you should pay for it, because the PUC says it must be divided across everybody's paying for the decision to opt out. I appreciate the opt-out thing, but I just don't think we should pay for it. So I can't support it, but I appreciate the idea.
So we have a
I
motion.
suggest that the $30 million a year taken out of this county of public goods charges by the utilities could go back to pay for those people who opt out.
Well, I mean, and that's really true. I mean, they take $30 million now for public good, and
That's right.
I'm not sure we're seeing it.
I don't know if you all saw this, but this was on the national news. I don't know, CNN or something had this whole thing on this whole smart meter deal.
Okay, so we
There are three of us
get three.
gone south on us here. Two more votes.
My thing won't let me vote. It's
3-0.
Bennett
No. You are quick.
and Bennett. Yeah.
How much faster can we be? My machine's
Do we need one more?
All right, there we go. Let's do it.
Okay, there it is. Yeah, that's approved. So we're going back to closed session.
Can she give you some comment here on where she wants to go on this before she leaves?
Oh, Linda? Announcement, Leroy, a possible announcement?
talks about the cutting meetings. Here we are.
We're back in session, and we have an announcement. Leroy?
Yes, we have an announcement out of closed session. The Board of Directors of the Ventura County Fire Protection District has appointed Mark Lorenzen as Fire Chief, effective March 30th, 2012 at 5 p.m., and the vote was 5-0.
Congratulations. All right. To adjourn. Let's adjourn. I'm sorry.
Go. This guy, he wants these quick meetings.
I'm sorry.
You've been doing that all day, John.
Yeah, that's perfect.
You're just that.
Well, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Mr. Powers, it is with great honor that I accept your offer for the position of County Fire Chief. It's an organization that I've been a proud member of for 21 years. And I look forward to leading the organization into the future and representing all the great men and women that work for our district. Again, thank you for this wonderful honor.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mark. I look forward to working with you. And you've done a great job. Look for the great job ahead. So thank you.
Great. Thanks so much.
That's the last time. Thank you.
Got it.